In a magnificent and splendid castle, a girl was lying on the floor and screaming loudly, "Please, just let me get married!" Her younger brother, Seberi Claude, had just taken a sip of tea. Hearing her words, he immediately spat out the tea in his mouth. Her father, Shale Claude, was staring wide-eyed, so shocked that he forgot to blink. As for her mother, Liera Claude, she merely frowned, let out a deep sigh, and asked in a low voice, "Why are you being so childish today?" Flailing her limbs with all her might, she loudly replied, "Because if I don't, you won't accept it. If you truly oppose my marriage, then step on me and walk away."
Hearing her say that, Liera quickly granted her wish. Lamille immediately sat up with a start and shouted, "Ah, stop it, Mom! How could you?" Before she could even finish her sentence, her mother kicked her again and casually replied, "You told me to do it." Lamille quickly grabbed her mother's leg and questioned loudly, "So if I told you to stab me, you do that too?" Her mother turned her back and replied coldly, "I see no reason why not." Seeing her mother about to draw a sword and actually stab her, Lamille immediately stood up, placed a hand on her mother's shoulder and coaxed, "I misspoke, Mom dear. Let's sit down first. I'm serious." She quickly raised a hand to her mouth and gave a slight cough before asking, "You're not interested in marriage. You don't want to date. Just yesterday you didn't want to, so why are you so insistent on getting married today?" Scratching her head awkwardly, Lamille chuckled and replied, "I already told Dad. I've admired him for a long time." Hearing her say that, Liera sighed softly and said, "All right, so be it. But why Viscount Arnon?" She clenched her hands tightly and, sweating, replied, "Because..." Then she quickly thought to herself, "This morning, I realized I've just transmigrated." Holding the paper in her hand, she thought suspiciously, "Viscount Roll Arnon? Is he a character from the Shattered Sword?" "Ah," she quickly retorted, "No way." Then she continued to think to herself, "I haven't transmigrated into another world, but into the very novel that features my favorite character. I'll actually meet Roll. Please bless this new life, because of the Shattered Sword."
000 is a story told from the perspective of the male protagonist, Roll Arnon, a royal knight and a great hero. Lamille suddenly remembered the reader's comments about this story. First, a reader with the nickname ABCD commented, "Tragedies are truly poison. Tragic stories are poison. Who would drink up this poisonous story, The Broken Sword? Hello, my name is someone." Next, a reader with the nickname Anon remarked, "The author must be crazy. I thought I was already too used to reading the most terrible tragedies out there, but I still feel heartbroken for the male protagonist. These are the people who need to read The Broken Sword." Finally, a reader with the nickname 8cha Moore commented, "My life is too happy. I want to suffer." The problem is that this plot is like the progenitor of tragedy. Right from the start, Roll's heart was broken, causing him to lose the ability to use his legs. If that wasn't bad enough, he also lost the ability to fight with a sword. Furthermore, Roll even had to refuse to become a knight.
As far as I remember, after that he lost his family, his home, and everything he had. Then he started to become a villain. In the end, Ruel died a tragic death. Now, I don't want to stand by and watch him go through that. But even if I wanted to stop Ruel from becoming a villain, he would surely refuse help from a stranger, given his personality. In that case... Thinking this to herself, Lamelle rested her chin on her hand and muttered, "I'll have to be the first one to get close to him." She then continued to think to herself, "Being friends? No, friendship has its limits. It wouldn't be enough. What about being his lover? That's fine, but we might break up. I guess I only have one choice. I'll marry him. I'll turn his thorny path into a place overflowing with beautiful flowers."
Liera asks sternly, "You know about his circumstances, don't you? And you still want to marry him?" Lamille nodded and replied, "Yes." As she spoke, she involuntarily recalled his image and pondered to herself. In the original storyline, Roel lost many things. However, he still tried to mend his heart, and thanks to that, he was able to walk again. After pondering, Lamille put her hands on her hips and replied seriously, "I am confident that he will turn around one day soon, and I want to help him on his path." Hearing her words, Liera sighed softly and said, "Lamille." Seeing that her mother seemed about to object, she immediately closed her eyes tightly and worriedly thought to herself, "She's still against it? But I can't give up on my favorite character." After thinking, she loudly voiced her thoughts, "I don't know how much you object, Mother, but I won't back down." Her mother continued sternly, "Do whatever you want." She had expected her mother to vehemently object, but she never imagined her mother would say that, which left her with a question mark in her heart.
Before she could even ask for the reason, the old woman quickly spoke up to explain, "You are the one getting married, not me. Do what you want." She thought to herself in disbelief, "Is it that easy?" Cheppery suddenly shouted, "No, I don't agree." Clenching his hands, he trembled as he asked, "How can you be okay with this?" Hearing this, Lamille just smiled to herself, thinking, "Is he worried about his sister? Oh my, how touching. All right, I won't hit you anymore. Just don't make me angry." He continued in a strained voice, "This is truly absurd."
Viscount Arnon hasn't done anything wrong, so why is he being forced to marry this Lamille woman? He should just flee to another country. She thought furiously to herself, this scoundrel, what have I done wrong? What the hell do you know about me? Lyra looked at her and asked coldly, you're right, you've never met the Viscount in person, have you? I don't think he'll accept you. She let out a soft sigh and replied, I don't expect him to accept my proposal, but if I continue to express my feelings to him, I believe that sooner or later he will be moved by my sincerity. Raising his teacup, Chebbury softly asked, all right, if you want to get married, do you plan to live at the Viscount's manor? She quickly gave a thumbs up and nodded profusely. Then she replied, no. If he accepts the proposal, I plan to ask him about moving there. After saying that, she thought to herself, life in the Forbidden Palace had made Roll's life too tragic. There was truly no place that could heal his body and soul better than this place. At this very moment, at Agner Manor, inside a certain room, someone suddenly spoke up. I know your agreement is not yet concluded.
I just want to thank you all from the bottom of my heart. I know you're all very displeased with me, but I think it's best that we talk about this. The brown-haired male servant softly comforted him. We are not displeased at all. We merely hold you in high regard, master. Hearing the servant's words, our unfortunate protagonist, Roel, immediately replied, thank you for your kind words. Then he thought to himself with self-doubt, but how could anyone cherish someone as useless as me? After his silent thoughts, he personally handed a pouch of money to each person and sincerely said, thank you, Jack, for always making the study a welcoming place for me. Thank you, Chris, for always smiling while doing your gardening work. And thank you, Eleni, for always making me look forward to your meals. Sobbing profusely, Jack reluctantly said, oh, master.
Seeing this, Roll suddenly grabbed his shirt, then gazed at all three of them for a long time. He quickly rolled his wheelchair away and sadly thought to himself, if only I could, I really should have patted them on the shoulder. Roll suddenly turned his wheelchair around, muttering, I should just rest. Surely no one else will come to visit me now. But little did he know, the heroine of his life, Lamelle, had personally come all the way here to visit him. Seeing a visitor, the servant quickly opened the door and said, I will go call the master, please wait a moment. As Lamelle stepped into the living room, she saw nothing but emptiness around her. Apart from the reception table and chairs and a few essential household items, there was nothing else. Seeing this, she couldn't help but sigh to herself. Should I say he's too frugal or simply poor? I don't see any decorations at all. While she was sitting on the chair waiting, a knock suddenly echoed from the door. Following that was a deep, warm voice. I hear you wish to see me? After personally witnessing the male lead's beauty, so enchanting it could steal one's soul and leave them breathless upon meeting him, Lamille immediately exclaimed to herself, oh my goodness. After that, she could only try to suppress the surging emotion in her heart, then seriously bowed and said, hello, my name is Lamille Claude. It is an honor to meet you. Seeing this, he bowed in return and said, Roel Arnon, I am also very pleased to meet you. If I'm not mistaken, I believe this is our first meeting.
May I know the reason you are here? Upon hearing his question, Lamille was secretly delighted, thinking, excellent, I've been waiting for this question from him. Having thought that, she replied in a serious tone, I know this might be a bit sudden, but I have a request for you. With that said, Lamille quickly took a step forward, then knelt down on one knee. Then she sincerely asked, Viscount Royal Arnon, will you be my groom? The question stunned him speechless. While she was still waiting for an answer, he suddenly covered his mouth with his hand, muttering, Seeing this, she couldn't help but panic, thinking to herself, wait, is he trying to refuse me? Then it's time for plan B. Having thought that, she immediately bowed her head and said, I come from a knightly family. With that said, she quickly performed a few basic sword moves. Her sword flashed like lightning. Her blue hair fluttered in the air, perfectly matching the color of her clothes. Her elegant movements, combining strength with grace, dazzled Roll. After her performance, Lamille stopped and placed the tip of her sword on the ground.
Then she looked at him, smiled, and said, Of course, I am also a knight. As a fellow knight, I have always admired you. At this point, she recalled her strategy, Plan B. She emphasized her knightly background, and then, as a fellow knight, she had always admired him. Yes, it was as easy as pie. Hearing this, Roel quickly clenched his hands and asked in a low voice, A fellow knight? Are you telling the truth? Seeing this, Lamille's face immediately darkened, as her panic level had reached 100, and she hastily thought to herself, That's not the reaction I wanted. He lowered his head and sadly said, But I can no longer wield a sword. Her face turned pale as she thought, This isn't the direction I wanted. Then she forced a smile and replied, No, what I meant was... At this point, she frantically screamed in her mind, I should have said it was love at first sight. Roel continued sadly, And I don't even know you well. Your reason for proposing to me is also too sudden. Lamille frowned, thinking to herself, He's right. I might know everything about Raoul from reading novels in the past, but that doesn't mean he knows me just as well.
After her silent thoughts, she said in a low voice, I should have considered your feelings as well. Please forgive me. He quickly interjected, No, I'm the one who should apologize to you. You proposed because you admired me, after all. Hearing that, she smiled and replied, I understand. Afterwards, she thought to herself with a hint of disappointment, Right, I didn't expect to succeed on the first try anyway. I should go back and think of other plans. The sky had now turned to dusk. At Count Claude's mansion, a servant suddenly spoke up. We didn't think you would give up and come back, young lady. Lamille sighed softly and replied, Well, I'll be visiting him from now on anyway. I don't want to make a bad impression on the first visit. The red-haired maid quickly added, We thought you would kidnap him if he refused. You're more sensible than we thought. She frowned and questioned, Do I look like the kind of person who would kidnap others?
The red-haired servant immediately replied, Yes, or rather, someone is resting both hands on the saddle. The two male servants behind them, hearing this, also nodded vigorously. As she slowly drew her sword, she glared coldly and said, I prefer to skip that step and go straight to the elimination part. Seeing this, all three immediately ran away as fast as they could. The red-haired servant quickly made up an excuse. I'm going to prepare the refreshments. The blonde servant immediately added, I'll help them out. The brown-haired servant loudly said, I'm going to find the supervisor. As she propped her chin on her hand, she sighed, thinking to herself. The protagonists in other stories seem to get married quite easily. For example, the domineering male lead in a romance novel would say, How dare you hurt my heart, my little bird. Now you must marry me. And the female lead in a romance novel would shyly reply, Yes, I do. Thinking this, she sighed again and continued, Perhaps I should be that bold, but if I did that, it would be too obvious. She then slumped, thinking to herself, No, then he would boldly reject me too. Just as she finished thinking, a servant suddenly walked in and said, Miss, it's time for a light snack.
She quickly looked up and said seriously, You're back? That's great. Sit down, all of you. My own thoughts are a bit muddled, so I need your help. Hearing this, the three servants immediately started discussing among themselves. The red-haired servant suddenly offered an idea. The roadside restaurant has really good food. The brown-haired servant asked in surprise, Really? I'll have to try it tomorrow. Witnessing this scene, Lamelle was speechless. Because she knew that everything has its price, she simply took out a gold coin and coldly proposed, I'll reward 1 gold coin for each suggestion. Faced with this alluring temptation, all three quickly switched to capitalist mode. The brown-haired servant quickly raised his hand and seriously asked, Could you please reiterate the content of this meeting? Lamelle's eyes suddenly flashed with sparks, making her burst with determination, as she loudly asked, How can I change Viscount Arnon's mind? The blonde-haired servant quickly raised his hand and offered an idea. You should show him your strength. She quickly rejected. That won't work. The brown-haired servant quickly raised his hand and offered the next idea. Then how about charming him with your wealth? For example, carry a sack of money, then open it and say, This is the money from my purse.
She continued to refute, mixed with a hint of reproach. Do you people have no ideas other than flaunting power and money? Try something a little more romantic. The red-haired maid replied with a hint of awkwardness, But, young lady, you don't really have any better qualities than those two things. Lamelle quickly pointed to herself and confidently said, My face. She quickly retorted, Is your face more beautiful than the Viscount's? Lamelle replied in a low voice, Obviously. No, it's not, the red-haired maid said loudly. See? Lamelle quickly asked, Kelly, do you have any ideas? She quickly brought her hand to her mouth, feigned a cough, and replied, I have an idea in my head. Hearing that, she slightly raised an eyebrow and exclaimed in admiration, Oh! At this very moment at Arnon Manor, inside the living room, Roll and a man were sitting and conversing. In Roll's hand was a silver glass orb. He shook his head and said in a low voice, It's still motionless. Forgive me. Roll placed the orb on the table and replied with a hint of sadness, No, it's fine. I know the chances of success are slim. Have you packed up your laboratory yet? He nodded in confirmation, then spoke, Yes, I'm almost done, but those suspicious people I mentioned are here again. Hearing him say that made Roll hesitate slightly.
He continued, They seemed relieved when I told them the experiment was over. It seemed their goal wasn't to steal the results. Hearing him say that, he couldn't help but wonder, thinking to himself, So what exactly did they want? He suddenly remembered something and immediately asked, By the way, I heard a young lady visited recently. He replied with a hint of gloom, Oh yes, Miss Liera Claude, the daughter of Count Claude. He asked curiously, What brings her here? He immediately replied, She proposed to me, but I refused. Hearing that, he asked with a hint of surprise, Why? For what reason? He replied in a low voice, She said she admired me because we are both knights, but I am nobody now. Hearing that, he quickly stood up and loudly protested, That's not true at all. You are a wonderful person, master. He continued self-deprecatingly. But I am also in debt. I've sold all my assets, and now my fortune is not even comparable to hers. I will never be able to make her happy. Hearing him say that, he quickly turned around and let out a soft sigh. Next, he walked over to the window and drew back the curtains. Then he suddenly turned his head to look at Roel and asked, "Where do you suppose Lady Lamille is?" He immediately replied, "I suppose at home." He continued, "So you think it's over?" He replied in a low voice, "Isn't it obvious?" Then he sadly thought to himself, "She proposed to me, but I refused, so of course it's over." Still looking out the window, he asserted, "But unlike you, I believe Lady Lamille has no intention of giving up." Suddenly hearing a knock at the front door and seeing her figure waiting below, he continued, "Lady Lamille Claude has come to visit you, master."
Holding the bouquet in her hand, Lamelle smiled and said, "I've come to propose to you again." Hearing her words, Roel couldn't help but blush awkwardly. Then he replied in a low voice, "I told you last time, we've never even met before." As she handed him the bouquet, she smiled and continued, "Well, now we have. Of course you can refuse me again, I'm not forcing you." He quickly turned his head to look in another direction, blushing shyly as he replied, "Then I'm afraid I'll have to refuse you again. Forgive me." She smiled with her eyes crinkling, replying, "It's all right, you don't need to apologize." She suddenly smirked, then thought to herself, "Because that's not my main purpose for coming here." After thinking, Lamelle spoke again, "But if you feel guilty, would you allow me to tour your manor? I'm truly very interested in the architecture of this castle." Roel was a little surprised to hear this offer and asked, "Is there anything special about the architecture here? I'm not very knowledgeable about that." Pointing to the ceiling, she excitedly explained, "Of course. Do you see that plank in the corner over there? The way it's arranged is very different from other houses here." Hearing her words, one might think she was very knowledgeable about architecture, but in reality, she herself didn't know what she was talking about. Hearing her say that, Roel quickly replied, "I understand. I'll have someone accompany you." She loudly interrupted, "Wait, I want to tour it by myself. Would that be all right?" He tilted his head, looked at her, and asked doubtfully, "By yourself?"
Sweating, she replied, "If there's someone nearby, I can't concentrate. You know, people often prefer to enjoy music or a work of art alone, and I'm the same." Hearing her say that, he immediately replied, "All right then, have it your way." At this very moment, on a staircase leading to the next floor, Lamille was lurking stealthily, seemingly doing or looking for something. After that, she glanced around while thinking to herself, "I've made it to the second floor as planned. Now the rest is to pretend to accidentally bump into that girl, but how?" Thinking this, Lamille immediately recalled the words Kelly had told her before coming here. "First, young lady, you must befriend those close to him." She asked back doubtfully, "Close to him?"
While pointing at the whiteboard displaying Roel's relationship diagram with the people in the house, she calmly replied, "Yes, like his family or friends." Lamille quickly propped her chin on her hand and said with certainty, "I'm sure he has no relatives left. No, wait a minute, Roel has a younger sister." At this, she immediately slumped, thinking to herself, "But what good is having a sister? I don't know where she is. I guess I'll have to go back and make a plan." While she was still lost in thought, suddenly, someone's hand appeared and was about to touch her. After making contact, that person suddenly asked, "Excuse me, are you all right?" Seeing the very person she was looking for standing right in front of her, Lamille was extremely surprised and couldn't help but reply with a bit of confusion, "Huh? Oh, I think my head hurts a little." After that, she quickly thought to herself, "Is it really this easy to find her?"
The little girl heard that, quickly grabbed her hand, and anxiously said, "Just a little bit, but you can't even stand up anymore. You should lie down and rest." After saying that, the little girl tried to pull her up. Seeing how hard the little girl was struggling, she quickly stood up and smiled, saying, "Thank you. By the way, what's your name?" The little girl replied, "I'm Amy Arnon." At this moment, in Amy's room, Lamille was lying on the little girl's bed, gleefully thinking to herself, "I'm in her room now. The plan is almost a success." The little girl suddenly asked, "But why are you here, Lady Lamelle?" She smiled and replied, "Because I have business with the esteemed Viscount Arnon." Amy asked in surprise, "Esteemed?" She quickly raised a hand to her mouth and seriously replied, "Yes, I come from a knightly family, so I've always wanted an audience, an opportunity to meet his lordship." The little girl sadly continued, "But my brother can't wield a sword anymore." Hearing that, she broke into a sweat and thought to herself, "Why did these siblings say the exact same thing?" After thinking that, she smiled and asked, "Do you like your brother, Amy?" The little girl replied with a bright smile, "Yes, I do." She asked curiously, "Why?" The little girl replied, "He's always kind to me, and when a servant makes a mistake, instead of getting angry, he just smiles." She continued to ask, "Anything else?"
The little girl immediately replied, "He always wants to help those in difficult circumstances, and if someone is in trouble, he will feel their pain with them." She smiled and continued, You're right, Army. What you just said is exactly why I admire him, Army said with a hint of surprise. We have so much in common. Patting the seat next to her, Lamille smiled and suggested, That's right. Why don't you sit here and tell me more? Hearing that, the little girl replied, Okay. Then quickly moving to sit next to Lamille, she suddenly patted the little girl's head and smiled, asking, So, what have you been reading all this time? The little girl immediately replied, Oh, this book is called Ritual Procedures. Hearing the little girl say that, she thought to herself with a hint of doubt, Isn't this a bit much for Army? Then she quickly asked aloud, Is this book difficult to read? Hugging the book tightly to her chest, the little girl replied with a touch of sadness, To be honest, I skipped many parts because I didn't understand them.
Upon hearing the little girl say that, Lamille immediately suggested, Then instead, how about I come over here regularly to teach you etiquette lessons? Hearing Lamille say that, the little girl couldn't help but ask in surprise, Really? Lamille suddenly held out her pinky finger and replied, Absolutely, pinky promise. Seeing that, the little girl also quickly held out her pinky finger, and then the two of them linked pinkies to make a vow. After retracting their hands, Army didn't know why she suddenly froze for a long time. Meanwhile, Lamille, brimming with excitement, secretly thought, I'll keep scoring points in our next meeting. Great, thanks to this adorable, sweet, and soft little girl, like a strawberry, I am now one step closer to my goal of leading Rule down a path strewn with flowers. That evening, Kelly seriously said to Lamille, Wait a moment, my lady, regarding etiquette procedures, please tell me if I'm wrong. Recount the simplest courtesies among the nobility. Smiling at Kelly, Lamille extended her hand and winked, saying, It's not too late. This statement made Kelly freeze for a moment. Then she urged loudly, Lady Lamille, quickly open your books right now. Seeing Kelly's somewhat exaggerated reaction, Lamille couldn't help but ask back with a bit of curiosity, her eyes wide. Oh, why? Returning to a time 5 years ago, it was sunset.
Raul placed his hand on top of his head, muttering to himself with a doubtful expression. Is it finally over? At this moment, a brown-haired guard approached him and said, Commander-in-Chief, we've just found a survivor. Seeing the girl, he quickly asked, A child? The guard continued, It seems she's the only one left alive in this village. He asked in surprise, Is that so? Then please take her to the refugee camp. The guard replied with some difficulty, But sir, that camp no longer has enough space for people, so our superiors have ordered us to disregard anyone else from now on. Hearing that, Raul was utterly stunned and immediately ordered loudly, Are you serious? Take the girl to the refugee camp at once. Suddenly, someone approached and said, You must have a lot of free time to stand here chatting idly, don't you? He flinched and quickly turned his head to look. The man stared at him for a moment, then raised an eyebrow and said, You look familiar.
Seeing a glittering golden badge on the chest of the man in front of him, he immediately thought to himself, He is a member of the noble knights. Having thought that, he immediately bowed and said, I am Roll Arnon, Commander-in-Chief. The man suddenly thought to himself, Just a commoner? Then he sneered and said, Wait, Argnan Rule? Well, so you're the monster who can kill dozens of people in a day. I didn't expect to meet you here. How many have you killed today? He calmly replied, About 20. Hearing him say that shocked the man greatly. Then he quietly suggested, Hand over those achievements to me, and I'll get that girl into a refugee camp. Hearing him say that, Rule's eyes widened in surprise, and he thought to himself, What did he say? Are all noble knights like him? Having thought that, he quickly looked at the little girl beside him, who was wide-eyed and sparkling, waiting for his answer. Then he nodded once and quietly said, All right, as you wish. The man quickly stepped forward, placed a hand on his shoulder, and smirked. You're more sensible than I thought. After the man left, Roll looked over at Army and saw the little girl bowing her head and clenching her hands. Seeing this, he quickly rummaged for something in his pocket, then walked over, placed a hand on the girl's head, then gently picked her up and left.
At Arnon Manor, the sky had already turned completely dark. Inside the dining room, Army suddenly spoke up. Miss Lamille came to my room today. She's so beautiful. Roll asked back, puzzled. You met her? Yes, she said she really admires you, so we talked a lot about how wonderful you are. He replied, a little surprised. Is that so? The little girl continued happily. When I told her you were wonderful, she agreed right away. And, Roll said with a laugh, You're making me blush. Army looked at him, her eyes crinkling with a smile, and said, Oh, she saw my etiquette book, and she promised to come here often to teach me. Hearing the little girl say that, he couldn't help but wonder to himself, She offered to help Army? Is it okay to accept help from her when I've already refused twice? Seeing him suddenly fall silent, the little girl immediately said in a soft voice, But if you don't want me to, I won't learn. Hearing Army say that, Roll pondered to himself. She must have noticed my hesitation. Perhaps because she lived through war and in refugee camps, she's very sensitive to negative emotions. After thinking to himself, he quickly replied, No, I'm fine. The little girl asked again, doubtfully, Really? Then Roel continued to ponder to himself. Because of her commoner background, the girl couldn't befriend the noble children, but also because of her Viscount title, she didn't play with those commoner friends either. She was always lonely with her books, so for her, Miss Lamille must be her friend, and not just an ordinary friend, but would be her first and forever friend. Having finished his thoughts, Roel then smiled and spoke. I'm just a little surprised that she's so generous. You've met a very good person, Army. The little girl cheerfully continued, "Yes, I really want to meet her soon." Seeing the girl smile so happily, he thought to himself, "The girl will be very disappointed if I don't let her meet Lady Lamille." At this very moment, somewhere in a neighborhood, while Lamille was leisurely walking with her hands behind her head, smiling brightly and saying, "Oh, this is so much fun," Kelly, behind her, was laden with bags. Kelly suddenly spoke up. "Lady, you've been having fun all day today. When we get back, you'll have to sit down and study." Hearing that, Lamille quickly turned her head and loudly complained, "Again? You've made me study those etiquette lessons for 3 days straight already. Don't you have any pity for me?" Kelly quickly crossed her arms and retorted loudly, "You talk as if you've done nothing but study continuously for 3 days, but each lesson is only 30 minutes long." Hearing that, Lamille immediately teared up and said, "Oh my, 30 minutes feels like 30 hours. Kelly continued wearily, "You don't even focus during those 30 minutes. Hearing Kelly say that, Lamille quickly stepped forward, placed a hand on Kelly's chin, and said, "Now that's not important." Then she quickly turned around, clenched her fist, and declared, "What's truly important is my marriage." Meanwhile, Kelly was trying her best to vomit her guts out, utterly disgusted by Lamille's domineering CEO-like behavior just now. After she had dealt with her nausea, Kelly immediately asked, "If that's the case, why don't you hurry back and study?" Lamille quickly walked away and loudly replied, "No," which made Kelly a little startled, as she asked, when did she leave so quickly? While walking normally, Lamille suddenly stopped for some unknown reason. It turned out that 2 tall, burly figures in black cloaks were standing in front of her, making her worried as she thought to herself, "There are people in front of me." One of the 2 suddenly spoke up and asked, "Lady Lamille Clos, correct?" This made her suspicious, and she thought to herself, "They know my name? Who are they? They look really shady."
Before she could finish thinking, she immediately spoke up and replied, "Huh? You've got the wrong person." That person asked again in surprise, "Is that so? We know you are Lady Lamille." The guy next to him heard that and asked, a bit confused, "Huh? Do we know her?" That guy clicked his tongue and replied, "Why ask if you already know?" Then he glared at her and said loudly, "We're only asking you politely this one time. Leave the palace city." She asked back, puzzled, "What do you mean? What if I don't want to?" As he drew his sword, he glared and said, "Then we have no other option. I suppose, other than drawing our swords, there's no other way." As she cracked her knuckles, making her bones pop, she laughed loudly and said, "How amusing."
The moment she finished speaking, the brawl broke out. Suddenly someone shrieked, "Wait a minute, someone save me." Lamille growled a warning, "Hey you, don't you dare close your eyes." While the brown-haired guy had already been made into a chair for her to sit on, the red-haired guy knelt down and sincerely said, "I'm sorry. I'm really sorry." Lamille suddenly spoke up. "Kelly, keep an eye on them." She quickly replied, "Yes, miss." She glared at him and growled a threat, "If you say anything like that again, I'll wring your neck." Hearing this, the 2 guys replied in unison, "Yes, ma'am." She coldly asked, "Who is behind this?" Both remained silent, pondering for a long moment. Then the brown-haired guy spoke up, "We don't know." Hearing the 2 guys say this, she clenched her fist and growled a warning, "Are you kidding? None of you know? Looks like you'll have to take a few more punches." Hearing this, the red-haired guy immediately started crying and pleading loudly, "We really don't know. Please, spare my life." Lamille quickly crossed her arms and coldly questioned, "Why did you agree to this job when you knew absolutely nothing about it?" Hearing this, he replied sternly, "It was for money, nothing else."
Hearing that, she couldn't help but recall the serious expressions of Kelly's group when she mentioned money. Then she blurted out her thoughts, just like children. After thinking that, she sighed and asked, "You want money? All right, but I have one condition." As she spoke, she rummaged for money in her pocket. He continued gravely, "Excuse me, we are greedy for money, but we also have our own integrity." Hearing him say that, she sneered and asked, "Oh, is that so?" Then she loudly exclaimed, "Oh my, a gemstone just fell." This made the 2 men's eyes light up as they looked. Then they simultaneously exclaimed in surprise, "This is—"
Kelly suddenly remembered someone and couldn't help but exclaim, "Could it be?" Hearing this, Lamille immediately asked back, "What are you talking about?" She frowned and replied, "I don't remember very clearly, but isn't there a young girl who seems to like him?" She scratched her head and continued, "I guess so." After that, she pondered to herself, in the original story, every girl was smitten with Ryle. She suddenly remembered what the little girl had said at the time. "I'm surprised because it's been a long time since we've had guests." She asked back in surprise, "Really? Besides, Army also said there weren't many guests at the time." She sighed softly, full of melancholy. "Tomorrow I'll have to ask him, to see about the rumors concerning Royal, whether he has a secret lover who would utterly shock netizens." Thinking of this, she immediately turned pale and exclaimed, "Oh my God!" The next morning at Arnon Manor, holding an enormous bouquet of flowers in her hands, Lamille asked, "I'm just asking as a precaution, are you ready to accept my marriage proposal this time?"
What are you talking about? Bring the marriage registration forms here. Roel smiled and asked back, the bouquet is bigger now, isn't it? Seeing this, she felt a little excited and thought to herself, is this a smile of agreement? He replied in a low voice, I'm sorry, but I have to refuse again today.
Hearing him say that, she immediately froze like a stone statue, secretly thinking, again? What the hell are you doing? Despite that, Roel's expression seemed softer than last time, and she even saw flower petals falling around him. Thinking of this, she suddenly chuckled to herself. After her silent thoughts, Lamille quickly threw away that super huge bouquet, then swiftly raised 3 fingers and eagerly asked, So, Lord Roel, I've proposed to you 3 times and you've rejected all 3. May I ask you one question? He immediately nodded and replied, yes. She then continued to ask, do you really want to refuse? She cleverly used her glistening watery eyes along with her pouting lips to show him her pitifulness, then hopefully thought to herself, just say no. Seeing Lamille's cute expression made him unable to help but let out a loud laugh before replying, the answer will remain the same. Hearing him say that, she excitedly thought to herself, perfect. After that, she quickly switched to a serious mode and asked, so, Lord, are you interested in anyone these days? He asked back, puzzled, huh?
She scratched her head shyly and replied, I just remembered, if you have a mistress, it probably wouldn't be appropriate for me to keep proposing to you like this. Hearing her question, he quickly replied, currently, I'm not interested in anyone. She asked in surprise, oh, really? He affirmed, absolutely not. She continued to ask, not a single person? Roel suddenly avoided her gaze, blushing shyly as he replied, no, there isn't. Hearing this, Lamelle narrowed her eyes and thought to herself, honestly, I must have him. Wait a minute, if he's not interested in any woman coming between us, then who is trying to threaten me? Roel suddenly spoke up and asked, by the way, Lamelle, did you really agree to teach Army some rituals? She quickly turned to look at him and replied, oh yes, that's right. I plan to drop by frequently to do so. Do you mind? He replied, of course. I'd even be grateful. Lamelle, have you eaten yet? She stammered, of course. Then she quickly gave a thumbs up and continued, I was about to go, but then I had something to do, so my stomach is still empty now. At this, she thought to herself, if you were food, I'd probably have to eat you as often as a merchant. Hearing her say that, he immediately suggested, all right then, join us for a meal. She nodded vigorously and replied, I'm starving to death. Roel suddenly smiled, his eyes crinkling, and said, you're really something special. Lamille excitedly thought to herself, he's smiling. In the dining room at this moment, there was a super thick steak on the table. Looking at Roel sitting opposite her, Lamille gleefully thought to herself, this is my chance to score some points. After thinking that, she lowered her head and said to the little girl, Army, now I'm going to tell you about dining etiquette. Let's start with how to sit down. When you want to sit, you just come and sit down, but when you stand up, please exit from the left. Hearing that, both of them simultaneously asked back, isn't it the other way around? She panicked and thought to herself, the other way around? After thinking that, her face drenched in sweat, she placed a hand on the little girl's shoulder and replied, oh, I was just testing you. The little girl stammered and asked back, you really didn't know? After that, Lamille.
The little girl asked curiously, isn't this how you're supposed to do it when the fish dish is served? She replied, flustered, you're mistaken again, but Army is so smart. He asked curiously, are you doing it with your left hand? She hesitated. That's right, I did it backward. I can't fool you. With that, she let out an awkward laugh. Her doing this was intentional. Roel suddenly spoke up. Miss Lamelle, that's enough. She thought anxiously to herself, oh, what should I do? They must know I don't know these basic etiquettes. Should I make up an excuse that I made a mistake because I was too worried? He continued, you haven't eaten anything because you've been busy teaching Army. Eat first. Hearing him say that, she breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to herself, glad they didn't notice. After thinking that, she smiled and asked, really? With that, Lamelle quickly took out a handkerchief, preparing to wipe the food stain from Army's cheek. The little girl and Roel chuckled, their eyes crinkling. The next morning, at Arnon Manor, Roel slowly wheeled himself to the living room.
Roel tilted his head, looking at the door on the right. Then he thought to himself with a hint of sadness, she's always here at this time, isn't she not coming today? After thinking that, he dejectedly lowered his head. But then he suddenly looked up and muttered, what am I even thinking? Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Hearing that, he couldn't help but happily think to himself, she's here. Then he smiled and said, come in. But contrary to his expectations, it was a voice both unfamiliar and familiar. Long time no see, Viscount. Seeing his appearance, Roel couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, Fidden. He quickly bowed in greeting and then said with a smile, Captain, it's been a long time. Roel asked curiously, what is this? As he handed him the paper, Fidden replied, Viscount Orem entrusted me to deliver your requested pension. He asked again, puzzled, a pension? Fidden sighed softly and replied, a knight can receive a pension upon retirement, didn't anyone tell you? He dejectedly replied, no, this is the first I've heard of it. Then he thought to himself, I bet he knows about my situation. Why didn't any of my superiors inform me that I could receive a pension?
Hearing this, Fidel frowned slightly and thought for a moment.
Then he said with a hint of reproach, "Indeed, you can't expect anything from these nobles in such matters." At this point, Fidel let out a soft sigh. Then he clenched his fist and continued with a smile. "Lord Roll, please don't worry. As a member of the Ministry of Finance, I will help you in every way I can." Hearing Fidel say this, he couldn't help but be surprised and quickly asked, "What? You've transferred to work at the Ministry of Finance, but you're still a member of the Night Squad?" He quickly scratched his head and replied with a chuckle, "It's because after you left, the intensity of the work increased significantly." He asked curiously, "Since when?" He replied seriously, "Well, whenever something goes wrong, they send us there. Moreover, we're not the only knights in the Empire. They said they're getting rid of commoners because of negative rumors being stirred up, that they've had to weigh the pros and cons of sending knights to the battlefield, turning those knights into cold, dry corpses. That's how it is. I had no choice but to become a manager to survive."
Rel continued, his voice heavy. "That must be tough, huh?" This made Fidel secretly wonder with a hint of suspicion. Did I say something that sounded so arduous? After that thought, Fidel then said with a touch of cheerfulness, "Speaking of which, I just remembered. I have good news. Actually, I'm already married back home. My wife." He calmly cut him off. "I bet you married Kay." Fidel was astonished to hear this and quickly asked back, "How did you know?" He squinted his eyes in a smile and replied, "It's so obvious. You two are always together. Everyone knows that." As he said this, he recalled the scene of the two of them happily laughing and joking together. Fidel squinted his eyes in a smile and said, "I told you." She smiled brightly and teased, "You're not that dumb, are you?" Hearing that, Fidel quickly retorted, "It's not like that every day, is it? She's always hitting me." As he said this, he quickly recalled one of his painful memories. At that moment, she grabbed his collar and threatened loudly, "If you dare go to the casino again, you'll regret it." He quickly tried to explain, "I really thought I'd get lucky this time." Hearing that, he quickly warned, "If you gamble again, I'll really hit you."
Fidel was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat, then smiled and replied, "Yes, sir. Any good news for you lately, Mr. Roel?" Roel shook his head and replied, "None." As he spoke, he involuntarily recalled the scene of Lamille performing a sword dance for him the other day, and then unconsciously smiled. He feigned a cough and then emphasized his answer again, "Absolutely nothing." Then he suddenly wondered to himself, "Why did I suddenly think of Lamille?" Seeing Roel's flushed cheeks and slightly unusual demeanor, Fidel quickly made a guess. "Look at your face. Are you daydreaming about someone?" Roel quickly avoided Fidel's gaze and replied sternly, "Not at all." Staring intently at Fidel, Fidel raised an eyebrow and thought to himself, in the past he always smiled, but now something feels very fishy. Having finished his thoughts, Fidel quickly spoke up, "Anyway, we're here to work, so I'll save this conversation for later. All right, we have work to do now." Hearing this, Roel couldn't help but exclaim, "Great!"
At this moment, in Roel's study, two people were busy reviewing financial documents. As he flipped through each page of Roel's financial statements, Fidel's face darkened, and he mused in astonishment. I had assumed his financial situation would be good, but it's not at all. That he's managed to endure this much for so long is truly extraordinary. He's a Viscount. How could he? At this thought, he suddenly recalled Roel's earlier words. It's quite disorganized, isn't it? It must be very difficult for him. I have to help. After his silent reflection, Fidel quickly reassured him. "Don't worry, my Lord Viscount. While adjusting your finances is quite important, I believe things will improve once you receive your pension. Just trust me." Hearing Fidel say this, Roel smiled, touched, and replied, "All right. I look forward to it." A few days later, Roel unexpectedly received a letter from Fidel. The letter read, "I apologize, Sir Roel. It seems receiving the pension will be very difficult. When I asked my superior why, he only said it was because the undersecretary refused to provide it. The strange thing is that even my superior didn't understand why. He shook his head and told me that they just said your case was not submitted to the undersecretary's office. Perhaps not, but do you have any personal relationship with the undersecretary?" Reading this, Roel immediately muttered, "No way. I don't know anyone from the Ministry of Finance." Then he continued reading, "First, I will find another reason. I apologize that we have to accept this outcome." After finishing the letter, Roel covered his face and blamed himself. Even Fidel has to apologize. Now everyone around me is causing trouble. Then he sadly thought to himself, "Ever since I received the notice, every investigation has continued to fail. All hope is gradually disappearing. Is it because of my bad luck?" After thinking, Roel walked over to where his sword was hung. Then he stared at it blankly for a long time before slowly taking the sword. As he drew the sword, he muttered, "If I could use that power just one more time." Then he decisively swung the sword, cutting a straight line in front of him. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. He looked at the sword and coldly muttered, "What are you expecting? For that power to suddenly return?"
Just then, someone suddenly approached while he was sheathing his sword. It turned out that the person approaching him was Lamil. As she pushed the door open and stepped in, she called out, "Lord Roll, I hope you—" Seeing that his expression seemed off, she quickly thought to herself, "What's going on? What is this strange atmosphere?" Rolls stood dazed, his lifeless eyes fixed on the ground, still holding the sword. "Ah, hello, Lamil."
She also noticed the sword Roel was holding in his hand. A sword? The atmosphere seemed unusual, so she could only awkwardly greet him. "Hello, sir." He looked at her blankly and asked, "Are you going to confess your feelings again today?" Although she thought to herself that this situation wasn't suitable for it, Lamel, determined to change the situation from awkward to romantic, cutely formed a heart shape with her hands and smiling said to him, "Of course, today I'm going to express my love again." At that moment, she also secretly resolved, "Do you think I would give up just because of this atmosphere?"
However, the silence that followed immediately after she spoke made her even more embarrassed. When Roel spoke, "I'm sorry, Miss Lamel," she could only scratch her head awkwardly, forcing a smile. "You don't need to apologize." Then she asked him, "Besides that, Sir Roel, has something happened?" Lamel's tone was full of worry. He looked away evasively and denied, "Oh no, nothing's happened." But that only made her quickly realize, no. One look at his face told her something was definitely wrong. At this moment, her heart was in utter turmoil. "I can't help but seeing him hide things like this is driving me crazy." Yet on the surface, she could only appear calm. "Ah, yes." Then she quickly changed her mood, pointing excitedly at the sky. "Look, sir, the weather is so beautiful today, isn't it?" Roel glumly agreed, "Indeed." At this point, an idea sparked in her mind. Yes, with weather like this, if the three of us went out. Roel, however, wasn't very enthusiastic. He said thoughtfully, "Thank you for the invitation," which made her cheerful expression freeze. He sighed and added, "I'm sorry, I have a few issues I need to resolve today."
It was a pity, and it left her feeling utterly helpless. Ruel suddenly smiled and asked for her opinion. What if she went alone with Army? Even as the carriage moved away, she still couldn't grasp what on earth was going on. Army, meanwhile, rubbed the seat cushion, then exclaimed delightedly, "Oh, the cushion is so soft." The little girl suddenly noticed that Lamil had been engrossed in watching the scenery outside, especially the mansion. Seeing this, she said, "I wish my brother could come along too." This made Lamil freeze. She thought to herself, "Ah, I've been paying too much attention to Ruel." Army, also confused, recounted, "He was still normal this morning." That made her pay attention and ask, "This morning?" The little girl nodded in agreement and recounted the incident. "Yes, this morning I gave him a letter from a friend. When he recognized the name, he smiled, as if he had been waiting for this letter to arrive." The little girl mumbled, "It seems the name is Fidel." Upon hearing that name, Lamil was immediately startled. Wait, Fidel? Ruel's friend who appeared in the novel? She immediately thought to herself, if it was a letter from Fidel, it seemed he would fail to resolve the pension issue. However, why would the deputy minister refuse to send the pension? The novel didn't mention the deputy minister much. It seemed there was something that needed to be resolved regarding compensation for veterans. Just then, Army called her, pulling her back to the present. "Lamel?" She startled and replied, "Huh?" The little girl wondered, "Is there something you want to say? You look terrible." She said awkwardly, "Huh? Oh, I was just wondering what fun things we could do today. Where does Army want to go first?" Hearing this, the little girl replied, I want to go to the theater." Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Lamel, full of anticipation. Seeing her surprised reaction, "The theater?" The little girl immediately flustered and told her again, "Oh no, I made a mistake." This made her a little confused. The little girl's face flushed red, and she said awkwardly, "On second thought, not going to the theater is fine too." She gently asked the little girl, "So where do you want to go?" As Army was thinking of a place, a sign pointing to the park caught her eye, so she followed that and said, "Oh, the park." But the little girl's demeanor was deflated, as if she didn't want to go there at all, which confused her. "You want to go to the park?" At this moment, she thought for a moment, then asked the little girl, "Army?" The little girl politely replied, "Yes?" She asked Army, "Are you worried about the entrance fee?" It seemed this question hit a nerve with the girl. The girl immediately flinched, her face flushed red, but she still vehemently denied it. No. This made her feel a little sympathetic towards the girl. The girl seemed older than her years. The girl realized the atmosphere at home wasn't good, so when Lamel asked again, "Really?" the girl replied with conviction, "Yes, it's true. I never want to see famous sights, like white flowers blooming in front of a church." The latter part of the girl's statement made Lamel realize immediately, so she feigned a pained smile, then turned to look outside in disappointment. What a pity. Seeing her attitude, Army seemed confused. Huh? She pretended to say, "I really love going to the theater." Hearing that, the girl's eyes widened as she looked at her and asked again, "Really?" Seeing this, she thought to herself, the girl is wavering now. She quickly continued to put on a distressed look. But honestly, I don't like going alone, so I was very happy when you mentioned the theater.
The little girl said, but going to the theater costs a lot of money. Lemuel feigned weakness and said, oh dear, I thought for the first time in my life I'd have a friend to go to the theater with. It seems I was just deluding myself. Her crocodile tears quickly streamed down her cheeks. Seeing this, Army was immediately moved. The little girl shyly suggested, so shall we go to the theater? Even though the little girl had said that, Lemuel continued her act. No, I don't want to force you to do anything. The little girl awkwardly expressed her true feelings. I really want to go too. When she asked again, really? The little girl affirmed, yes. Her eyes sadly looked at Army. You're not lying to me, are you? The little girl shyly replied, no, why would I lie to you? Then she stepped forward and took her hand. Really, truly, I really want to go. Army's eyes sparkled as she looked at her, as if to say, you can trust me. Lemuel then chuckled. Well, to thank you for being willing to come with me, I'll pay for the tickets. The little girl was a little disbelieving. Really? Lemuel laughed, patting the understanding little girl's head in front of her. Of course. And so the two of them got into a carriage and headed to the theater. In contrast to the cheerful atmosphere with Lemuel just now, things were not the same for Roel. He sat alone, deep in thought, drinking wine, with various types of alcohol bottles scattered across the table. In the fresh air, at a pastry shop, a table laden with cakes and tea was set out. Lemuel looked at Army and asked, Army, how was your day today?
The little girl shyly replied, it was more fun than I expected, especially the scene where the main character miraculously overcomes their illness. As the little girl spoke, tears and snot streamed down her face again, which made Army happy too. I see, 3 portions of macaroni, Army remarked while eating a cake. It was very fun. At that moment, Lemuel also mused to herself, how romantic for the male lead to overcome his illness.
Perhaps Army, she wondered, if the girl would think of Roel when she saw the sick male lead. At least the ending wasn't too bad. She hoped it would be a beautiful memory for Army. At that moment, Army looked out the window, gazing at the familiar scenery. Then she said, come to think of it, I used to come here for walks with my brother. This surprised her, making her think, this didn't happen in the original story. Army told her that ever since she moved to the capital, he would take her out whenever he could. I've eaten so many delicious foods I'd never tasted before. There were so many new things to see. She happily replied, that sounds wonderful. But then Army clenched her hands, her voice becoming disappointed. We were supposed to go out together next time. I can't believe his legs can no longer walk, the girl said gloomily. Seeing this, Lemuel gently touched Army's small hand. Her voice was firm. Army, your brother will be fine, because she knew that was how it was in the original story, for sure. The girl nodded expectantly, then worriedly said, but I'm worried he won't get through this. He seemed fine when he started his research with Viscount Rosen, but now he always looks so melancholic. This made her panic internally. Has the girl noticed what happened to Roel? What should she tell her? Just then, Army proactively took her hand. That's why I wanted to ask you a few things, Lemuel. This made her slightly confused. Is Army asking her for help? Army also made a request. If you're in the capital, could you come to my house often? Because ever since you came here, my brother's daily routine has changed a bit. Hearing this surprised her, because she had thought the girl would blame her for something. I thought I had done something wrong, but you think this of me. So she said, oh, in return, I have a condition. Her tone suddenly became unusually mischievous.
At a certain clothing store, inside were countless beautiful outfits. Lemuel stood there and gestured to the little girl. All right, choose whatever you like. The little girl was momentarily confused by her words. Huh? A dress? Lemuel lightly tossed her hair, then told the employee, first, please bring Miss Army a dress. Things had to go back to a while ago, when she was complaining. Dresses look so boring. Kelly retorted to her, you don't know what you're talking about. The longer lasting a gift, the more precious it is.
She pointed out that not only that, Mr. Rowell would also think of her. She wouldn't lose anything by using clothes to advertise like that. At that time, although Kelly's words were a question, any other opinions? She exuded a terrifying killing intent, making the person opposite her not dare to say yes. Lemuel was the same, only able to say no. Now, when buying clothes for Army, she realized that idea made sense. It sounded a bit crazy, but the idea wasn't necessarily bad. When the changing room curtain opened, Army stepped out with a series of incredibly cute outfits. Each outfit made her exclaim in astonishment, wow, like a supermodel, absolutely stunning. Without hesitation, she immediately pulled out a bag of money and told the staff member, ring it up quickly. This made the little girl feel a bit bad about the money she was spending. The little girl ran over, whimpering, and said, Sister Lamille, this is too much money. How can I wear such expensive clothes? Actually, she had already calculated the price. She had seen the prices when the child was changing, but it didn't make her change her mind. Meanwhile, Army was bewilderedly counting each number on the receipt. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Lamille, with sparkling eyes, said, "You promised me, didn't you? You have to keep your word."
The little girl replied skeptically, "But you didn't say anything about this." This confused her. She thought to herself, anyone looking would think she was the one demanding the girl buy things. She just smiled and said, "A lady should know how to keep her promises." This made the little girl sulk. Even so, although Lamelle appeared calm on the outside, inwardly she was scared, feeling like she was about to become a villain. At this moment, she offered the little girl, "All right, I'll just buy 5 sets then." The little girl was startled and replied, "Yes." The little girl wanted to reduce the number of items. "1 is enough." She just said, "4, no haggling." Army stubbornly insisted, "Just 2." But she adamantly refused. No means no. She rushed to the cashier, slammed the counter and shouted, "3 items, or I'm not buying anything. Excuse me, please ring me up right away." The cashier quickly agreed. "Okay," leaving Army behind, still wanting to argue, but the cashier then frantically went to repackage the items for her, replying, "Yes, please wait a moment." Lamille at this moment was tearing her hair out, thinking to herself, "I can't believe I only got to buy 3. Army saw that she had already paid, so there was nothing else she could do. The little girl politely said, "Thank you, Lamille. I will wear it carefully." She smiled again and said, "No, clothes are for comfort. Just use them freely." In her heart, seeing the little girl like that truly brought her a bit of shared joy. She couldn't believe Army liked it so much. Choosing it as a gift was a stroke of genius. Suddenly she remembered something. Oh wait, she held a piece of paper in her hand. She carefully folded the small piece of paper, handed it to Army, and said, "This is my address. If you want to visit me, just follow this address." She added, "Of course, you can call me anytime." At that moment, her eyebrows furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of sorrow. She secretly hoped that when that time came, the girl would seek her out for help. As the sky gradually darkened, Army, carrying 2 bags in her hands, walked lightly down the hallway. Seeing a maid, she greeted her with a bright smile. "I'm home." She handed the bags to the maid, then didn't forget to ask about her brother. "Where's Roel?" The maid stammered slightly in response. He's in his office." Although Army looked at the maid's expression with a hint of confusion, she still replied with a smile. "Thank you." As Army slowly made her way towards the office, she thought to herself, "That's strange. Roel always comes out to greet me when I get home." When she reached the office door, just as she was about to open it, a memory of that day suddenly flashed in her mind. Wait, Army thought, what if it's like that day again? She recalled the scene when she opened the door, and Roel inside was like a madman, repeatedly calling out, "Viscount Rausen, bring Viscount Rausen here quickly, my legs." That scene made her stand at the door, feeling pity for her brother. At that moment, Roel cried helplessly, his hands repeatedly touching his legs as he said, "I can't use my legs." Army was currently a bit hesitant, not daring to open the door. What if it was like that day again, and it happened once more? The little girl remembered Lamille's words from today, that she would be able to walk again soon, so she secretly told herself, "No, I shouldn't have such negative thoughts. Lamille has given me hope after all. I must stay optimistic." The little girl clenched her fists, shaking her head from side to side to dispel the negative thoughts. After that, the little girl quickly opened the room door. Army, brimming with happiness, skipped inside. "I'm home, Roel." Seeing the little girl, he replied, "Army, glad you're back." Seeing that her brother showed no unusual signs, the little girl also breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, he seems to be fine." Roel smiled faintly at her, which surprised the little girl. Roel?" Hearing her call, he replied, "What is it?" The little girl still stood there, staring blankly at him, which made him awkwardly ask, "Is there something on my face?" Looking at her brother's flushed cheeks, Army thought to herself, "He seems flustered, or am I just imagining things?" After that incident, he often got himself drunk whenever he was alone, let alone. It was then that the little girl finally spoke. "Oh, your face just looks a bit red," he explained in embarrassment. "It's probably just too hot in the room." Hearing this, she also dismissed her doubts. "Oh, right, I must be overthinking things." At that moment, the little girl thought to herself, "If I tell him about my day with Lamille, how we went to the theater together, enjoyed cakes and tea together." Lamille had taken her shopping for new clothes. Remembering these things, her heart swelled with hope. "I'm sure Roel will be very happy." And so she started chattering, telling her brother all about her day. Suddenly, Roel interrupted. "Army," she replied. "Yes?" He told her, "I don't think I've seen this dress on you before. It really suits you." She looked down at the dress she was wearing, then quickly recounted that Lamille had bought it for her, and then she had taken her home. Upon hearing this, Roel softly stroked his sister's head. "That sounds like a lot of fun." Seizing this opportunity, she immediately suggested, "Exactly, you should join us next time." Although he seemed to agree, his face was somewhat gloomy. For his sister, he made a pinky promise with the little girl. "Okay, I promise."
This made the little girl smile happily. Army softly said, "You can go whenever you want, but please promise me you'll definitely go." He listened to her speak and didn't say anything more. Army politely excused herself. "I'm getting ready for bed. You should go to bed too." Roel waved goodbye to her. "All right, good night." But as soon as the little girl left, he sighed again, then wheeled his wheelchair away, glad that she was happy. However, he didn't notice a bottle of wine still on the ground and accidentally ran over it. The wine bottle immediately spilled all over the ground. He looked at it thoughtfully. He wanted to pick it up, but his hands couldn't reach down. This made him feel even more insecure about himself, and tears suddenly fell. He blamed himself in disappointment. "I'm so useless." Early the next morning, at Lamille's place, Kelly was pleading with her to wake up. "Please wake up, miss."
She pulled the blanket over herself, grumbling, 5 more minutes. At this point, Kelly had no choice but to use her last resort. Then I'll send Garen back. Hearing this, she immediately shot up. Garen? But unexpectedly, she foolishly asked, "Who's that?" Which left Kelly exasperated. "Why would you get up when you don't even know who that person is?" Then Kelly reminded her, "Don't you remember the 2 acquaintances from last time?" She vaguely thought, "Ah, right." Seeing her sluggishness, Kelly then said, "I guess you need a little more time to get ready." She stretched and said, "Don't worry."
I have my ways, which made Kelly quite curious. Ways? Unexpectedly, one moment they were in the room, the next they had been teleported outside, dressed in proper attire. This made Kelly gape. What just happened? She just ran off, leaving only a single remark. "Shh, don't ask. You'll get into trouble." When the 2 of them entered a house together, someone was already waiting for them inside. "Miss Lamille, over here." Goran waved them over. Seeing his cheerful optimism made her stare blankly. "Are you sure this is the same guy she beat up earlier?" Kelly ventured to guess. He must have lost his memory. Goran, upon seeing her, excitedly said, "Long time no see, Miss Lamille," but she bluntly wanted to get straight to the topic. "Skip the pleasantries. Have you found your mastermind yet?" To her surprise, he casually said, "No, we still have nothing in hand," which made her incredibly angry, and she gave him a few punches. Kelly, caught in the middle, tried to stop her. "Miss, please stop. There are a lot of people watching." Goran, flustered, explained, "No, I really did everything I could, but what could we find out when the person was wearing a hat and a mask?" Lamille frowned. "So you found nothing?" He replied, flustered, "No, but I have something else for you," making her a bit skeptical. "Really?" He said confidently, "Really." Lamille asked curiously, "Great, so tell me." Then Goran began to recount the story of that night. The 2 of them were in the basement, waiting to meet the Black Hat boss. Goran, nervously and impatiently, said to Goran, "Hey Goran, what if he kills us if the mission fails?" Goran seemed calmer, replying, "We didn't even expect to win anyway." Goran was still fidgety and anxious. "Is that so?" Just then, the door slowly opened. The Black Hat boss stepped in. Goran and Goran both startled and stood up. "He's here." The Black Hat boss cast a dangerous look at the 2 of them. He walked to the table and asked, "How's the mission going?" Goran regained his composure, replying to him, "It failed. Please forgive us." He grunted and told them, "Sit down." Goran and Goran shouted loudly, "Yes, sir." The Black Hat boss demanded, "Why did you fail?" Goran admitted to him, "She's stronger than what you told us. Even combining our efforts, we couldn't defeat her." The Black Hat boss said, "Tell me more." Goran recounted everything. "We tried to intimidate her as you instructed, but the moment I swung my sword, she transformed into a completely different person. Her reflexes were astonishingly fast, and her combat skills were flawless. After that, we practically became her punching bags. If we had kept fighting, we would have been dead for sure." As he spoke, Goran's eyes welled up with tears, looking utterly pathetic. The Black Hat boss was a little suspicious after hearing that, because he'd heard she was so lazy she even skipped training sessions. He stared at the 2 of them with wide eyes, truly surprised. Both of them flinched. Garen stammered an explanation. "That must be a baseless rumor, sir." Garen also chimed in, saying, "We acknowledge her as a true fighter." The Black Hat boss seemed to believe what the 2 of them said. He stood up and said, "I see. Forget everything that happened before." Garen and Garen bowed to see the Black Hat boss off. "Thank you, sir." He was about to open the door and leave, but then he stopped. "Oh, one more thing."
The man in the black hat turned to threaten them. "You know what will happen if you spill the beans about this, right?" Goran and Goran immediately replied, "Yes, of course." Finally, he left. Goran cautiously looked up and whispered, "Goran, is he gone?" Goran replied, "Definitely." After confirming that the man in the black hat had indeed left, Goran relaxed. He pinched his nose in disgust and complained about him. "But doesn't he ever shower? He stinks terribly, smells like a decomposing corpse." Goran didn't forget their mission. He quickly walked to open the door and urged Goran, "That's not important. Hurry up, we have to tail him." They successfully tailed him. They hid behind a stairwell pillar to observe him. Goran whispered, "There he is." Just then, another man in a hat approached him. The person was also wearing a hat. Perhaps they knew each other. They were hiding quite conspicuously, but luckily the man in the hat didn't notice them. Goran whispered, "Goran, where are they heading?" Garan told Garan, let's follow them. The two stood in front of the store that the two men in hats had just entered. Garan asked, they've gone inside, haven't they?
Garan took the bugging device that Lamil had given them and asked, Garan, do you think this old piece of jewelry will work? Garan signaled for silence and then told Garan, we have no other choice but to plant the bug. Inside, the Black Hat boss was reporting back to the Red Hat boss, we failed to defeat Miss Lamil. The other one was momentarily surprised and asked, really? I didn't expect that. Outside, Garan was still eavesdropping on their conversation. He was also quite surprised, thinking to himself, what? The Black Hat boss is also working for someone else? The Black Hat boss continued, if you give me another chance, I can find someone useful, but was cut off by the Red Hat boss. No, put that matter aside. Garan listened in and assessed the situation. So the Black Hat boss is a subordinate here. Who could the other person be? But Garan was careless, holding the bugging device loosely, causing it to bump and make a sound. The Red Hat boss was about to say something. We need to focus on Fide from the Ministry of Finance, when the Black Hat boss stopped him. Wait a moment. It seemed he had noticed the sound Garan carelessly made. The two hat bosses silently looked toward the door, listening. Garan, no longer hearing any conversation, was startled and worried. Why did they suddenly stop talking? Did they know I'm using a bugging device? Without delay, he immediately stood up and told Garan, let's go. Garan asked puzzled, leaving already? Garan replied, I think they noticed. Just then, the Black Hat boss suddenly flung the door open, but fortunately, both of them had already left in time.
The red-hatted boss asked him curiously, what's wrong? The black-hatted boss saw nothing outside and replied, nothing, I must have misheard. Then he turned back inside and closed the door. He still felt suspicious, certain he had heard something scratching at the door. Garan and Garan had managed to escape in time. That's what happened. Back to the present, Garan had finished recounting the story, just as the lovely-looking drink was served. Lamil happily praised him. That's truly useful information. Well done. Garan smiled, secretly proud. While Garan was happily enjoying the delicious drink, Lamil pondered. They mentioned Fide. It was truly unexpected. The person who wanted me to leave the capital was also worried about Fide. I figured out their motive. First of all, Fide and I have something in common. Both of us can help Sir Roll. Lamil realized that, in other words, this person didn't want anyone to help him. Which character would benefit from controlling Roll?
Garan's voice rang out, interrupting her train of thought. So, what should we do next? Lin Yu startled awake. Huh? Garan asked her. Should we dig deeper into the Black Hat boss? He smells suspicious, and his body odor is foul. Lin Yu thought to herself, since she didn't know the details of the incident, she should at least know who was trying to harm Sir Roll. Only then could she find a solution and be one step ahead of him. With that thought, Lin Yu flicked a green gem from her hand to Garan and ordered him, you don't need to know who the Black Hat boss is yet, just find out what mission he accepted. Looking at the sparkling gem, Garan drooled with desire. He replied joyfully, I will do my best.
Lamil's hold him. I'm counting on you. I'm leaving now. Then Lamel left, her mind burdened with many thoughts about this matter. It seemed the enemy was stronger than she had thought. Lamel returned from the tavern. She sat down with the knights to discuss. So what kind of person would dare to betray the Viscount? Stephen pondered and said, perhaps someone from the north? Lamel asked in surprise, the north? Stephen explained, the Viscount may be a hero of the Empire, but to his enemies, he is a true war devil. Lamel agreed, you're right. However, she still wondered, but why complicate things instead of just killing him and being done with it? Stephen continued to explain, because that would only make things more complicated. Lamel still didn't understand, so she asked, why? Stephen gave an example and then asked her, suppose the Viscount was assassinated one day. What do you think would happen if the North was behind it all?
Lamil replied, they will only get a bad reputation. Stephen continued to explain, exactly. In the worst-case scenario, it could lead to war. Despite Stephen's thorough explanation, Lamil still seemed to not fully grasp the situation. She insisted, can't the ministry just hide their actions? Why waste time keeping an eye on him? Everything would be simpler if they just killed all the witnesses. Stephen was speechless at Lamil's way of thinking. He tried to explain further. Kill them all? Of course not. Even if they hide themselves well, the royal court will investigate on their own, because we're talking about Viscount Arnon. How could they possibly escape the royal knights? Lamil wondered again. Why not? Stephen didn't bother explaining to her anymore. Stop talking like a villain. Lamil didn't argue with Stephen anymore. She slumped back, put her feet on the table and asked, so instead of killing him, they want to isolate him. Mark spoke up. That's right. Monitoring him is better, until he can no longer hold on. Lamil rested her head on her hand, deep in thought. From these events, she pieced things together and deduced, so they are a group powerful enough to put pressure on the Ministry of Finance.
However, she still didn't understand their purpose. Did they just want to isolate Sir Roll? Lamil fretted anxiously, biting her nails as she tried to think, who could these bastards be? Suddenly, Kelly called out to her, Milady. Lamil snapped out of it, asking Kelly, what is it? Do you know something? Kelly replied, No, I was just wondering if you had forgotten about the marriage proposal this afternoon. Hearing Kelly mention the marriage proposal, Lamille let out a weary sigh. At this moment, Lamille thought to herself, realizing, that's right, no matter what mysterious group it is, everything will be easily resolved once I marry Sir Roll. My family can protect him. That afternoon, at Viscount Roll's residence, the outcome was as expected. Roll once again rejected Lamille's marriage proposal. I have to refuse you again. Lamille's heart sank, just as she expected, rejected again. Roll asked, puzzled, Miss Lamille, I want to know the real reason why you keep proposing to me like this. Lamille hesitated. The real reason? Roll continued. Normally, if someone is rejected more than 3 times, but Lamille interrupted him. How amusing.
She said shyly, truth be told, I didn't think I would propose to you so many times. Ro also felt guilty and said, my apologies. Lamille continued, but each time I came here and was rejected, it only made me more determined. Her face flushed, then Lamille suddenly praised him. You are truly a very good person. But Raoul didn't seem to trust this compliment much, or rather, he felt extremely self-conscious. Raoul lowered his head, muttering, me? A good person? Lamille smiled and said, it's hard to put into words, but I just have a feeling that if I marry you, every day of my life will be filled with joy. Raoul was deeply moved by these words, and his face also turned red. Raoul turned his face away and said, I still don't understand. Lamille gave a forced laugh and replied, ha, me too. She thought to herself, Lord Raoul must see himself as a lovesick fool. But as someone who has read the original work, I truly know how kind he is. I know it better than anyone. Yet the distance between us is undeniable, as it stems from our vastly different emotional sources. Lamille awkwardly glanced at Raoul. She didn't know how to continue the conversation, so she stood up, using the excuse that she wanted to see Army before leaving. I'd like to see Army before I head back. Is that all right? Raoul replied, yes, she's on the 2nd floor. Then Raoul suddenly remembered the new dresses Lamille had given the girl the day before. He bowed to thank her. I heard you bought the girl some new dresses. Thank you very much. I feel bad for always accepting your kindness like this.
Lamille replied with a cheerful smile, yes, I bought them because I like them. Raoul still felt uneasy about her good intentions, and he nervously replied, but... Lamille didn't understand Raoul's thoughts. She worriedly thought to herself, is he going to say, like that girl did, not to buy such things for Army? Lamille was afraid he would say something like that, so she hastily shouted, I really want to see Army. I'm going upstairs now. Goodbye, sir. Raoul was startled and replied, oh, of course. With that, Lamille dashed away like the wind. Then I'll take my leave, leaving Raoul bewildered, not understanding what had just happened. Raoul said to himself, I was just about to ask if she could join next time, wasn't I? He wearily closed his eyes and leaned back, thinking to himself, never mind, it's better not to ask.
Raoul was having negative thoughts again, feeling that no matter how much he did, it was never enough. He always felt insecure about himself and thought she was too good for him. As for Lamille, she ran straight to Army's room, knocked a few times, and then walked in, shouting, Army, it's me. Seeing her, Army joyfully exclaimed, Sister Lamille. The two ran to each other and happily held hands. Lamille asked the little girl, how are you? Army politely replied, I'm fine. Then Lamille spoke up and asked the little girl, hey, Army. Army's eyes widened as she replied, yes. She poked the little girl's cheek and playfully scolded, how dare you not wear the dress I bought for you? Army awkwardly replied, huh? Lamille continued to ask, why? Did you just wear it yesterday? Army shyly replied, no, I didn't wear them because they are too precious. Lamille sighed, thinking to herself, is that all? Then she said, I'm very sad, you know. Hearing that, Army was startled and exclaimed, what? Lamille lied to scare the little girl. You see, the Claude family has a custom of showing off the gifts they've received. It's just a matter of politeness. Army immediately replied to please her, I didn't know. I'll definitely wear them often from now on. Lamille happily patted the little girl's head. She turned and saw a book on the table, then asked Army, great, are you studying, by the way? As soon as she saw the numbers and calculations in the book, Lamille flinched. Math? Ugh, math, let's change the subject. But it was too late. Army innocently replied, yes, I'm having trouble with math, sister. Lamille tried to act normal and continued, I see. Is your brother teaching you? Army politely replied, yes, he and Sir Dallas.
Hearing the unfamiliar name, Lamille was startled and exclaimed, Mr. Dallas. Army asked curiously, do you know him? Not exactly, Lamille frowned, trying to remember. This isn't good. That name sounds too familiar. She ran her hands through her hair in frustration, but still couldn't remember. I'm sure he's in the novel, but who could he be? Lamille was still trying to search her memories for this man named Dallas. What should I do? I really don't know who this Baron is.
Lamille thought to herself, perhaps she would know if she asked Army about him. She turned to Army and asked, does Mr. Dallas visit you often? Army replied, no, actually, he hasn't been here for a whole month. He must be very busy with work at his shop. Hearing that, Lamille replied, is that so? From the girl's words, Lamille deduced, if he runs a shop, it's likely he's a merchant. Lamille fell into deep thought.
She still couldn't recall who Baron Dallas was, couldn't remember him at all. She just wanted to know if this person was an enemy she needed to confront. Lamil asked Army again, "Can you tell me where his shop is?" The girl nodded repeatedly and politely replied, "Yes, I'll get you a map." Saying this, Army pulled out a map marked from her house to Baron Dallas's shop and showed it to Lamil. "Here it is." Lamil happily patted the girl's head. "Thank you." Army, with wide, innocent eyes, curiously asked her, "But why do you want to meet him?" Hearing the girl's question, Lamil froze, stammering, well?
Lamil had no choice but to lie to the little girl, waving her hand and exclaiming, "Because I'm very interested in mathematics." Lamil lied without batting an eyelid. "I suppose I want to debate him on the subject of mathematics." Her conscience vanished along with it. Innocent Army believed Lamil's words, the little girl looking extremely delighted as she exclaimed, "Wow, so you don't just like etiquette, but math too?" Lamil felt a pang of numbness in her heart. She could only avoid Army's sparkling eyes and hesitantly replied, "Exactly, I like both." But deep down, Lamil felt the exact opposite, not in the slightest, because she was someone who both hated etiquette and failed math. Lamil didn't dare stay any longer. She quickly said goodbye to Army and rushed away. "I'm going to meet Mr. Dallas now. See you later, Army." Little Army still innocently believed her words and idolized Lamil even more. The little girl's sparkling eyes followed Lamil. Lamil really has a passion for learning, and she's fast too. As soon as Lamil finished her business, she left, getting into the carriage waiting at the gate.
Kelly was in the carriage picking up Lamil. She asked, "You're back?" Lamil told Kelly, "I have to go meet someone named Dallas now." Unexpectedly, Kelly didn't ask who Dallas was, but instead asked, "Are you planning to use a gift-giving strategy to win him over? What are you going to buy?" Lamil was surprised and asked back, "Huh? How do you know he's a merchant?" This time it was Kelly's turn to be stunned and surprised. "What? He's mentioned a lot in books, and his healing books are completely sold out. How could you not know him?" Lamil frowned and said, "Do you think I read that kind of stuff?" Kelly replied, "Well, the kind of books you usually read are 30 and 30 spent a whole night together." As Lamil listened to Kelly, she imagined the scene. Kelly, beside her, was completely startled and immediately dispelled the image Lamil was imagining. Kelly frantically shouted, "My lady, please have the dignity of a noble." Lamil regained her composure and asked Kelly, "Mahem, so what does he sell?" Kelly replied, "Well, he sells several types of goods, clothes, jewelry, gemstones, food, perhaps even weapons." Hearing that, Lamil suddenly remembered with a start. Finally, she recalled who Dallas was. That's right, he's the one who exchanged weapons with Sir Roll in the novel.
However, she still harbored some doubt, but he surely had more to offer. Just then, the carriage stopped. Kelly told her, "We've arrived, miss." Lamil stepped down from the carriage, thinking to herself, "I'll know once I meet them." She walked up to the shop, rang the bell, and waited. They waited for a long time, but no one came to open the door. Kelly regretfully told Lamil, "It seems no one is home." But Lamil immediately denied, "That's wrong." She pressed her ear against the door, listening for something inside. Kelly called out, puzzled, "Miss?" Lamil waved her hand, explaining, "Someone inside is trying to speak as quietly as possible." From the start, she had shrewdly noticed that, upon closer inspection, the door had been pried open. Someone was breaking in through here. Then Lamil told Kelly, "Go find a doctor and bring them here in case something happens." Kelly obeyed, immediately running off. Lamil, meanwhile, stayed behind. The door was unlocked, so she opened it and stepped inside. She looked around cautiously, but it was deserted, not a soul in sight. She didn't see anyone. Lamil looked up at the second floor. There was a rustling sound coming from up there. She thought to herself, "It must be on the second floor." Lamil went up to the second floor, stood before a room and called out loudly, "Excuse me," then slowly opened the door. Lamil gently stepped inside and said, "I'm here to buy a few things." Inside, a black hooded figure was hiding behind the door. He silently waited for her to enter, then swung his sword from behind in a sneak attack. But Lamil had known this beforehand. She swiftly parried his sword. She spoke up, telling him, "So you're cowardly enough to ambush me?" Looking at his appearance, she thought to herself, "A black hood? Not surprising." At the table behind them, a man was slumped over, groaning. Lamil noticed him and was surprised, thinking to herself, "Is that Dallas?" The black hooded figure spoke up, asking her, "Who are you?" Lamil drew her sword and replied, "I was about to ask the same thing." The black hooded figure swung his sword threateningly. "I won't go easy on you just because you're a woman." Lamil lifted her head, brushed her hair back, and said to him with a look of disdain, "Don't you know how to read the room?" He lunged forward, swinging his sword, but Lamil easily dodged it. As she dodged, she asked, "Are you truly a Black Hood, or are you here on a mission?" This guy was no match for her. With a single move, Lamil thrust the hilt of her sword directly into his throat. She asked him again, her voice threatening, "Why are you here? If you don't answer, this won't be just a fight." The man, due to the recent blow, was in so much pain that he collapsed to the ground. Lamil raised her sword, glaring at him. "What makes you think I'd throw away my sword?" Suddenly, the man on the table continued to cough, looking to be in extreme pain. Lamil startled and turned to look, seeing him cough up blood. She gasped inwardly, "Blood?" The black-hooded boss seized this opportunity and sprang up, dashing straight to the window, intending to escape. Lamil ran after him, angrily shouting, "Hey, stop right there!" But he quickly jumped out the window. Lamil looked awkwardly at the Baron, who was slumped on the table. She thought to herself, "Damn it, I could have caught him if I chased him now, but the Baron would be in danger." Lamil had to choose between chasing the black-hooded boss and staying to save him. She pondered, her head aching. Who should I choose now? In the end, Lamil decided to stay and save the man. She rushed to where the Baron was unconscious, telling herself, "I can chase him anytime. Saving this man comes first." Anxiously, she shook him to wake him up. "Are you all right, sir?" Seeing his pained and uncomfortable face, she thought to herself, "I don't see any serious external wounds, but his complexion looks so pale."
Seeing him vomiting blood, Lamel secretly guessed he must have been poisoned. Suddenly, she repeatedly pounded the Baron's back, then shouted loudly, "Baron Dallas, wake up! You must vomit all that poison out immediately!" The Baron groaned in pain. Lamel, startled by the movement, exclaimed, "What?" The Baron was already injured. How could he possibly endure Lamel's torture now? He glanced at Lamel with a helpless look, using what little strength he had left to say to her, "It hurts too much." Only then did Lamel realize her mistake, and she exclaimed in alarm, "Oh, I'm sorry." The Baron reached out and pointed straight ahead, his voice trembling, trying to utter each word. "They stole." Lamel, puzzled, followed his pointing finger, wondering, what? Following his finger, she saw that the safe in the room had been pried open and everything inside stolen. Lamel thought to herself, did that man in the black hat steal something from here? She turned back, intending to ask the Baron what was inside, but Lamel was startled, frozen in place. He had truly lost consciousness. She rushed over, calling out loudly, "Baron Dallas!" A moment later, Kelly returned just in time to save the Baron. Lamel stretched tiredly, complaining, "Why do they follow me instead of the real criminals?" Lamel grumbled, "I don't look like someone who'd get into trouble, do I?" She was so dejected because she had just been interrogated for being the first to discover the crime. Kelly praised her. "Miss, you've done very well these past 2 days." Lamel leaned closer, asking Kelly for news about him. "How is the Baron?"
Kelly replied, "He was saved in time thanks to you, but he is still unconscious." Lamel mused. "I see." She thought to herself, "If I had decided to chase the black-hatted boss instead of saving the Baron, I would have surely died that day." But then Lamil reassured herself, "No, everything is fine now. Don't put pressure on yourself." Lamil then voiced her current deduction to everyone. "I had some thoughts while being interrogated. Fidel, Dallas, and I. All three of us have something in common." Stephen, understanding the issue immediately, quickly replied, "All of you know Viscount Arnon." Lamil replied, "Exactly.
Moreover, we have all, at some point, been threatened or had our authority limited in some area. But there is still one person connected to the Viscount, an aide who always gets to the core of issues and who only recently re-established contact with him, if my hypothesis is correct. The next person in danger is Viscount Oram Rozan." Lamil thought to herself, "I'm sure there's a part in the novel where he suddenly goes missing. Thinking about it now, it seems absurd." With that, she ordered the 2 knights, Stephen and Mark, to go and carefully guard Viscount Rozan. "If anything happens, contact me immediately." Upon receiving the order, the 2 immediately obeyed and departed. "Yes, young lady." After everything, Lamil was utterly exhausted. She yawned widely, leaning back on the sofa, thinking to herself, "I've racked my brain to the limit for this investigation. Now I'm completely drained." Kelly asked Lamil worriedly, "Do you think we'll catch the Black Hat mastermind?" Lamil replied with determination, "We must, no matter what. He must have stolen something important."
Kelly, while getting a blanket for Lamil, asked her, "What could that be?" Lamil wasn't sure either. She replied, "I'm not sure. We'll just have to wait until the Baron wakes up." Kelly reminded her, "Aren't you sleeping in your bed, lady?" Lamil lazily replied, "Too lazy." She began to doze off, thoughts still lingering in her mind. "But I'm still glad I saved him." She closed her eyes and fell asleep. Meanwhile, in Viscount Rozan's laboratory, research documents were always piled high on his desk. It seemed he was stuck on some problem. Viscount Rozan exclaimed in frustration, "How humiliating." He reread his research, blaming himself. "I should have discovered more meaningful things than this after months of delving into research." Suddenly, there was the sound of a door unlocking, and the Viscount startled, turning his head to ask, "What is it?" The door slowly opened. 2 figures in black hoods brazenly barged in. The leader spoke. "Long time no see, Viscount Rozan." Viscount Rozan was momentarily surprised, then angrily asked, "Last time you only sent thugs, but this time you've come yourselves?" The man drew his sword and said, "Because we have a few things to attend to." The Viscount, both fearful and enraged, shouted, "The research results are already what you wanted. Why are you still here?" The black-hooded leader glared, raised his sword, and told him, "Of course, it's because of that bastard Roel." Upon hearing this, the Viscount exclaimed, "What?" He gave him no chance to react, lunging forward quickly, swinging his sword to strike him down. But fortunately, at this very moment, Stephen and Mark, who had been assigned by Lemuel to protect him, intervened in time to rescue the Viscount. Stephen parried the man's sword while shouting, "Viscount!" Both Stephen and Mark were struggling to fight against the two black-hooded leaders. The Viscount still didn't understand the current situation. He stood stunned and trembling behind them. As Mark fended off the black-hooded leader, he asked him, "Are you unharmed, sir?" Viscount Rozon stammered hesitantly, "No, I'm fine." Then he asked, "Who are you?" Mark replied, "We are knights of House Claude. Lady Lemuel sent us here to protect you." He was surprised, thinking to himself, "Lady Lemuel?" The black-hooded leader swung his sword at Mark, but he managed to duck and dodge in time. The two continued to duel. Mark had to admit, he's too strong. Then, unexpectedly, another assailant lunged forward, delivering a kick right to Mark's stomach. Caught off guard, Mark couldn't dodge and was kicked flying into the wall. The Viscount watched in shock, exclaiming, "Oh!" Before he could do anything, on the other side, Stephen was also subdued by the assailants, kicked straight into the wall right next to him.
"So those guys have gotten reinforcements. Sorry for being late," the hooded man replied. "It's all right." Viscount Rozon, fearfully and anxiously looking at the injured Stephen, asked, "Are you all right?" The leading hooded man stepped forward and kicked him, saying insolently, "They are not what you should be concerned about right now." Then the two hooded men discussed among themselves. One of them asked, "What should we do with these two?" The other replied coldly, "Kill them." The first one said worriedly, "But if we kill them, Claude will also be implicated in this matter." However, the other still wanted to eliminate witnesses and eradicate the roots. He raised his sword and said, "It's still better not to leave any witnesses." Suddenly, at this moment, a stone flew in from somewhere. The stone hit the head of the hooded man who was about to kill the two knights. Lemuel stepped in from outside, swinging the sword on her shoulder, and said, "Oh, no wonder. I couldn't sleep even after sending those two. I knew I'd have to handle it myself."
Hearing her say that, Stephen and Mark were both startled and scared. "Young miss?" Lemuel, with a sword in her hand, said disdainfully, "You two can't even defeat 4 people?" They shouted in unison, "We're not monsters like you are." Those words made her furious. "What? Monsters? Is that how you speak to your savior?" Suddenly, a pair of feet stepped forward. A mysterious cloaked figure placed a sword at her throat and said, "You seem quite relaxed while your enemy stands before you, don't you?"
She calmly said, "Whatever, let's go with these options. 1, put down your weapon and tell me who you're working for." The mysterious person was suspicious. "What?" Lemuel smiled again and added, 2, get beaten and then confess who you're working for." The mysterious person was silent for a moment. Then he actively swung his sword, declaring war first. "You lunatic." She wasn't afraid, confidently using her own power, causing his sword to break in half. "What the hell?" It was then that she gently drew her own sword, her voice full of gloom. "Or 3. He immediately warned his comrades behind him. "She can use superpowers. Be careful when attacking her." She gently used her superpowers to attack them and smugly said, "Get used to the smell of grass early." At this moment, those people, unafraid, charged towards her. "Everyone, advance!" Seeing this scene, she was full of disdain. "So you've chosen 3. She swung her sword towards the group of people. Very quickly, they were all thrown backward, each of them hitting the wall hard, in pain. She gently put down her sword, scratching her ear, muttering to herself, "Is that so? They acted as if they were tough, but in the end, they couldn't fight me. What a bunch of weaklings." Lemuel stepped over them and walked towards Rosen. She asked with a smile, "Viscount Rosen, are you all right?" He was still recovering from the shock. "Miss Lemuel." As she stepped forward to help him up, he looked at her with wide, astonished eyes. "Did you kill them all?" She immediately denied. "No, I only knocked them out. We still need to find out who hired them." But at this moment, Stephen froze. He stammered, "Miss." When she asked again, "What?" he announced, They're all dead," which stunned everyone.
She turned pale. "What? But I didn't hit that hard." He checked their bodies and agreed. "It's not your fault, look." Lemuel looked at the blood flowing from their mouths and thought to himself, exactly like what happened to Dallas. Stephen observed carefully and concluded for her. They all died in the exact same way. Looking at their pale faces, they must have brought the poison here beforehand. They must have only recently implemented that method. They poison their own members as a form of shackles and only provide the antidote once they complete their mission. "Miss, we should attend to him first." Hearing that, she nodded in agreement. "All right." Beside them, Mark was still helping Rozan to his feet.
She pondered for a moment, then told them, "Let's just head back to the inn." Upon arriving at Viscount Rosin's house, he bowed his head gratefully, thanking her. "It's a bit late, but thank you for saving me." She, ever generous, replied, "Don't mention it." At this point, he also voiced his question. "But how did you know those black-hooded thugs would attack me?" She simply said, "Army told me that you are close to Viscount Arnon," which made him somewhat disbelieving. "Is that all?" Then she recounted. "You see, Mr. Dallas was also attacked by them, and some items were stolen from his safe." Hearing this news, Rosin immediately became agitated and restless. "What, Mr. Dallas was attacked too?" She then continued, "Yes, but he is currently recovering. I have a theory that they intend to attack those who have close ties with Viscount Arnon in order to isolate him." He was astonished. "Isolate him? Wait a minute, now that I think about it, they even mentioned Viscount Arnon before attacking me." Hearing this, she was startled. Rosin ran his hand through his hair, full of self-reproach. "So the reason they kept interfering with my research wasn't because of me. They just wanted to prevent Viscount Arnon from recovering. Why didn't I see it?" Seeing him somewhat flustered, she advised, "Please calm down." Then he asked her, "By the way, what did they take from that safe?" She replied, "We don't know yet. We'll have to wait for the Baron to wake up to find out." He then thoughtfully analyzed. "Something just occurred to me. If it's accurate, then we need to go to Viscount Arnon immediately." She asked him curiously, "What is it?"
He said, "I think it might be due to his villa's deed." Hearing that, Lamille feigned surprise, saying, "Is that so?" But inwardly she wondered, "The villa's deed?" After a moment of analysis, she gasped in horror, screaming, "What? Is it about his right to residence?" Towards evening, Stephen told her, "These bastards are preparing a plan to threaten Viscount Arnon concerning his manors deed. But there's one thing that puzzles me. What exactly did they steal?" She frowned in anger. "Mr. Dallas is the only one who knows what they stole, but he's currently unconscious."
Viscount Arnon would have no choice but to give it to them. They would force him to leave the manor, no matter how much he pleaded. She thought to herself, those were the events that happened in the original story. Telling Roel was the best way, as she was out of options now. At that moment, Rosin spoke, indicating he wanted to ask her something. "Lady Lamelle, I know this isn't the time, but may I ask you a question?" She replied, "Oh, yes, please do." He then asked, "Did you come to the capital to propose marriage?" She answered, "Yes." He rubbed his hands together and said, "Then I need to tell you a few things." Lamelle thought he intended to object, so she quickly drew her sword, her face full of menace. "Don't tell me you're objecting." He fearfully denied. "No, not at all. I fully support it." Hearing that, she chuckled. "Really? What a relief." After that, he finally said, "The thing is, I truly hope you will marry Viscount Arnon." He stated his wish with utmost seriousness. She could only sigh. "How can I control that?" He firmly stated again, "I will do my best to help you. You are the only one who can save the Viscount from this danger, Lady Lamelle." In her heart, she thought in confusion, "But I am his greatest danger." Suddenly, Kelly burst through the door. "Lady, something's wrong. I just received an urgent letter from the Viscount's manor." This startled them all. She softly asked, "What's wrong?" When Kelly rushed over, handing her a letter. "Please read it. Read what's inside." She froze. So those bastards got him. On the letter Kelly gave her, there was only one word: help, sent from Army. As dusk fell, Lamille quickly arrived, embracing Army to comfort her. Army must have been very scared. The little girl whimpered, recounting, "I kept hearing loud noises from Brother Rule's office. What if he's in danger?" She looked at the servant standing nearby and reassured the little girl, "Go get some rest." The two servants understood, approaching to coax Army. "Miss Army, please come with us." The little girl, still scared, called out her name. "Sister Lamille." She smiled brightly, soothing the fear in the little girl. "Don't worry, I'll take care of everything." This brightened the little girl's mood, and she nodded in agreement. "Okay." Watching Army being led upstairs by the servants, she turned back to ask the remaining servant, "So what happened?" The servant recounted. "Several men in black hats stormed in and forced us to leave the manor immediately." She immediately asked Roel, "What about him?" The servant gloomily replied, "He told us to come to his office." Hearing this, she understood, gripping her sword tightly. All right. When the office door was pushed open, it revealed an incredibly messy room with documents piled everywhere. Roel merely sat helplessly on the floor, letting the two men continue to rummage through things. He gloomily buried his face in his hands when a familiar voice rang out. "Viscount!" Lamille rushed to him, asking with concern, "Are you all right?" Seeing her in front of him, he couldn't believe his eyes. "Lady Lamille, what are you doing here?" Seeing his cheek red from being struck, she trembled with anger, clenching her fists. "How dare they?" She glared furiously. Just then, one of the two men touched her shoulder. He yelled, "Who are you?" She turned around, slapped his hand away, then grabbed his hand and without hesitation twisted it hard, making him scream in pain. "Let me go!" A second later, she delivered a punch to his face, sending him flying backward with a bloody nose. Seeing his comrade like that, the other man immediately pointed his sword at her, but his trembling body betrayed his extreme fear. He stammered, "What the hell?"
Without a word, she landed a powerful blow on the man. Very quickly, she dealt with the rest of them with ease. She even added, "You're the ones who should be leaving." One man, seeing his companions unconscious, pleaded in fear. "I'm sorry, please forgive us." She had no intention of granting his wish and said coldly, "Too late." Her hand gripped the sword. As she was about to draw her sword, a voice called out, "Lady Lamel." Rosanne anxiously wanted to stop her. She turned to him and asked, "What is it?" He advised, "I think that's enough." Lamel looked slightly displeased, turning back to him in disagreement. "Enough?" He said worriedly, "I'll take care of the rest." She was still reluctant to agree. "But I'm not finished yet." Then she looked back at the remaining man who was cowering. Rosanne quickly whispered into her ear, "Viscount Arnon is watching." This made her suddenly realize. She immediately stiffened, then paled as she looked back. Indeed, Royal was watching her every move. He spoke, "Lady Lamel."
From inside Roel's mansion, the terrified screams of the unfortunate mercenaries rang out. "Please spare us. We didn't know the deed had been stolen." The three of them knelt down, trembling as they confessed honestly. "We were tricked into believing we could enter and exit this house freely. Please overlook our actions." However, it's worth noting that they were truly lucky enough to have poked the wrong hornet's nest. Lamil, her face darkened. She cracked her knuckles and hissed through gritted teeth. Her murderous actions even made Roel a little scared. "You should apologize to Viscount Arnon, not me." At this moment, Stephen and Mark unexpectedly appeared. Stephen asked Lamil, "Miss, do you need us?" Mark, standing beside him, widened his eyes in surprise and continued to ask, "Why is the office such a mess?" Lamil didn't answer any of their questions, pointing at the three mercenaries kneeling on the ground and saying, "Stephen, Mark, lock these guys up." The mercenaries panicked and pleaded, "What? No, please be lenient with us just this once." Both Stephen and Mark stared blankly, their eyes seeming to say, "Lenient?" They both sighed in unison, "Aha." Mark grabbed the heads of two of the three unfortunate mercenaries and said to Lamil, "We'll be right back." Stephen grabbed the collar of the remaining one and dragged him away. "You guys should consider yourselves lucky your limbs are still intact." After making sure everything was settled, Lamil turned back, awkwardly saying to Roel, "Sorry, I overreacted, didn't I? I thought they were here to assassinate you." Roel only then realized, "What? Assassinate me?" Lamil explained to him, "You see, Viscount Rosan was attacked by assassins today, and a few days prior, Sir Dallas also found himself in a similar situation." Roel looked up at Viscount Rosan in front of him. "Really?" Viscount Rosan, like a puppet suddenly pulled by strings, unconsciously spoke loudly to prove to Roel. "Yes, but Miss Lamil appeared like a hero and rescued us." Roel's eyes widened and visibly brightened. "Is that so?" Viscount Rosan continued. "Without her there, we would have surely died, truly." Lamil, standing nearby, was startled by Viscount Rosan's spirited remark. She thought to herself, "It's because I know the rules, ha-ha." Roel smiled and said to Lamil, "Thank you for helping me." His somewhat formal remark made Lamil a little shy. "What? No, I just happened to be in the right place at the right time." Roel denied Lamil's modesty, making her even shyer. "No, that's not it. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have known about any of these events."
I must also leave this place, otherwise I will encounter a lot of trouble later. Thank you very much. Roel bowed deeply, expressing his profound gratitude for what Lamil had done for an imperfect person like him. Lamil suddenly spoke. "Well, it's not too late yet, sir. Will you marry me? This place is too dangerous for you to stay." Roel lowered his head, not daring to meet Lamil's sincere gaze. "But it's me. I could also bring you and your family into danger. I should leave alone."
Lamil replied to Roel with fervent spirit, "You underestimate the capabilities of House Claude." Roel was startled and quickly explained, No, of course not, but your family won't gain anything from our marriage." Lamil stood up, her eyes filled with determination as she told Roel everything she had been thinking. "I'm not asking you to give anything. Furthermore, why do you think that would be a loss for us?" Roel wanted to say something, but his words were immediately cut off by Lamil. She called out to Viscount Rosan behind them. "Viscount Rosan, do you think this marriage would be a disadvantage for the Claude family?" Viscount Rosan sided with Lamil without a moment's hesitation. "What? Of course not. On the contrary, I am certain that House Claude would be very proud to have a hero like Viscount Arnon as a son-in-law. Furthermore, when he becomes a part of the family, many renowned knights will gather to congratulate House Claude. The financial and military benefits from that would be immeasurable." "Your value is the immediate measure," Lamil secretly marveled, looking at Viscount Rosan with new eyes. "Oh, he's quite the smooth talker." Lamil decided to tell Roel, hoping he wouldn't feel awkward anymore. "If you still feel uncomfortable, why don't you consider it an investment I'm making in you?" Roel truly began to waver. "An investment, Miss Lamil?" Lamil immediately replied, "Yes." And then Roel finally said, "Give me some time to think. It won't be long."
Lamil chuckled with delight, her eyes crinkling and her face brightened considerably. "Yes, I'm very good at waiting." After Lamil left, only two people remained in the vast mansion, Viscount Rosan and Viscount Roel. He approached him and persuaded him again. "Do you still need to think about it? Your enemies will launch continuous attacks from now on, so staying in the capital is too dangerous for both you and army." Roel clenched the hand resting on his thigh into a fist. "I know,
but why do you think Lady Lamille proposed to me? Viscount Rozon was sweating by now, but he still answered him firmly. Of course, it's because she has a crush on you. Roll asked him again, then what if that crush fades away?
Viscount Rozon was momentarily stunned by Roll's question. He listened motionlessly to Roll's uneasy confession. What will happen to me then? Viscount Rozon suddenly realized now he understood. They were not marrying based on equality, but on the fact that Viscount Arnon would be completely dependent on Miss Lamille. So if she later grew tired of this marriage and wanted a divorce, the Viscount would have no grounds to complain. Far from complaining, he would probably be thrown straight out onto the street. Even so, given the current situation, Viscount Rozon uttered a few words. He spoke to Roll again, his intention unchanged. I still think you should marry her. Although this marriage might not last long, what you need most right now is a strong enough umbrella to shield you from the heavy rain. Roll suddenly said to Viscount Rozon, Army also knows about all of this. I will bring her along. Yes, you're right, Army. The girl had appeared before Roll without him noticing. Yes? He asked his younger sister while gently stroking her head. What do you think of Miss Lamille? Army smiled brightly. I think she is a wonderful and kind person. Roll told her about his situation. The thing is, she proposed to me. Suddenly learning that her beloved Miss Lamille would later be her sister-in-law left Army utterly astonished. Really?
The little girl recalled the words Lady Lamelle had once said to her. What you said is precisely why I respect your brother so much. Army suddenly realized that was what she meant. Then what? What did you say to her? Ruel replied to the little girl. I said I needed more time to think, and I wanted to talk to you first. Army smiled happily at him. I'm very happy. Ruel felt very surprised to hear that. Really? Army affirmed confidently. Yes, because both you and Lady Lamelle are kind people. Two kind people being together is something worth celebrating. However, Ruel uttered a meaningful remark in a low tone. Not necessarily, little one.
Roll frankly expressed his concern to his younger sister Army, saying that if they were to marry Lady Lamille, they would have to move into her house. But if they were like the nobles they had encountered before, without waiting for her brother to finish his sentence, Army immediately said in her childish voice, It's okay. Army tightly gripped her brother's hand. I know what you're worried about, but I'll try my best not to disappoint her family. Army's firm assurance brought tears to Roll's eyes due to emotion. He bowed his head, not daring to look directly into his younger sister Army's sparkling eyes. I'm sorry for making you think about such things at this age, he said, then bent down and hugged Army tightly. Roll looked up toward the doorway. He guessed it was time. At the same time, in Roll's living room, the luxurious teacup on the table suddenly rattled loudly as the tea table shook violently. The one who caused this was none other than Lamille. She pondered and mumbled to herself, Please let Roll come live in the same house as me. While deep in thought, a startled voice suddenly called out, Lady Lamille! Yes, here she is. This is not good. An alarm bell rang in Lamille's mind due to Viscount Rozon's rather unpleasant expression. She felt flustered. What's wrong? Mr. Rozon replied to her, I just finished talking with Viscount Arnon. Huh? After a moment of silence, listening to the entire conversation between Viscount Rozon and Roll, Lamille stroked her chin and began to realize, Oh, so he's afraid I'll abandon him later. How could he worry about that? Viscount Rozon, sitting opposite Lamille, spoke up. Well, perhaps he doesn't have much experience in this area? Hearing that, Lamille was a little surprised. Had she been so open with him? He proposed more and more after the first refusal. After all, she had skipped dating and gone straight for marriage. To him, she must seem like the type who quickly loses interest. Viscount Rozon, seeing Lamille silent and not saying a word, boldly suggested to her, So I have a suggestion. Why don't you try kidnapping him? Lamille actually considered nodding in agreement. I'll consider it. Knowing that the young lady of the Claude family before him would do anything to marry Roel if necessary, Viscount Rozon's eyes sparkled. He profusely thanked Lamille. Really, thank you so much. Seeing his reaction made Lamille dumbfounded. So you were serious? As she was conversing with Viscount Rozon, a soft knock suddenly sounded from outside the room. Immediately after, Army's pretty face peeked out, and the little girl hesitantly greeted her. Sister Lamille?
She moved closer to Army and gently stroked the girl's head. Army, what's the matter, dear? Army smiled happily and told her, My brother wants to speak with you privately. Lamelle was utterly surprised to hear that. Really? He must have made his decision, she thought to herself. Phew. Come on, Lamelle. Don't worry. He's bound to agree to marry you this time. From behind, the Viscount watched her back as she walked up the stairs, fervently encouraging her. Lady Lamelle, even Army is looking forward to the outcome this time. Good luck. Now, more than she had expected, Lamelle's face was terribly contorted, looking utterly unsightly. She was so shocked that she could only stammer. Really? Viscount Roll smiled gently and replied to her, Yes, I will do my best to be a good husband to you. Lamelle placed her hand on her heart and felt its rapid, continuous beats. She thought, Finally, we're husband and wife. We're truly a couple. Lamelle suddenly bowed her head deeply to the ground. Me too. I will do my best to be a good wife.
Roll awkwardly clasped his fingers tightly together and hesitantly said to Lamille, But young lady, I know I shouldn't ask for too much, but I still have one request. Lamille looked up at him and wondered, What is it?
Roll pushed a piece of paper with a few lines written on it towards her. He told her, I want to set conditions for this marriage. Lamille was utterly surprised. She asked herself, conditions? Wait, what if it's something inhumane like absolutely no intimacy? That's unacceptable. Seeing Lamille's shoulders slump and her face filled with disappointment, Roll awkwardly spoke, I understand that might upset you. Lamille's face went from pale to dark. She immediately and hastily denied, sweat beading on her face. It's fine, please go on. She thought to herself, I can't think of anything else but no intimacy. Roll bowed his head even lower and said bitterly to Lamille, if for some reason I leave your family, please take good care of Army. Lamille flinched. She instinctively blurted out, what? Some reason? Roll hesitated, feeling uneasy. He didn't dare to look her directly in the eyes, only managing to say, we might get divorced later. Lamille was so shocked that her mouth fell open. Her heart silently screamed, no way. Roll said to her again, so if it really happens, at least please let Army stay with your family. Lamille suddenly realized that everything Roel was doing now was for his sister's future. So was he willing to part with Army to keep her safe? Roel looked up at Lamille with an extremely expectant and pleading gaze. Is that asking too much? Lamille smiled and replied to Roel's words. Oh, of course not. If you keep looking at me like that, I'll write a guarantee right away. There's no problem at all. Lamille didn't hesitate for another second. She quickly picked up the pen and signed Roel's contract. Is that good? Roel took the paper and said, thank you. Please add your conditions. Lamille pointed at her surprise. Me? Roel smiled, extending the paper towards her, and replied, yes. Looking at the blank condition section that Roel had thoughtfully prepared for her, Lamille felt utterly flustered. I can't think of anything. What condition should I set? How about a kiss at least once a day, or sleeping together at least once a week? Lamille imagined herself and Sir Roel lying together on a soft bed, at which point Roel would shyly say to her, what are you doing? Is this what you meant when you wrote sleeping together? Immersed in her happy, rosy dream, she suddenly snapped awake when she heard Roel call out, are you all right?
Lamille immediately adjusted her demeanor, acting as if nothing had happened. Ahem, I'll add the conditions once I've thought of them, all right? Raoul couldn't make it any harder for her. Of course. Lamille's eyes crinkled with delight as she smiled. All right then, we're married. Raoul bowed his head, shyly replying, I'll do my best. Raoul's simple, rustic mansion was bathed in the warm morning sunlight. Raoul was alone in this vast house, with not much left to move out. He quietly surveyed his surroundings. Raoul's eyes held a hint of lingering sadness, as if the unchanged scenery amidst lost people filled him with regret. Lamille gave a satisfied smile, her eyes glinting dangerously. Finally, we're living under the same roof.
Lamille flung open the door of the house without any warning, then loudly said to Roll, good afternoon. In complete contrast to Lamille's vibrant state, Roll gloomily tried to return the greeting out of politeness. Welcome. Lamille gaped in surprise. Why does he look so sad? I guess it's because he had to move everything in 3 days. Lamille put her hands on her hips while glancing around. It's so empty here. Roll tilted his head and replied to her. Perhaps, because the servants in the house have all left. They were only supposed to work until this month anyway, but I feel bad for telling them to leave earlier.
Hearing that, Lamelle fell into a pensive mood again. He must be very close with his servant. And what about Army? Roll answered her. She just left with Kelly. Lamelle told him, then we should hurry and go too. Roll suddenly felt sadder than when he had first greeted Lamelle. Is it time? Lamelle was very sympathetic to his mood at this moment. You must miss this place very much. Roll gazed into the distance. Yes, this place was personally bestowed upon me by the royal family. One could even say it's the first thing I've ever owned. Lamelle subtly smiled and suggested to Roll, then why don't we take one last tour of it? Roll immediately agreed. She happily pushed his wheelchair, taking him for a stroll around the mansion. Lamelle suddenly thought, actually, I have quite a few memories in this place too. Right from my first visit, I went straight to Lord Roll to propose. Why didn't anyone stop me? I proposed to him a few other times during subsequent visits. This is where I first met Army. It was just the 3 of us, and yet this is where I made the most mistakes. Haha. She recalled her embarrassing moment while dining with Army. Although she had promised to teach the girl etiquette, Army ended up teaching her instead. That's not for the fish plate. At that time, she defended herself, saying, I said it wrong on purpose, Army, you're too smart. A second later, Roll asked her, shouldn't that be used with the left hand? Lamelle broke out in a cold sweat. Oh, right. You're certainly not easy to fool, are you? Ha. And this was where I saw him as the tragic male lead I had imagined. At that moment, she immediately knelt on one knee, holding a large diamond ring box in her hand, and said to Roel, it's not too late, so will you marry me? Lamelle secretly found it a little funny, but I still made him marry me in the end. I confidently declared that one day he would walk on his own 2 feet again, and I wanted to be by his side from then until that day. Just like when I realized I had transmigrated, I would change Ruel's fate from a tragic male lead to a comedic male lead. No more Shattered Sword. The book's title should rightfully be Beloved Sword. Lost in thought as they walked, somehow the two had already completed a full circle around the mansion. Now Ruel turned his head and spoke to Lamel. I think we can go now. Lamel asked him again, Are you sure? Ruel smiled gently and replied to her, Yes, I'm ready to go. Thanks to you.
Lamil was also overjoyed, and she cheerfully set off. All right, let's go then. Just as she stepped out of the mansion gate, Lamil had to stop and ask Roll, Who is that? The scene before them was quite dramatic. Lamil's maid, Kelly, was bowing her head, utterly distraught by Fidel's relentless scolding. No, you're lying. Maid Kelly's face was ashen, her eyes glaring at Fidel, wishing she could eliminate him with a killer stare. Listen, how many more times do I have to say that I'm not lying? Immediately, Lamil spoke up to help her. What's going on, Kelly? Maid Kelly was overjoyed to have found a lifeline, and she whispered to Fidel and his wife Kay, They're here, go ask them. Lamil frowned, her eyes wide with confusion, wondering what in the world is going on. She cleared her throat slightly to try and project more authority. Who are you people, and why are you bothering my maid? Kay friendly introduced herself to Lamil. I am Kay, a veteran from the contingent led by Viscount Arnon. She was about to say something more when Fidel, beside her, eagerly rushed forward and shouted at Roll. Viscount, did you really marry this skinny girl? Roll turned to greet the more polite person in front of him. Long time no see, Kay. For someone as friendly as Roll to ignore Fidel's question startled him. Don't ignore me.
Kay answered Ro according to what he had asked her. I came because I heard you were preparing to leave the capital. Fidel impatiently kept asking Ro what he was wondering. Are you really leaving just to get married? Rel silently bowed his head and softly replied, Yes. Fidel then complained to him, lamenting, But you told me you had never met anyone before. How can you lie to me all the time? Rel shyly covered his face away, no longer looking directly into their eyes. Well, I'm sorry. Kay gently scratched the back of his neck and told Rel, Please don't apologize. Fidel frowned in confusion and said, Yes, but at least you should have told me. Do you know? However, without waiting for Fidel to finish his sentence, Kay gently placed a hand on his shoulder and said affectionately, That's enough. With just those 2 short words, it was very effective in sealing Fidel's mouth, making him jump and reply, right away. Rel suddenly remembered something, and immediately looked directly at both of them with a worried expression. Are you two safe? However, what answered him were the bewildered and astonished faces of both. What do you mean by that? Finally, Rel quickly and concisely explained everything to both of them. Both Fidel and Kay listened very attentively. Fidel even nodded.
After all, he cried out in panic, What? Are there many serious altercations out there? Roll calmly replied to him, I'm glad you understood the situation immediately. Fidel was still very scared. He stroked his smooth chin, then uttered doubtfully, Luckily nothing happened to us, or did it? Don't tell me the reason I was transferred to a new department is because... Lamil heard that and suddenly exclaimed in surprise, You were transferred? Fidel nodded vigorously. He was extremely dissatisfied. Yes, what my superior said was utterly unreasonable, so I went straight to the deputy minister's office and confronted him. The very next day, my desk was gone.
Hearing the owner recount the story of what was supposedly his misfortune, not only Lamil but even Roll and Kay felt it. Fidel continued to ramble on. Yeah, that makes sense. No wonder why they keep pushing servant-like tasks onto me. Lamil unexpectedly made a suggestion to Fidel. So why don't you become a knight for our family? Both Kay and Fidel were truly astonished. He stammered, speechless. Are you talking about the Claude family? Lamel casually replied to him, Yes, I was planning to ask Viscount Rozon and Sir Dallas to stay at our mansion for their safety anyway. Without waiting for Lamil to finish her sentence, Fidel immediately interrupted her. Wait a moment. Fidel and Kay simultaneously took a few steps back, whispering to each other. Fidel, looking extremely excited, agreed with Lamil's idea. Then we'll join. Lamil continued, But you two have to come along right now. Kay said to her, We will go with Sir Dallas as soon as he recovers. Lamel happily agreed with their suggestion. She smiled and bid them farewell. That's good. See you two later.
Lamel pushed the wheelchair forward. Maid Kelly, with a distressed face as if she had just been abandoned, appeared beside a luxurious carriage. Miss, the carriage has arrived, but we couldn't find a carriage with a low step as you requested. Lamel frowned in annoyance, sighing. That won't do. We'll have to carry him up then. I'll make a low step myself as soon as we get home. Roll bowed his head low, sadly telling her, It's my fault. You're having so much trouble because of me. From a distance, Fidel noticed and recognized their predicament. Lamel suddenly bent down and told Roll, Please forgive me. Fidel was about to approach them when he immediately froze. His offer was cut short. Let me help. Lamel had actually lifted Roll up with both hands without any assistance. She gently placed Roll into the carriage. Sorry, I couldn't think of any other way. Roll was so embarrassed his face turned as red as a tomato, and he stammered with his head bowed. No, it's fine. I must be very heavy. Kelly, witnessing the romantic scene between Lamel and Roll from outside, unconsciously blurted out, I think we can trust her to be with Viscount Arnon. Fidel, with sparkling eyes, replied curtly, Agreed. Maid Kelly busily reported to Lamel, Miss, we will be departing. Lamel, cheerful and relaxed, rested her arm on the carriage window frame and waved goodbye to the two people below. See you later. Kelly bowed to her. Yes, have a safe journey. Fidel excitedly waved again and shouted to Roll, Congratulations on your wedding, Viscount.
Roll had settled into his seat inside the carriage. He gently nodded, responding to the blessing from his subordinate, Fidel. Lamil flinched as soon as she heard that. Wait, she thought, that means I can carry him at least twice every time we travel by carriage. She giggled, her face full of thoughtful schemes, leaving Roll, who was sitting opposite her, utterly bewildered. The carriage sped forward on the relatively flat dirt road.
Lamel broke the silence between the two of them inside. We will soon arrive at the Claude family's territory. Ruel was radiating extreme tension. He lowered his head and replied awkwardly to her. All right. Lamel, seeing him like this, subtly realized, he looks really worried. And then she spoke to reassure him. There's nothing to worry about. Ruel was surprised to hear the girl opposite him say that. What? Lamel smiled and spoke to him. You're worried about my family, aren't you? Ruel hesitated to admit it, just like a child caught by their mother. Oh? Lamel was speaking enthusiastically. My whole family is just like me, when suddenly the carriage braked sharply, causing her entire body to lurch forward. Ruel asked worriedly. Miss, are you all right? Lamel smiled gently and replied to his concern. Yes, I'm fine. However, just a second later, she angrily yelled at the coachman. Hey, drive more carefully. The coachman awkwardly shouted back to her. My apologies, miss. The old coachman opened the door and said to Lamil, I think your family has sent an escort. Lamil jumped down from her seat, extremely displeased. Why would they do that? Before she could finish expressing her dissatisfaction, she immediately heard the clatter of horse hooves approaching, and her handsome younger brother Seberi appeared. Seberi exuded an overwhelming aura, and his voice was distinctly cold. How did you convince him to accept your offer? Lamil crossed her arms over her chest, calmly replying to her younger brother in a similarly icy tone. With my beautiful face, of course. But why are you here? Seberi dismounted from his horse as gracefully as possible, replying, Perhaps you don't know, but this is the Claude family's guest reception ritual. Evidently, if Seberi hadn't mentioned it, Lamil would have never known about it. Her face contorted in extreme confusion. Really? Without waiting for her to adapt, Seberi immediately delivered a remark that felt like a painful slap to Lamil's face. You actually believed that? Lamil's fury flared, and she gritted her teeth, hissing, Are you looking for a beating? In contrast, Seberi remained completely unfazed, as if nothing had happened, and casually changed the subject. Anyway, where is Count Arnon? Lamil reluctantly replied to her younger brother's question. In the carriage. Seberi pointed to himself and with a bright smile told his sister Lamil, First impressions are very important, so I'm here as the representative of the Claude family.
Lamil shot Seberi a glare, an expression of utter disgust on her face. Drop that fake act of yours. Seberi deliberately turned a deaf ear to Lamil's threats, a dazzling smile still gracing his lips. Have you ever looked at yourself in the mirror? My apologies, sir. The door of the carriage, where Roel had been sitting silently inside, opened. He spoke up in response to Seberi. Yes. Seberi offered Roel a polite, professional smile. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. I am Seberi Claude, in charge of escorting you today. As it was his first time meeting his brother-in-law, Roel was quite inexperienced in such matters and felt a little nervous. Oh, hello. I am Roel Arnon. Not only Seberi's sweet words, but also his gestures and demeanor clearly showed the hospitality of a Claude family member. It is truly an honor to meet such a wonderful person as yourself, sir. Roel replied with a friendly smile. Thank you, but you two must be siblings. You both look very much alike. Seberi's smile instantly vanished. Even Lamil's and his own expressions of horror were truly identical, as if cast from the same mold. The two immediately shrieked, their faces contorted as if unable to accept such a notion. How can I be like him? I never said we were sisters. You'd best let go of me. Seberi, not to be outdone, shrieked in alarm. I look like her? Roel, feeling awkward and embarrassed, reiterated once more. Well, you two share the same surname and hair color.
Lamil shot Seberi a look and coldly ordered him, Dye your hair back when we get home. Seberi shot his sister Lamil a look back and said, You're the one who should be saying that. Seeing this awkward situation, Roel could only awkwardly try to mediate between the two Claude siblings, saying, Please don't fight. As the three of them were caught in a difficult predicament, Roel's younger sister appeared from behind.
The little girl asked everyone in a childish voice. The carriage suddenly stopped. What happened? It was Army's voice.
Lamel introduced Seberi to the little girl, and he immediately cooperated with his sister, smiling and playing the role of a good younger brother. This is my younger brother, Seberi. Army politely greeted Seberi. Hello, my name is Army Arnon. Seberi knelt on one knee and gently patted the little girl's head. The Count's younger sister is also my younger sister, so from now on you don't need to be shy. Just call me Big Brother. Army's eyes sparkled when she heard that. Yes, Big Brother. Wow, he's really friendly, just like Lady Lamel. Lamel, standing right behind them, crossed her arms over her chest and lowered her voice sarcastically. Big Brother. Haha, stupid Big Brother would be more accurate. Seberi wasn't one to be outdone. He hissed, Shut up, sister. After a long and smooth journey, everyone finally arrived at Count Claude's luxurious mansion. A maid inside politely reported to Lamel, Everyone is waiting inside. Roll grew even more anxious. He tightly held Army's small hand and wondered to himself, What will the Count and Countess think of us? I hope they will like us. The room door opened, and all three immediately saw Count Claude and his wife, Countess Lyra, inside. Roll became even more nervous. They exuded an aura that could not be underestimated. The shield of the West, Shale Claude, the spear of the West, Lyra Clo.
The Count smiled kindly and greeted Ruel first. I am Shale Claude. The Countess, however, was a little more reserved than her husband, simply introducing herself, Lyra Claude. Ruel returned their greetings. Thank you for your warm welcome. I am Ruel Arnon. Army cried out anxiously from the bottom of her heart. I can't believe I stammered. I need to be more perfect, and my voice is hoarse. Ruel, just like his younger sister, suddenly felt so tense that he had to clench his hand tightly against his right leg to try and stay calm. Count Sale approached and shook Ruel's hand. Thank you very much for agreeing to our daughter's marriage proposal. Army stared at Countess Lyra again and exclaimed in surprise, Wow, she looks exactly like Lady Lamel. Countess Lyra had also noticed Army, and this child is... Army stammered in response, but the Countess's gaze couldn't calm Army down as it usually did. I am Army of the Arnon family. Countess Lyra cut her off. I heard the Count has a younger sister, but this is not what I expected. Roll stared in astonishment at her loaded comment. What do you mean? Countess Lyra suddenly frowned. This child is quite something. Army was so frightened he was on the verge of tears. Lamil immediately jumped in to stop her. Mother, please, let these two rest. They've had a long journey. If you have anything to say, please save it for tomorrow. Can we end it here? She worriedly thought, why is Mother suddenly like this? Countess Lyra pushed Lamil back, and she said coldly and calmly, It's not a big deal. While Army trembled in fear under Countess Lyra's looming presence, Roll tried to explain to her, Countess, Army only stammered during the introduction because I've been too busy to teach him proper etiquette. Please, Countess, be lenient and forgive us. The Countess said with a hint of disappointment, Why are you all acting so strangely? I merely wanted to say that this child is cuter than I thought, just like a little rabbit. Lamil, right behind her, her face turning from pale to dark with indignation, yelled at Countess Lyra, Amelia! The empty stroller was neatly propped in the corner.
Everyone had taken their seats at the table, ready to enjoy the lavish feast. Lyra, dotingly, worried the little girl wouldn't be able to reach, so she took several dishes and placed them in front of Army, kindly instructing her, Here, have some more. The little girl looked at them longingly, but still politely thanked before picking up her chopsticks. Thank you. Shale also adored her cuteness. He thoughtfully selected several delicious dishes and placed them near the little girl. Take your time. If you're full, you don't have to force yourself to eat. In contrast to the lively, caring, and attentive table, Lamel's side, along with Roel and her younger brother, was relaxed, calm, and quiet. It wasn't gloominess, but simply because she was too busy eating. Lamel was about to stuff a whole piece of steak into her mouth when Roel turned to call out Lady Lamel, which made her jump and freeze. Her hand still held the piece of meat midair, not yet having had a chance to enjoy it. She asked, bewildered, Yes? Roel shyly leaned close to her ear and whispered, I misunderstood you. Thank you for protecting Army back then. She chuckled dismissively. It was nothing. Just as she was about to add a few polite remarks, Lamel suddenly realized, no wait, isn't this an opportunity for me to gain more favor with him? Without hesitation, Lamel immediately acted. She widened her sparkling innocent eyes, innocently took his hand, with a carefree demeanor. You don't need to thank me for these things. Roel's face flushed crimson as he watched her hold his hand, the handsome man embarrassed by the intimate contact.
She turned to look at Army with the compassionate, endlessly loving gaze of an older sister. It's only natural that I protect him, isn't it? He's my family now. He was stunned, his heart stirred, and he unconsciously asked, Your family? Lamel nodded very gently on the surface, but inwardly she was smiling slyly. Yes, a family bound by law. You'll have to stay by my side forever. Seeing his daughter so attached to him, Shale thought she was completely smitten, so he suggested, By the way, Lamel. She looked bewildered. Yes? When are you planning to have the engagement ceremony? If you're okay with it, I think both sides should have the engagement ceremony tomorrow, he asked his daughter idly.
wiping his mouth in an elegant, aristocratic manner.
She remembered with a start. Oh, right, I almost completely forgot about this. Roll didn't understand what an engagement was. He whispered into her ear, "Is that a different kind of marriage arrangement?" Lamille stammered, scratching her head. She wanted to explain but couldn't find the words, and besides, she wanted to surprise him. "You see, the Claude family has a tradition like this. You'll understand right after the ceremony tomorrow." Seeing her like that, Roll, despite his curiosity, didn't ask anything further. The next day, early in the morning, the maid pushed Roll, who was sitting in a wheelchair, dressed in appropriate ceremonial attire. Lamille was already waiting, radiant, and waved her hand. "Good morning, Sir Knight." To his surprise, he wasn't the only one in this situation. Roll asked curiously, "Miss Lamille, do you also have to dress like this?" She chuckled, tossing her hair and striking a pose. "I've got everything covered, don't you see? What do you think? Does this style suit me?"
Roll's face turned as red as a ripe tomato. Getting to admire his wife being teased by her, he was overjoyed again. Her smooth, flowing, lustrous blue hair was braided long down her back, and her full, ample bosom was subtly revealed and concealed beneath her short top. "You look very beautiful," Roll replied shyly, avoiding her gaze. His voice was so faint that Lamille misheard it as, "Huh? Do I look a bit chubby?" Roll wanted to correct her, but he was mortified, so he just changed the subject. Anyway, could you tell me about the engagement?" "About that," she said, opening a side door. "I'll explain as we go down the stairs." Behind the door was a long flight of stairs leading downwards. Roll paused, uneasy. "I think we'll have to leave the wheelchair up here." Lamille pointed to a wheelchair already prepared below and said, "Don't worry, there's one down there too." The long stairs felt like they were cutting into an old wound, and his voice grew smaller with self-consciousness. "But I can't go down the stairs. I'm sorry, but it would be better if I called someone to help." Lamille cut him off decisively. "No, I'll carry you, just like when we went to the carriage." Her face lit up with delight, her arms spread wide as if she had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Roll was flustered, but that was only a short distance. After much back and forth, with him repeatedly refusing, Lamille assertively pulled his hand. She smiled, leaning closer. "Sir Knight, I am also a knight of Claude." Roll, still a bit foolish, looked bewildered. "Why are you suddenly saying that now? Let me show off what I've got. Every knight in this manor can lift 200 kilograms without breaking a sweat." In truth, she was exaggerating. Only Lamille could actually do it. Yet he believed her completely, and he clapped admiringly. "I see. Claude's knights are truly amazing."
She quickly lifted him up. Now there's nothing to worry about, right? Looking down from Lamille's position, she immediately saw a sight that made her eyes burn. Roel's loose outfit revealed his fair skin and alluring collarbones. The innocent, pure boy shyly bowed his head to avoid her gaze. She was startled. Lamille realized something and paused for about 2 seconds. Wait, this might be a bit too daring. Now she understood why male leads always found it so difficult to control themselves around female leads. Just bowing your head, you'd immediately encounter a beautiful face like an angel descended from heaven. Lamille closed her eyes, trying to calm herself and sighed, "This is driving me crazy." As the two were going down, Roel was still fretting. "I'm sorry, miss, I must be very heavy." She chuckled. "Not at all, this is perfectly fine." Just as she was about to lean down to exchange a few friendly words, her eyes immediately caught sight of his firm, fair chest muscles. Truly, this dangerous factor made her mind unstable. Before she could even process it, her feet slipped off the ground.
Lamelle landed hard on her bottom, but fortunately, she reacted quickly enough to lift him up. The dangerous game of sliding down the stairs, accompanied by desperate screams, continued until her entire body hit the ground hard. But throughout the process, she kept holding on to Roel, protecting him, so he remained completely unharmed. He shook Lamelle, who was sprawled on the ground. "Lady Lamelle, are you all right? Please wake up." Lamelle struggled to her feet, regained her composure, and helped him into a chair, smiling. I'm fine. We went down quite fast, didn't we?" Seeing her completely unscathed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Looking at the surrounding space, he marveled. "Anyway, I see there's a very large cave under the manor here." Lamelle, limping, continued to push him forward, occasionally rubbing her sore bottom, and replied, "It's because Count Claude was a bit eccentric, so he decided to leave it like this." He was puzzled. Eccentric? Lamelle recounted. The first count, the founder of the Claude family, had to relocate many times due to vassal uprisings, attacks from neighboring countries, and pressure from the royal family.
Roel felt sympathetic. He must have had a difficult time? Yes, certainly. She thought so too. He fled to this cave after being betrayed by the vassals he trusted. Roel thought she was done, feeling restless because he didn't understand what she was getting at. He thought, I understand how important his descendants are after hearing what he went through, but what does that have to do with the marriage contract? But it wasn't over yet. Lamille continued. The first count didn't come here alone, you know. A bright torch illuminated the count's dark path. A girl with a cold beauty was holding the torch.
She gripped her sword tightly. "But my lord, you took in a lowly slave like me and trained me to become a knight like this." He denied. "With your talent, you would have succeeded soon enough. I did nothing."
The bodyguard casually sat down beside him. Why did you grant me my own land? The Count was silent. Because you deserve it. She pressed him without reservation. But you didn't grant anything like that to the other knights. He blushed crimson, speechless. Seeing him shyly silent beside her, she stated firmly, My lord, you are my haven, so how could I ever leave you? Roel listened intently, asking curiously, What happened next? She smiled. That knight, who was once a slave, became the first countess of the Claude family. Roel was pleased with the ending, applauding admiringly. The Claude family is truly amazing. She scratched her head hesitantly. You think so? Anyway, Lamille slowly pointed towards the clear underground spring not far away, introducing, This underground water was shared by the two of them to overcome a crisis. This is also where the first Count Claude decided to marry the Countess. The two approached the spring, and she bent down to scoop a bowl of water. Seeing the bowl of water she offered, Roel understood, We will officially become husband and wife through this water-sharing ritual? She nodded. That's right. He carefully and reverently raised the bowl of water. All right, I'll drink now.
Ruel gulped down a long drink. Lamille watched him intently, swallowing. Her heart pounded as if it would leap out of her chest. Could just drinking water be so captivating? After drinking, he awkwardly handed her the bowl of water, stammering, But Miss Lamille. Seeing him so hesitant, she thought there was something wrong with the water, so she asked, Does the water have a taste? Ruel decisively pushed the bowl towards her, closed his eyes, and mustered his courage to say, No, nothing at all. Please drink it. Lamille was puzzled, wondering suspiciously, Why is his face so red? Could this be alcohol? Curious, she drank the remaining water in one gulp. After that, she wiped her mouth, let out a satisfied sigh, and then casually tossed the bowl aside. It's just cool and refreshing water. It's done. Let's head up.
Seeing him constantly looking at her with sparkling eyes, she wondered, Is there something on my face? Roel's ears turned crimson. No, it's just, perhaps that's called an indirect kiss. He covered his face in embarrassment. Lamelle froze, standing still in place. Huh? Seeing her looking bewildered, Roel regretted it, thinking that perhaps only he was sensitive and overthinking things. He hastily said, Forget what I just said, let's go. But he didn't know that was her expression of anguish, of deep regret, because her mind wasn't quick enough at the right moment. She lamented, He should have told me sooner so I could have enjoyed it more fully. In the evening, night fell, enveloping the entire mansion. On the luxurious table, wine and food were already prepared. Now we have completed the first ritual. After that, we need to have a meal together. Lamelle smiled and pulled out a chair for him. She thoughtfully asked, Do you drink wine, sir? Yes. Actually, I used to like drinking wine. She was surprised. Really? Roel recalled with a hint of sadness. Yes, because there was always wine on the battlefield.
She mused, recalling that the novel had described him drinking a few times, but she hadn't known he actually liked to drink alcohol. She sat down and invited him. Care for a drink? In the romantic atmosphere, the crisp clinking of glasses rang out, lingering in one's mind. By the way, miss, she was taken aback that he would ask her. Yes. Roel looked at her. Does this mean we don't need to have a wedding? Lamille took a small sip and replied, No, of course we'll have a wedding. Probably in about a year or so. She explained, Our family has a custom of only holding a wedding after the couple has lived together harmoniously for a period of time. Roel was amused. That's quite an interesting tradition. She smiled. Indeed, because the first countess was once a slave. Most people opposed their marriage, so they had to wait for a while before having a proper wedding. Roel sheepishly asked, So are we engaged today? She shook her head. No, we are married. Confused, he awkwardly asked, But you said the wedding would be in a few hundred days. Lamille interrupted, stating firmly, What we did today is more important than the wedding. We have officially registered our marriage. He obediently nodded. I see. He only nodded to humor her, as he still naively asked again, But what do you mean by registered? She was pained. No, rather she had a headache, explaining, We are now legally bound. Well, it's just something similar. Yes, this world doesn't have the concept of marriage registration. Taking a sip of Annin to clear away the headache-inducing thoughts, she beamed. Anyway, cheers. As she leaned down, she flashed a sly smile. Now, only the final ritual remains.
After a hearty meal, when it was time to turn off the lights, their hearts pounded as they lay on the bed holding hands. She might seem strong, but she was actually quite timid. Lamille, blushing, came up with the final ritual of holding hands and sleeping together. All right, he tried to sound calm, but his heart was already racing. Lamille shifted her body outwards, her inner self screaming, This is more embarrassing than I thought. The two lay quietly, watching the faint moonlight stream through the window. Roel still couldn't sleep, so he gently asked casually, Miss Lamille, are you asleep yet? The other person lay still, not responding, so he answered himself, She probably is. Lamille, on her side, was struggling to open her mouth, but before her words could come out, she had to swallow them back with regret. I missed my chance to answer. Just as she was about to give up, she heard his voice call out, Miss Lamille. Her ears immediately perked up, listening intently to what he was about to say. He sincerely expressed his feelings. Thank you very much. Before I met you, I was almost broken. I thought that a Roel Arnon who could no longer wield a sword was utterly useless. At that time, all around me was despair. I felt myself sinking deeper and deeper into an endless, icy cold water, no longer wanting to exist. I was too obsessed with finding a way to recover, and I forgot my loved ones. If it weren't for you, I would never have realized that until each person left one by one. In that endless spiral, your radiant image and warm smile appeared. You saved us. You are the light of my life. You saved me from the abyss of suffering. Thank you. Rule gazed gently at the girl sleeping peacefully beside him. I truly don't know how to thank you enough. Thank you so much. Though there was no movement from behind her, don't assume she was in a deep sleep. In fact, her face was streaked with snot and tears, and she was stuffing her fist into her mouth to stifle a sob. In that moment of losing control, Lamille let her emotions overwhelm her reason, and she blurted out, sobbing, "No, I only did what I could for the one I love." The very next second, she quickly regained her composure before things got worse, but words once spoken cannot be unsaid. She waited in anxious silence for him to question her, but after a moment there was still silence, so Lamille cautiously sat up and called out, "Sir?"
Fortunately, the boy beside her had fallen asleep. She checked several times to confirm. He's asleep. She sighed in relief, lay down, and smiled as she watched him. Even in his sleep, he looked just like an angel. "Sweet dreams," she whispered. After that, she also held his hand and drifted into a peaceful sleep. The next morning, the radiant sun poured in its early light. There was a knock at the door. "Miss." Lamille sat sluggishly on the chair and said, "Come in." Stepping inside, Kelly only saw her master sitting sprawled out, yawning widely, looking utterly unrefined. Kelly wondered, "Are you here alone, my lady?" Lamille let out a long sigh. "Arnon was called away by my father." Kelly glanced at Lamille meaningfully and asked, "Did anything happen last night?" Lamille innocently asked back, "What do you mean, what happened?" Seeing that her master seemed to understand nothing, Kelly had no choice but to roll up her sleeves and ask directly, "What I mean is..." In Kelly's memory, Lamille had once avidly read adult novels before the ceremony, with a mischievous expression, a nosebleed streaming down, and asked perverted questions like, "Should I try the things I've missed out on until now?" Lamille's hair stood on end as she sprang up and yelled, "That was just reading! Who would use adult novels to learn about their first night?"
She sighed regretfully. "And here I thought you wanted to learn from novels because you had no experience." She was speechless. "I read all of them with you." Kelly, looking serious and innocent as if unrelated to the matter, said, "I'm not married yet, so don't drag me into this." She was helpless with her maid. "What does that have to do with anything? Does that mean all you did was sleep while holding hands?" she asked again. Lamille, irritable and blunt, replied, "Just holding hands was already a great miracle." She scratched her head, seeking advice. "By the way, after holding hands, what else should we do?" Kelly was impressed. "You really ask about that with such an innocent face." "Now for the main topic," she announced. "Anyway, Countess Claude is looking for you." She was suspicious. "My mother? I have a bad feeling about this." In the study, Liera was seriously working, but her aura and demeanor still made it impossible for people to look away. Lamille entered, closing the door behind her. She got straight to the point. "What do you need me to do, mother?" She calmly replied while working. "Nothing serious." She noticed a stack of letters piled as high as her head and asked curiously, "What are all those letters?" "They contain news about your marriage vows," she replied casually. Lamille was curious.
"Who are you sending them to?" At this moment, she finally looked up at her. "Obviously, to our vassals." Lamiu, appearing uninterested, replied casually, "I see." Liera frowned, assessing. "You seem quite relaxed." She then questioned, "You've never cared about dating, let alone household matters, but you're suddenly getting married. How do you think the vassals will react to your marriage?" Lamiu pondered. "Well, they might say it's a surprise. So what?" Thinking of something, she suddenly became excited. "Will they send wedding gifts?" Seeing this carefree attitude, Liera put down her pen in resignation and sighed. "You are my daughter, but you could..." She seriously analyzed for her foolish daughter. "First, they will want to know more about your husband. The vassal is from outside the city, just like me. The vassals might not welcome him." Her expression was pensive, a little sad. "I'm only mentioning this now, but when I first arrived here, I faced a lot of difficulties." Lamiu wondered, "Was it a short time after you joined the House of Claude?" "The House of Claude, 25 years ago. It was still that large, majestic, luxurious house. The young ladies of the vassals came to visit me. It was a complete mess."
Initially, they suggested we host a tea party. Back then I was young, so I thought it was merely a welcoming event, failing to notice their contempt, disgust, and envy. Their fake smiles were nauseating, but in reality, they wanted to make things difficult for me. Lamille was puzzled. "Make things difficult for you?" Her voice grew somber. A teacup was thrown. "What?" she asked, bewildered. She continued. "Swords were drawn, and the table was overturned." Lamille was furious. "They drew swords in front of the countess?" She stomped her feet, angry on her mother's behalf. Wait, what right did they have to act so violently? Who threw things? It was me, she smiled, making Lamil freeze, forgetting to move. At that moment, Liara flew into a rage, her killing intent no different from a monster's. She used the table as a leverage point, drew her sword, and slashed at those who dared to touch her. Lamil was dumbfounded. What? She chuckled, recalling. When I drew my sword and kicked the table, they fell silent. They probably thought I was an easy target to bully. The young ladies cried pitifully in fear, apologizing profusely. It turned out they were forced to visit me because of their parents.
You should have seen your father's face when he arrived. Seeing that mess, your father thought something terrible had happened. Frightened and anxious, he called for Liara. But as soon as he entered the room and saw several noble young ladies trampled flat on the ground by her, he solicitously asked, "I heard a loud noise. Are you all right?" It was clear at a glance whether she was all right or not. He gently and understandingly turned away, saying, "Oh, it's fine. You can continue." Liara chuckled. His expression at that moment was truly adorable, but something truly terrible had happened. After that, none of the vassals dared to speak ill of your mother. Do you understand now?
She nodded worriedly. Her mother added, "You should relay this to Ruel and tell him to mentally prepare for the upcoming tea party." Back in the present, she was relaying her mother's exact words to Ruel. "So, some people will be visiting you soon. Please prepare yourself for the tea party." Seeing him silent and pensive, without a reaction, she called out again, "Lord Ruel, you heard everything I said, didn't you, Lord Ruel?" He startled back to his senses, looking bewildered. "Pardon me, miss, what did you just say?" She awkwardly repeated, "You should prepare yourself for the tea party." He nodded, understanding. "I heard you." Rarely seeing him so dazed, Lamil asked, feeling uneasy, "Is something wrong, Lord Ruel?" He politely apologized. "Pardon me." She was worried. He had maintained a gloomy expression since returning. As expected, everything was too sudden, wasn't it? She mused, remembering reading something about high society in novels. He lowered his face and denied. "No, it's not that, but what?" She waited for the next sentence, but he trailed off, deciding not to speak. "It's nothing." Lamil's heart ached. Seeing him looking glum like a delicious buttery potato, her little heart ached terribly. Oh, this man. She took his hand. "Lord Ruel?" "Yes," he replied, bewildered.
She looked at him seriously and said, "Before, I wouldn't have asked again because we weren't family, but it's not like that anymore, because now we are husband and wife." Seeing her firm, sincere gaze, Royal felt his heart melt. He didn't want to hide it from her anymore. "To be honest, I'm more scared than uncomfortable," he said. She was surprised. "Scared?" He lowered his head. "Actually, I've had conflicts with other nobles in the past." Night fell, but the darkness could not envelop the entire vast, gleaming mansion, brilliant with lights. Rahl was walking briskly, looking around. This place was truly vast and luxurious. He cautiously looked around, telling himself, "Perhaps I shouldn't be here. I heard only nobles are invited." But very quickly that thought was dismissed. "No, this is the first party I've been invited to. And besides, the Viscount instructed that unless there's a valid reason, the host would be displeased if I declined." That's what Viscount Rose had told him. A joyful welcome rang out. "Viscount Arnon, you've arrived." A cordial noble stepped forward. "It's a great pleasure. I am Kadek."
"You're truly as handsome as they say." Roll awkwardly waved his hand. "Not really." He bowed his head in thanks. "Thank you, Count, for inviting me." Count Cadet politely replied, "I should be thanking you for accepting. Come, let's go inside." The ballroom doors opened, revealing a bustling crowd of nobles inside. "There are so many people in here." Cadet politely offered him, "Would you like a drink?" He hesitated before replying, "Yes." He smiled. "Excellent. I know quite a few knights who don't like to drink." He initiated a conversation with Cadet. "Certainly there are some like that, but I think most knights enjoy drinking." Cadet was surprised. "Really?" He nodded. "When one has to live on the battlefield, relying on alcohol is understandable." He nodded thoughtfully. "I see. So is alcohol provided to soldiers on the battlefield?" He replied, "That's usually the case, but it's been a bit more difficult recently." He sighed regretfully. "That's truly a shame. It's terrible that they can't drink when they want to." Roll mused. Does he sympathize with the soldiers? Suddenly, a platinum-haired noble approached and greeted. "Long time no see, Count Cadet." He playfully exclaimed, "Look who it is!" More and more people started to arrive. Roll remarked, "Everyone keeps approaching him." He turned around. "Perhaps I should leave him be." He was about to quietly slip away when Cadet suddenly raised his hand and introduced, "This is the hero who led us to victory in the recent war." He was surprised. "Huh?" "Viscount Roll Arnon." Since he had already been introduced, he reluctantly bowed and greeted, "It's a pleasure." Everyone expressed their gratitude and admiration for him. "You are a hero of the battlefield. It's an honor to meet you like this." He felt happy inside because everyone was so kind. Everyone raised their glasses cheerfully to welcome him. Rule took a sip of wine. Listening to everyone talk, he thought to himself, "I heard that nobles care about family background, but perhaps that's a misunderstanding."
Suddenly, a servant ran over to announce, "Sir, Count Kedek is looking for you." Rule asked, "What's the matter?" The servant immediately reported something. He immediately found an excuse to leave. "It seems I must excuse myself for a moment. I'll be right back." Count Kedek's influence was truly immense. This was something he realized as soon as he left, because the nobles who had just been gathered in one place now dispersed, treating him as if he were thin air. He chuckled to himself, feeling a bit lightheaded from the alcohol. "This is actually good for me. Should I go out to the balcony to clear my head?" The balcony outside was quiet, far from the noisy music and chatter of people. He stood there, waiting for the wind to rush past. It was refreshing. I wonder why everyone drinks so fast.
Suddenly, he overheard discussions from upstairs. He froze upon hearing the insults. Why would he invite a lowly knight? Is he the Earl's new pet? The nobles chimed in with vile, offensive remarks. Perhaps he's here for display. Earl Kedek always enjoys that. Even so, I had to shake hands with a commoner. How disgusting. Roel clenched his fists. A commoner knight? Are they talking about me? A noblewoman scoffed. But he does look quite handsome. The others showed their disdain. What if he's handsome? Inside, he's still a crude commoner. Who knows? Maybe he was once a slave. At this, they burst into delighted laughter. Or perhaps he's an illegitimate child. They had just been pleasant to him, and it turned out that was what they truly thought. His face darkened. Roel turned away dejectedly. He should go home. He pushed open the door and said to the butler, "Excuse me, I need to speak with Earl Kedek." The butler replied, "You can find the Earl in the left corridor." He forced himself to say, "Thank you. I will tell him that I'm leaving because I don't feel well."
Nearing the destination, he heard an unpleasant sound. What, him again? He stopped short, recognizing the voice. "Why does he want me to pay for his treatment?" Kedek fumed. The other person explained, "He was injured while protecting you." He irritably yelled, "How dare a knight ask his master to pay for his broken arms treatment? Tell him I won't tolerate it if he comes here asking for money for such a trivial matter again." Roel was stunned. Was this person truly the same as the one from earlier? He trembled as he stepped out, not expecting that person to treat his protector like that. He just walked straight ahead, not bothering to look back. All nobles are the same. He stopped, turned around, and looked back at the magnificent, splendid mansion where music and boisterous voices resounded. This was not the place for him. Lemuel recalled that this had been mentioned in the novel, so that was why he was so anxious when he first arrived in Claude. "What about me, Sir Roel?" Roel looked bewildered. She smiled, gripping his hand. "Aren't you afraid I might have similar thoughts about you?" Roel blushed. "I trust you, Miss Lemuel." She smiled. "Why do you trust me?" She leaned in, intertwining her fingers with his. He hesitated. "Well, because you came to help me when I was at my most desperate."
Acting as if I'm sad and gloomy. "So would you trust anyone who helps you?" He hastily denied. "No, that's not what I meant. When someone needs help, most people ignore them instead of lending a hand." Her heart ached as she watched, not knowing how many bad people he had encountered up until now. She cheerfully encouraged him. "Anyway, you should trust that the people who will visit you later are as trustworthy as I am. You can do it." Raoul was puzzled. "Excuse me?" She mused. "Some of them can be quite troublesome at times, and some of them always complain, but most of them are good people." She smiled. "I'm a good judge of character, and I don't make friends with weirdos."
I don't want to force you, because I will always be by your side. She gently withdrew her hand. Raoul was about to say something when he tightly grasped her hand and pulled it back. He said, embarrassed, "You don't have to apologize." Lemuel was taken by surprise, unable to react in time. Raoul looked at her steadfastly. "I will do my best not to become a burden to the Claude household." Lemuel beamed. "Really?" She thought to herself happily. His mood is quite good now, so perhaps we can... Suddenly Raoul realized, and he gasped in surprise. They were holding hands, fingers intertwined in a very romantic way. He hastily withdrew his hand, flustered. "I'm sorry, I did that unconsciously." Lemuel was bewildered. Sweat poured down her face, and she said helplessly, "How can we make any progress when he reacts like this, even to just holding hands? I think I need more advice." Her mind immediately went to the experienced teacher Kelly, even though she had never been in love once.
Lemuel stood up and left immediately, saying, "I need to ask Kelly a few things, so I should probably go now." Seeing her leave so quickly, Ruel felt a little disappointed. He closed his eyes in thought, wondering if she had left in such a hurry because of him. She had certainly been surprised just now. Anyone would be annoyed if someone suddenly grabbed their hand like that. He gloomily looked at his hand. Ruel blamed himself, certain that she was angry because he had acted rudely. He clenched his hand, feeling dejected. But why did he feel disappointed at that moment, when Lemuel gently pulled her hand away? He had wanted to hold on to her hand tightly. He snapped back to reality. How could he think such embarrassing things? He shook his head vigorously. Sitting here and blaming himself like this wouldn't change anything now, so he had to think about what to do next. First was the tea party, a social event where people gathered and conversed. He wasn't very good at conversation. Could he do well? He nervously imagined the scenario. What if he made a mistake in front of all the guests? He recalled his promise not to become a burden to the Claude household. He gained more motivation and determination. Yes, he should try his best instead of worrying about everything. He calmly analyzed. To win a battle, he needed to understand his enemy. He shifted his thoughts. He needed to find someone who could provide information about the other young nobles. Scene change. A resounding thud echoed throughout the Claude mansion. A hurried figure stood before Severy, stating that someone was plotting something sinister against Viscount Arnon. Lemille angrily shouted, "Even if it's just a hunch, I'm certain they want Viscount Arnon to fall."
Saberi understood the situation, but he was too afraid of this older sister. She lunged in as if she wanted to tear someone apart. "Why are you bringing this up so suddenly? And could you please stand a little further away?" Her blood boiling, she said, "I'm not kidding. The Viscount is truly in danger. It's like how we never thought the House of Claude would be in danger, but we never know what might happen. I want to discuss options so we can prepare, just in case."
Severy tapped his pen, lost in thought. He found it hard to understand why a group of people wanted his brother-in-law to fall. What kind of people dared to challenge the Empire's hero? He looked up, watching his sister, who was fretting and talking incessantly. Was there a more certain way to suppress them? He felt a little reassured, but no matter who they were, he thought the Viscount would be fine, because the sister was always by his side. She was so strong that anyone who faced her felt inferior. She was like a monster resting a sword on her shoulder, mocking the losers after defeating them. He sighed, certain that she could handle everything. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. A knight reported, "Sir Severy, Viscount Arnon is here to see you." He was stunned. My brother-in-law? He quickly stood up to welcome him. "Please come in." Ruel politely asked, "Do you have time?" Severy smiled and replied, "Of course." Ruel went straight to the point. "I've come because I need to talk to you about." Severy was confused. What did his brother-in-law need to talk to him about? Ruel continued, "Sir Shale is very interested in history." As Ruel took notes, he replied, "I understand." When they finished, Ruel bowed, "Thank you for providing me with this important information." Severy smiled cheerfully. "Don't mention it. We're family, and family should help each other. Brother." He looked at Ruel seriously and smiled. This address proved his trust and recognition of Ruel. Ruel was happy, feeling an unusual warmth in his heart. He wondered if Sir Severy truly recognized him as part of the family.
Saberi smiled awkwardly. Honestly, he didn't need to prepare to this extent. It was just a bit of social interaction, so he didn't need to be overly stressed. Ruel looked at Saberi with a determined gaze and said, "I don't want to do anything to harm the honor of the Claude family." Saberi was taken aback, breaking out in a cold sweat, his head throbbing. "Our honor? I think our mother already destroyed that back in her time." While Saberi was still lost in thought about his mother's dark history, Ruel continued, "By the way, thank you for always taking good care of Army." At the mention of Army, Saberi's face lit up. "Of course, I should take care of her, because I'm her second older brother." Ruel looked bewildered. "Excuse me, second older brother?" Saberi confidently puffed out his chest and argued, "Since you're my older brother, Army is also my younger sister. Therefore, I am her second older brother." Ruel was confused. That doesn't seem quite right. To cut a long story short, Saberi beamed. "Anyway, you don't need to thank me for this, you know. I've always dreamed of having a good sibling relationship." Ruel was puzzled. "Excuse me, but don't you already have Miss Lemille?" Upon hearing this, Saberi looked as if he'd been struck by lightning on a clear day, his mouth agape in fear.
"She's not a sister, she's more like a stranger," he grumbled. Roll glanced at the sisters. "Excuse me." Severy realized his slip of the tongue and quickly corrected himself. "It seems I just misspoke." He awkwardly tried to fix it. "What I mean is, nothing is stranger than having only one sister." He twitched his mouth. "I'm sure you just said she's like a stranger." He laughed nervously, sweating profusely. "Army can sometimes feel like a stranger. That's what I mean." He chuckled. "I understand." Suddenly he remembered. "Now that I think about it, I wonder what Army is doing. She hasn't been out of her room much since we arrived." Severy excitedly said, "She's probably taking a nap now. I mean, kids usually sleep a lot, right?" He awkwardly said, "She's not that young anymore." Meanwhile, at Army's closed door, the girl was pacing back and forth in anxious panic. She plopped down on the bed, uneasily muttering to herself, "This is bad. What should I do?"
Army, distressed, pulled her hair, confused about who she should have dinner with today. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Army asked, "Who is it?" A voice from outside replied, "It's Kelly." The girl went to open the door and called out, "Miss Kelly." Kelly replied, "It seems the young lady is waiting for me." She asked, "Has the young lady decided who she will have dinner with yet?" Army replied, both confused and worried, What should I do? I still haven't decided." Kelly added, "I heard that the young lady had dinner with Sir Severy yesterday. How about the young lady having dinner with the Count and Countess tonight?" After hearing Kelly's suggestion, Army replied in surprise, "The Count?" Kelly said, "Yes, the young lady hasn't eaten with them yet, and they are very much looking forward to it." Kelly added a suggestion. Or is the young lady uncomfortable eating with the Count and Countess? Army, looking resolute, added, no, it's not like that. Hearing that, Kelly continued to ask, then why is the young lady refusing? Army said in a small voice, I'm worried they might find me troublesome. The girl closed her eyes and said, I think it's best if I eat alone today. Someone called out, Army. Seberi pushed his wheelchair in and said, we've come to have dinner with you. Kelly crossed her arms and said, excuse me, but you already had dinner with young lady Army yesterday. Seberi, pushing his wheelchair, looked at Kelly and said, that's true. Are you being overly sensitive? Kelly raised her hands in a cross gesture of protest and said, then you can have dinner with Viscount Arnon, but young lady Army is not available today. Seberi, feeling confused, asked, what? Oh my, when they make that expression together, they look exactly alike.
The girl playing Army said, anyway, Miss Army will be having dinner with the Count today, won't she? He sighed, that's your decision, isn't it, Kelly? I can tell someone made you say that. He added, Army, are you really having dinner with my parents today? Army gently replied, yes, I'm sorry. Seberi raised both hands and said with a smile, really? Then the three of us can go there together. After that, the three of them left together. A bodyguard stood formally and asked, what's going on, young master? Hearing that, he said, tell my parents that we'll be coming for dinner. The bodyguard immediately obeyed, replying, I will relay the message immediately.
Looking up from a wheelchair, someone said, they won't find us troublesome, will they? Seberi smiled reassuringly. If that happens, I'm here, so everyone can rest assured. Suddenly someone said, the madam wants you to return. Seberi was startled. What? The bodyguard opened the door and said, more precisely, she wants Sir Seberi to leave. Only Viscount Arnon and Miss Army may enter. Rel said, Sir Seberi, raise your hand. Don't worry about me, just go. Suddenly a guard said, excuse me. The bodyguard stood formally at the door, respectfully preparing. Seberi glanced and asked, I'm their biological child, right? Why am I the only one not allowed in? Lamille looked extremely excited at this moment, her eyes shining brightly. Kelly happily said, if you're free, I need your help. Kelly respectfully replied, yes, miss. Then she mentioned, have you forgotten that Viscount Rosen is here? Lamille seemed to suddenly realize. Oh, she sharply said, looking at your expression, I must have guessed correctly. He has been here since the evening you arrived. How could you let him not remember him until now? Lamille quickly walked past her, saying, I had planned to meet him today. Kelly quickly turned back, glancing to remind her. Wrong direction. Lamille embarrassedly turned back. Could you show me the way? Oh dear, she quickly said. I apologize. I was too busy and arrived a bit late to see him. He said, I bought a few things at Claude's house for my research. I must say this place is on par with the capital, or even better. We also received some goods brought by werewolves, and we traveled to several neighboring countries. You can also easily find mana stones during the monster hunting season.
He asked, mana stones? Rosan thought, if I can get mana stones, my research will definitely progress faster. Lamille asked, do you need mana stones? He said seriously, this is just a hypothesis for now, but I believe mana stones are very important for Viscount Arnon's recovery. She thought to herself, oh, he seems very confident. She added, in that case, I can provide you with as many as you need. He looked at her. Excuse me, but didn't you say that mana stones are only traded during hunting season? Lamelle said, that's because my family distributes the stones at the market. I think we should have some in our warehouse now. He pushed up his glasses and said, it's very difficult to find mana stones in the capital. She asked, really? He sighed. The demand for mana stones has surged, and now it's very difficult to buy them at a reasonable price. She thought to herself, why has the demand for mana stones increased? He said solemnly, thank you very much. If it weren't for you, I would have spent my entire fortune buying mana stones. She suggested, please use this instead of spending your own money. Rosan presented a ring. She asked, what is this? Why are you giving me a ring? She added, equipping a laboratory is very expensive, isn't it? I'm sure you'll need to buy materials too. He said, that's true. But, he introduced, this is the heirloom ring of the Claude family. Lamille said, with that ring, you can buy anything you want within our territory. He respectfully said, thank you truly, thank you very much. She resolved, this is the only thing I can do for someone who has worked so hard for Roldriet. He presented a piece of paper and added, there's something I must show you, Lady Lamille. She asked, what is this? Rosan said, you and Viscount Arnon are now husband and wife, so there are things you must know.
She thought to herself, how can I understand his research? Roll Arnon's medical history. Day 1. After the patient's aura disappeared, his legs went numb. Day 3. The patient complained of pain, but the pain quickly subsided. Day 7. The patient's muscles have been maintained until now. However, the patient refused to eat due to his emotional state. I am concerned about his future recovery. As she read, she thought, I've read all of this in the novel, but seeing it again like this, it's really... Suddenly she realized, wait a minute. Lamille thought to herself, this part is a bit strange. Holding the paper with its contents in his hand, he couldn't help but be stunned. What is this? I asked the patient about what happened then, but he doesn't remember anything. The person next to him let out an oh. The Viscount has lost some memories from the time his aura exploded. Lamille immediately asked, "Some?" The butler had to admit, he said he doesn't remember anything about that day. Fortunately, he still remembers things related to himself and familiar people. Lamille understood what he meant. "I see." The attacks on Baron Dallas and Viscount Rozan, the strange cloaked figures, and Rolls' lost memories. These things were never mentioned in the original novel. I thought life here would be easy because I knew the content of the original novel, but I knew nothing about what wasn't written in it. I'm not sure if the author had another intention or simply deliberately omitted that detail.
She closed her eyes and calculated. No, that wasn't important right now. The Claude family had never been mentioned in the story. Lamille clenched her fists, thinking to herself, I just need to make sure Roel has a happy ending without falling into despair. But if she hadn't accidentally regained her memories from her previous life, Lamille sat blankly, leaning back in her chair. Right now, Roel would probably be living in suffering, just like in the original novel's plot. A knock sounded from outside. Lamille cheerfully opened the door and said to the person inside, "May I come in, Viscount Arnon?" Hearing this, Roel awkwardly replied, "Yes, come in." Lamille scratched her head awkwardly, then chuckled and said to him, "It's nothing special, but since we didn't have dinner together yesterday, I thought we could have breakfast together." They were using private rooms because they were still feeling awkward. Hearing her words, he didn't mind and agreed. "Oh, all right." Seeing him busy just now, Lamille asked, "So what have you been reading this morning?" Looking at the stack of books in front of him, she curiously asked further, "History, medicine, and what does this one say?"
"I have never seen these things before. Dream Piercer. This is the first time I've seen these words." Ruelle Driette, seeing the book in her hand, explained, "This is a book written in an ancient language." Hearing this, Lamille immediately became wary of the item in her hand. "What? An ancient language? Why are you reading this?" Ruelle Driette recounted, "To welcome the guests who are about to visit the Claude household. I've been researching topics they might be interested in." She couldn't help but find it strange, placing a hand on her chin and thought, topics they might be interested in. Ruelle Driette also felt embarrassed hearing her say that and repeated, "Topics they might be interested in. Actually, I'm not very good at social interaction, so I thought I could do better with some prior preparation." Suddenly, Lamille felt something was amiss. "But wait a minute, did you stay up all night reading all this?" Ruelle Driette immediately became awkward and embarrassed upon being discovered. Lamille seemed to get it, and she advised, "You shouldn't lie." Ruelle Driette hesitantly replied, "I did get a little sleep."
Seeing him like that, she couldn't help but say sternly, "Mr. Arnon." Rel knew she was worried about him, so he confessed, "I know I've pushed myself a bit too hard, but this tea party is like a mission to me, and it's been a long time since I've done anything." Rel excitedly added, "I want this to succeed." Lamille pondered for a moment. She thought to herself, "This is my fault. I didn't realize Rel cared about this so much." She picked up the book, thinking, "Well, I guess there's no other way."
She smiled and said, "I will help you." Her words stunned Roel. "Excuse me," Lamille reminded him, "it will be very difficult for you to find the books you need among all these." Roel, however, had a different opinion. "No, I can do it myself." Lamille then suggested something to him. "You said you—" He admitted, "That's right." Lamille continued, "Since I am a member of this family, and also your wife, I will help you." Her words moved him, and it made sense. Lamille declared confidently, "All right, trust me. These are history books. We should continue after eating." The two remained peacefully by each other's side. The moon rose high outside the window. Roel suddenly noticed something. Lamille was yawning incessantly. He couldn't help but smile. She must be very tired. I should finish this before she wakes up. Roel was silent for a moment, then turned his head to look at her again for a moment. Lamille was now fast asleep, when suddenly her eyes fluttered slightly. Lamille stretched and yawned. Seeing this, Roel quickly turned his head to look away. Lamille was also surprised that she had fallen asleep and became embarrassed. "Ah, how long have I been asleep?" she exclaimed, blushing. "Viscount Arnon, I fell asleep." In the end, Roel couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Oh, I apologize, Miss Lamille." Lamille asked shyly, "What?" Roel then lied. "Actually, I thought I had fallen asleep." Lamille thought to herself, "It wasn't just me who fell asleep. How fortunate." Roel couldn't resist teasing her. "Well, you were up all night, so it's understandable." He thought to himself, "She didn't notice. How cute."
Lamille watched this progress, guessing it seemed that he was almost done. Ruelle Driette had something he wanted to ask her. "By the way, is there anything I should pay attention to?" Lamille pondered, then replied, "No one really stands out. Anyone who is rude to Ruelle Driette will have to face the wrath of my fists. Anyway, I'll see who dares to misbehave, and will deal with anyone who tries to cause trouble." Ruelle Driette immediately burst out laughing. "Ha, thank you." Meanwhile, in a certain forest, night covered everything. Carriage wheels gently turned, and the person pursed his lips. Looking at the scenery outside, he couldn't help but exclaim, "It's been a while since I last visited the Claude household."
At this moment, everyone was buzzing with non-stop chatter. I was so surprised to hear that Lady Lamelle is getting married. Everyone else was too, right? I even thought it was a joke. Someone then respectfully announced, Viscount Arnon has arrived. The door opened. Tian and Valeman were both stunned. Roel appeared. Everyone looked at him and exclaimed, we thought he would be very muscular, since he's a war hero, but what's with that dazzling appearance? Everyone froze, momentarily sharing the same thought. Don't all people look like us? Carlos remained silent. At that moment, someone subtly cleared their throat as a reminder. Tian introduced himself first. It's a pleasure to meet you, Viscount Arnon. I am Tian. Valeman beside him added, and I am Valeman. Roel, not yet accustomed, was a bit awkward. I am Lady Lamel's husband. As he said this, his face involuntarily flushed red. Afterwards, Roel regained his composure and continued to introduce himself. Roel Arnon, I hope we will have a pleasant time. For a moment, Valeman was also captivated by Roel's appearance. Roel then proactively said, I've prepared some gifts to welcome everyone today. Seeing this, Valeman hesitated. Oh, you really don't have to, thank you. However, Valeman was a little curious. They're all different sizes, so are they different gifts? Roel admitted. Yes, you can open them now if you're curious. Valeman couldn't help but want to open the gift box. How exciting! Immediately, Valeman was dazzled. His eyes glowed with excitement. This is the book I've been desperately searching for these past 3 years. Roel then continued. I heard you have a deep interest in pharmaceuticals, so I prepared this medical book from the eastern region. Valeman couldn't help but ask in astonishment, How did you get this book? Roel calmly replied, It's mine, but I think you need it more than I do. Hearing Roel say that, Valeman couldn't help but be moved. You're giving me something so precious just like that? I'm so touched. Hearing this, Roel secretly thought, I guess this is pretty good. 5 people sat around the table. Roel pursed his lips, thinking, but why isn't that guest saying anything? I noticed him from the start of the tea party because of his striking appearance. If that's Carlos of the Miram family, then he's someone who deeply loves swordsmanship. Roel then turned to strike up a conversation with Carlos. Lord Carlos. Hearing this, Carlos replied, Yes? Roel then asked, I heard you have a great love for swordsmanship. Carlos mumbled a bit as he replied, Yes. The atmosphere fell silent once more.
Roel awkwardly asked, Did I do something to offend you? Carlos quickly explained, No, I just feel a little dizzy. May I go for a walk? Carlos's expression had darkened, but no one had noticed yet. Someone replied, Yes, feel free. Roel, on the other hand, secretly thought, I guess he's so pensive because he's sick. Perhaps I should ask for medicine to be brought to him. Valeman, at this moment, didn't know what Roel was thinking, so he carelessly laughed and said to Roel, you don't need to worry about him. He often gets sick because of the cargo trips. At this moment, another person unexpectedly spoke up. I don't think so. I'm sure that's not a symptom of illness. I'm sure something is related to Miss Lamille. If Lamille knew, she would definitely question herself. Huh? What are you suddenly talking about? Valeman was so stunned by this statement that he opened his mouth wide and asked again, Huh? What are you suddenly talking about, Tian?
Tian lazily retorted, Why does the Viscount need to know? Roel was slightly stunned. What do you mean? Only then did Tian recount. The truth is, he often visits Lady Lamille whenever he's summoned. A few years ago, he even visited Claude's mansion alone. At that time, someone had to exclaim, You're really rich, and he brought a lot of gifts. He bought so much that it was enough for the entire mansion, not just Lady Lamille. I'm certain, absolutely certain, that he wants Lady Lamille to notice him. The atmosphere fell silent once more. Rel chuckled softly. Is that so? Seeing Rel's gloomy expression, Tian was stunned. Oh no, I apologize, but I thought you should know about it. I didn't mean anything bad. Rel smiled gently and replied, Don't worry, I'm glad you told me. Scene changed. The twilight descended. The party also concluded. Well then, I'll see you all at dinner tonight. Rel sat alone in the empty room. He asked himself, What is this feeling? Lady Lamille never told me about Sir Carlos. He's handsome and skilled in swordsmanship. Moreover, he's the heir to a count's family. Compared to him, what do I have? Nothing at all. No, I shouldn't conclude everything based solely on my own thoughts.
There must be a reason she didn't tell me. What is the relationship between Miss Lamille and Sir Carlos? Raoul pondered in a daze. I shouldn't doubt her. If they had some special relationship, she wouldn't have proposed to me first. At this moment, Raoul looked outside and spotted someone. He watched Carlos from afar, wondering, Carlos, what is he looking at? Immediately, Raoul realized what it was. A ring? The food was ready to be served on the table. Under the lamplight, Varman smiled and exclaimed, I didn't think dinner would be prepared to our liking. Tian also agreed. Viscount Arnon is truly wonderful, both in appearance and character. Can I stay here for a few more days? Suddenly, Varman noticed something unusual. Come to think of it, Carlos still hasn't come to dinner yet, has he?
Tian just remembered this and he couldn't help but panic. Oh, that's right. He almost ruined my mood. Everything would be perfect if we didn't mention Miss Lamille. Viscount Arnon also looked a bit displeased, didn't he? At this point, Varman retorted to Tian, Do you think he was just displeased? It's a miracle he didn't feel offended.
At this moment, Lamille suddenly appeared behind Tien, asking in a low, growling voice. Viscount Arnon was displeased. A startled scream immediately rang out. Vyman was equally stunned to see her, Miss Lamille. The two of them then fell flat to the ground. Lamille then questioned them. What did you say to make Viscount Arnon displeased? Tien immediately trembled, not daring to speak. Lamille repeated herself, threatening them. Are you going to speak or not?
Finally, Tien couldn't withstand the pressure and confessed. Carlos, I told him about Carlos. Lamille asked again. And then what? He admitted. I told Viscount Arnon that Carlos always visits the young lady. Lamille deduced from that. Is that why Viscount Arnon felt uncomfortable? Suddenly, Lamille seemed to have an epiphany. Wait, could it be jealousy? But there's nothing to be jealous of. Viscount Arnon seems to have misunderstood, Tien reminded her. Carlos loves you, Lady Lamille. This made Lamille utterly surprised. Carlos loves me? What kind of absurd and ridiculous story have you told? Is Carlos the second male lead? This one sentence from her made Tien jump. He quickly said, Why do you call that absurd and ridiculous? Carlos always looks only at you when the two of you are together. Lamille couldn't recall, so she asked, Really? She thought to herself, but we only talk about swordsmanship and food. Tien gave Lamille another clue. Moreover, he always buys a lot of gifts when he comes here. Carlos's embarrassed face saying that this is for you appeared in her mind. She admitted, I've seen that too. She thought to herself, he often comes here with a lot of gifts, but let's put that aside for now. Lamille deliberately tried to evade. Oh, it's nothing. However, Tien wouldn't let the matter drop. He questioned her again. No, what do you mean it's nothing, young lady? If you don't believe me, I'll tell you what happened today. Viscount Arnon hosted a tea party and was attentive to our needs, but Carlos was silent and kept his distance from everyone. I bet he was distracted when he heard about your engagement. I'm not making things up. You have to believe me. Lamille considered it for a while and then said, All right.
I'll ask him directly. With that, she turned and walked away. Tien's small heart pounded continuously. He turned to Vaman beside him, trembling, and said, I thought I was about to meet my ancestors. Vaman agreed. Honestly, I kept thinking we'd be punished again today. Lady Lamille has become more generous after getting married. The door was knocked on continuously. Lamille pounded on the door, urgently calling out to Carlos inside. Carlos, come out! Carlos! Carlos slowly stepped out then. He was stunned when he saw her. Lady Lamille. For a moment, Lamille didn't know what to say. Wait, have you been crying? Carlos immediately wanted to evade. No.
She exclaimed in fear, Could it be that you really... Lamille's mind exploded at this moment. Does he really like me? That would be really strange. Carlos politely asked her, Why did you suddenly come to visit me? Lamille immediately cleared her throat and replied, Carlos, I'm asking you something serious. Carlos didn't hesitate. Go on. Lamille asked druggedly, Do you like me? Seeing Carlos's bewildered expression, Lamille was overcome with embarrassment, thinking to herself, I never thought I'd say this one day. Carlos was a little bewildered. Excuse me? Lamille cleared her throat again and continued, I'm just asking hypothetically, if you like me. Carlos immediately blushed and stammered back at her. Why are you suddenly asking this? Why do you... Lamille noticed his reaction. Why did he react like that? Is it true? She couldn't help but feel dejected, clutching her head helplessly and saying, I'm sorry, but you shouldn't like me. Don't like me. What's going on? You shouldn't like me? What now? Unfortunately, you're not my type. Moreover, I'm already married to Viscount Arnon. Finally, Carlos spoke up. Lady Lamille.
Suddenly, Lamille sensed danger. Huh? Even if you beg, it won't happen. Carlos asked Lamille in a cold voice. May I ask why you're talking such nonsense? Lamille asked, startled. Wait, you don't like me? Carlos angrily wanted to prove his point. Why would I like you? You're not my type. Hearing that, Lamille felt somewhat relieved. Whew, that's a relief. Suddenly, Lamille felt a murderous intent. Wait, hold on. How dare that guy tell me such rubbish? I need to give that scoundrel Tien a good beating. Hearing that name, Carlos asked, Tien? Then Lamille recounted. Oh, before I came here, in a nutshell. After understanding, Carlos also simultaneously felt a murderous intent. Please wait while I go get my sword. However, Lamille stopped him. Don't worry, I'll handle this. Oh, that's even scarier than facing a sword. Lamille suddenly remembered and asked, Wait, why were you crying then? You're making everyone misunderstand. Carlos, embarrassed, wanted to avoid the topic. That's a personal matter. I don't want to talk about it, if you'll excuse me.
Lamille immediately grabbed Carlos, stopping him. Caught by surprise, Carlos panicked. Huh? Lamille explained. First, you should clear up any misunderstandings with Viscount Arnon. I think he misunderstood our relationship back in Vitian. The more Carlos thought about it, the angrier he became. I think he should taste my sword. But Lamille reminded him, I told you I'd handle it. Just then, Roel was slowly approaching. Carlos noticed Roel first and quickly said, Oh, Viscount Arnon, how long have you been there? Hearing this, Roel awkwardly replied, I arrived at the same time as Lady Lamille. Lamille, hearing that, asked in embarrassment, Oh, so you heard everything we said? Roel, not intentionally, sheepishly admitted, I'm afraid I overheard everything you two said. I apologize. Lamille thought, mortified, then he knows all about my ridiculous situation.
Carlos quickly assured Roel, Viscount Arnon, I swear there's nothing between Lady Lamille and me. It was all because of Vitian. Lamille added, That's right, we're not like that at all. Roel, however, was still very concerned. But, Sir Carlos, I came to ask about the ring you were so focused on when you were on the upper floor.
Lamille immediately asked Carlos, A ring? You brought a ring? Carlos immediately blushed, cleared his throat, and replied, That's my personal business, and I don't think now is the appropriate time to talk about it. Reldreet wanted to confirm again, It's not for Lady Lamille, is it? Lamille, on her side, also urged Carlos, Tell us, Carlos, if you don't speak, nothing will be resolved. Reldreet also added, Did I misunderstand you? At this moment, in front of the two, Carlos confessed, The truth is, the ring belongs to someone else. Heavens, I really don't want to talk about this. As he spoke, Carlos immediately blushed, scratching his head, wanting to avoid the topic. His complexion not good, Carlos softly asked, May I go for a walk? Reldreet didn't refuse either. Yes, feel free. He then stood up, politely excusing himself. Then, if you'll excuse me. Outside, warm rays of sunlight shone from afar, making the mansion's garden more picturesque. Carlos looked around, then stopped and thought to himself, I wonder where I can find it.
At the same time, Army, wearing a beautiful crimson dress, walked up to him. She politely asked him, Do you need anything, sir? Hearing the voice, he turned to look at her. Seeing the petite girl in front of him, he was a little curious. Who are you? Miss Lamille's sister? That doesn't seem right. The girl bowed slightly, her voice full of obedience as she introduced herself. I am Army Arnon, the youngest sister of Viscount Arnon. May I ask if you need anything, sir? Carlos smiled kindly and said, Oh, I'm just looking for someone to deliver something. Hearing that, the girl became excited and told him, If you tell me the name, I'll help you find them. He didn't believe her. Really? Looking at the cute girl with sparkling eyes in front of him, he pondered for a moment, then took out a small piece of paper. Carlos knelt down, handed the piece of paper to the girl, and asked her to deliver it for him. Here, please give this to that person for me. At this moment, his voice lowered, becoming a whisper. That's the name of the person I want you to deliver this to for me. Can you do it? Taking the paper, the girl smiled brightly and replied, Of course, I know everyone very well. I'll deliver it directly to them. Watching the little girl run off to deliver the item, Carlos took out another small, pretty gift box from his pocket. Holding the gift box in his hand, he asked himself, They'll come, won't they?
When he opened the box, inside was a small ring. Looking at the ring, he told himself he would no longer run away. At this moment, unbeknownst to him, Roel was also sitting behind, watching him. As night fell, covering the entire mansion, Carlos stood alone below, eagerly awaiting someone's arrival. Hearing footsteps, he turned around in surprise. A girl was slowly approaching him. It was Kelly. Seeing him, she was a little surprised. Sir Carlos. Seeing her, his eyes immediately sparkled, and his cheeks involuntarily flushed with shyness. Immediately after, without a word, he ran to embrace her, leaving her no time to understand what was happening. While he was still happily calling her name, Kelly, she struggled and pushed him away, her face full of anger as she snapped, Why did you hug me so suddenly? Her hands kept hitting him, scolding Carlos. What if someone sees us? Like a child, he took her hand and gently said, Oh, I'm sorry. Kelly then pointed to the side and told him, It's very dangerous out here. Let's go somewhere safer. Under the bright moonlight, the two of them sat together on a bench. She looked at Carlos, full of curiosity. By the way, I thought we only met on my days off? Hearing that, he awkwardly avoided her gaze. Yeah, but when opportunities like this arise.
However, Kelly said, If we keep meeting this often, we'll be discovered. Seeing her sulk, he immediately clasped her small hand tightly. I'm sorry. As she was telling him, I didn't inform Lady Lamille before going out, she suddenly noticed he had placed a small ring on her finger. This, he didn't explain, but smiled brightly and said, It suits you very well. Looking at the ring on her hand, she awkwardly replied, But I think a ring is a bit sudden.
Carlos gently touched her hand. He frowned and said, I'm not asking you to marry me or get engaged to me right now, but please accept it. I'm asking you about this. Hearing him say that, Kelly shyly looked away. She said, Even if you tell me to take it off, I won't. At this moment, he gently leaned his head on her shoulder. They continued to sit together happily. So, the reason you frequently visit the mansion is because... He didn't hesitate to evade. On the contrary, he said, Of course, I'm here for Kelly. At that moment, she curiously asked, Then why did you say it was for me before? And what about all the gifts you brought? He gloomily explained the reason. He wanted to give gifts to Kelly. I bought them as gifts for Kelly, because she is a member of this mansion. Lamille glanced at Kelly behind her. She thought to herself, Since when did Kelly start seeing this person? I didn't think she would be so secretive.
Suddenly, something occurred to her. But if she didn't tell me about it, that means... So she directly asked Carlos, "You're keeping this a secret because your parents wouldn't approve, right?" Hearing her say that, he was startled and became completely flustered.
When she further asked, "Have you told your father?" he sadly replied, "Not yet, but I will when I get home." Then she asked him, "And if you don't get your family's approval, will you break up with Kelly?" He firmly retorted, "No, I will live with Kelly, even if I have to leave home." When he said that, she was stunned, then yelled, "Leave home? Are you a child or something? All right, you say you'll leave home. Then where will you live? Do you have a plan yet?" Receiving her question, he could only remain silent, making her feel very helpless about the two of them. She didn't know Carlos could be this reckless and irresponsible. If they ran away like that, nothing could guarantee their happy life with just love. Actually, it wasn't that she didn't understand their situation. Carlos was the only son of the Count's family, while Kelly was a fallen noble who had sold her title. Certainly, the nobles would oppose this marriage. Roel now also spoke up, wanting to defend Carlos. Miss Lamel, I'm sure Sir Carlos has his own difficulties."
She sternly said again he should break up with Kelly if his circumstances cause her suffering. Seeing her attitude and words, he was a little stunned. She looked like a different person. At this moment, she turned to Carlos and asked, "Think carefully, Carlos. If you don't have a clear plan, what do you intend to do when everything in your family gets messed up? Will you abandon Kelly and go back to your family?" Carlos stood in a corner, unable to voice his decision. He stammered, Seeing his hesitant attitude, with nothing certain about his and Kelly's future, she said irritably, "Break up with Kelly while I'm still being polite." He could only tremble, tears streaming down. Seeing him like that, she also felt quite awkward. She thought to herself, "Tsk, being the bad guy isn't easy at all." At this moment, she spoke, "Stop crying. You need a plan to convince your family first." As she said these words, she also thought to herself, "I think this is enough to make him stop doing foolish things." Like a child who had just been scolded, he whimpered, "I apologize."
She added, "You probably don't know. I mean, maybe they'll allow you if you throw yourself on the ground and flail around wildly." He disagreed. "No matter how desperate I am, I won't do that." Roldreet, standing beside them, also shook his head in disapproval. That's when she got angry. "Come on, the key point is you need to do something, anything. You can't achieve anything by just being scared and rooted to the spot here." At this moment, Carlos also wiped away the tears streaming down his cheeks. He smiled faintly. "I understand. Thank you for understanding me. I will heed your advice and formulate a suitable plan first." Lamille then resumed her task, which was the duty of a fiancé to Duke Roldreet, helping him return safely to his room. Roldreet suddenly turned his head to look at her. Lamille understood his intention, so she bowed lower and stood before him. "Viscount Arnon," Roldreet asked her, "is something wrong?" Lamille suddenly felt a mix of awkwardness and embarrassment. "No, not really. I was a bit harsh with you just now." Of course, Roldreet hadn't thought of this. Harsh? Lamille explained to him, "I'm afraid I might have made you uncomfortable." Roldreet immediately denied it to Lamille. "Oh, it's fine. You understand the two of them better than I do. I should have probably avoided them then." His recent excuse only made Lamille more distressed. "My Count Arnon, but you also think Carlos likes me, don't you?" Roldreet was slightly startled to hear that. Yes, that's right." Lamille then asked him, "Why didn't you ask me first?" Roldreet shyly lowered his head, avoiding her gaze. I don't know why I was like that. Perhaps I was afraid to hear it from her own mouth." Lamille cleared her throat, gently leaned down and whispered to Roldreet, There's something I want to tell you." This isn't to brag, but I hadn't really known anyone before, so you don't need to worry. I'm sure no one likes me in a feminine way, and even in the future, you won't need to worry about this. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll return to my room." Before she could finish her sentence, Roel immediately said, "No, someone definitely likes you, Miss Lamille. You are very strong, confident, and beautiful." His words astonished Lamille. "Huh? Me?" Roel honestly told her, "I'm sure someone admires you like that, because I know you are a very kind person." Lamille's entire body trembled and goosebumps rose on her skin. "What do you mean? What exactly is he saying? Could it be a confession?" Roel sensed Lamille's thoughts, and his face immediately flushed red. No, I mean, what I wanted to say was..." Lamille glanced away and sighed. "No way. He just wants to say I'm a good person. Gosh, I'm really so naive. Thank you for the compliment. If another man had said that, I probably would have thought it was a confession." Lamille escorted Roel to the door of his private bedroom.
She spoke first. "We've arrived." However, in her heart, she was secretly screaming, I should have pushed slower. Heavens, how foolish, so foolish. Wait, hold on. Maybe this is an opportunity. Should I ask him if we can continue our conversation inside the room?" Roel was also lost in his own thoughts. Does she think I'm strange for inviting her inside? Lamille shook her head, dispelling that negative thought. No, Roel looks very tired. I'll visit him tomorrow. At that very moment, Roel also thought, Miss Lamille looks very flustered today because of me. We should stop here. It was no mistake to call them a pair of kindred spirits. Lamille spoke first. Preparing for the tea party was a bit too much, Sir Ro? Ruel immediately replied to her words. You too, Miss Lamille.
She bid him farewell. That's all for now. I'll visit you tomorrow. Roldriet also agreed with her. See you at breakfast tomorrow. Lamille walked forward, completely oblivious to Roldriet's gaze still following her. What a pity. Lamille cried miserably. I want to share a bedroom. The next day, Lamille, true to her word from yesterday, came to Roldriet's room this morning right after waking up. Lord Roldriet, may I come in? A voice echoed from inside. Yes. Lamille immediately peeked in. She saw Roldriet, and beside him was Viscount Rose. Roldriet greeted Lamille. Hello, Miss Lamille.
She quickly stepped inside. I knew you'd be here too, Viscount Rosin. Mr. Rosin replied to Lamille. I'm here because Viscount Arnon has his regular health checkup. Lamille smiled and asked Roll. So is it all right if I stay here? Roll smiled and agreed with her. It's fine. Even as they chatted, Lamille's keen eyes spotted an interesting item in Viscount Arnon's hand. She softly hummed it out. Oh, so this is a medical device in this era. Viscount Roll was slightly surprised by her phrasing. This era? I think we're done. Please return it to him. Viscount Rosin quickly took the medical device. Thank you. Still no aura reaction. Viscount Rosin's announcement made Roll even sadder. Is that so? Lamille carefully observed the expression on Roll's face. She suddenly realized he looked so disappointed. He must have been really looking forward to it. In the main storyline, he fully recovered his aura after becoming a cruel tyrant.
That's not a good approach. He stands to lose a great deal, and that's not good at all. Surely there's a more suitable, a better way? Supplement his nutrition, ensure he eats healthily, take walks with Roel every day, and provide him with physical therapy focused on physical conditioning. While she was lost in thought, she heard Viscount Rosan's voice. And finally, have you had any discomfort sleeping recently? Roel nodded, then shook his head. Not really. His eyes held a touch of melancholy, as if trying to evade something. Viscount Rosan replied to him. I see. You look much healthier now than when you lived in the capital. This is a big step forward. Hearing this, Roel felt greatly relieved. Really? Hearing those words is truly comforting. It's all thanks to you. Viscount Rosan was a little embarrassed. But I haven't done anything. Hehe. Lamille smiled happily again and said to Roel, This is good news, Viscount Arnon. Sir Roel also smiled in response to her. Well, it's all thanks to you, Miss Lamille.
Lady Lamille quickly waved her hand in denial. Oh, come on, what could I have possibly done? However, Viscount Rosan immediately spoke up loudly. That's right, you've had a huge impact, Lady Lamille. Viscount Arnon's living environment has improved significantly, which has greatly affected his health. You should be proud, lady. Of course, upon hearing this good news, Lamille found it a bit hard to believe, but was also eagerly anticipating. Really? Viscount Rosan became more and more enthusiastic as he spoke. And thanks to you, I can now fully dedicate myself to my research without any worries. Mr. Rosan's blatant and undisguised praise made Lamille blush profusely. Oh, you're flattering me too much. It's nothing. While the two of them were still basking in the sweetness of the compliments, the smile on Roll's lips suddenly faded. He lowered his head and looked down. Viscount Rosan's question echoed in his ears. Have you been feeling uncomfortable sleeping lately? Roll thought to himself, I shouldn't tell them about last night. He recalled that painful period of his life. Night fell once again, enveloping the entire space. Roll, as usual, lay still alone on his soft bed. He told himself, the misunderstanding with Sir Carlos has been resolved. I think I'll sleep well tonight.
However, he immediately threw off the blanket and sat bolt upright. Roldriet was a little startled. What was that? Something touched me. Was it a bug? Just then, a hrak sound echoed in his ear. Roldriet clutched his chest in pain, suddenly remembering Viscount Rosan's advice. You will sometimes experience pain in places other than your legs. This is a common symptom in patients with nerve and sensory paralysis. Roldriet questioned himself. Is this pain due to that symptom? I should call someone. But if I ring the bell, I'll make everyone worried. He feared that after the bell, Lamille's frightened inquiry would follow. Lord Roldriet. Therefore, he finally decided, I'll endure this pain a little longer. It will probably pass quickly. Roldriet clenched his hands into fists. I don't feel pain anymore. It must just be temporary. It's probably because I was exhausted from preparing for the tea party. Roldriet looked up and still saw Lamille enthusiastically chatting with Viscount Rosan. If you need anything, just tell me. Viscount Rosan happily replied, Yes, yes, I hope you will take care of me in the future. Because of Lamille, Roldriet decided that, therefore, I shouldn't mention it, amidst the dazzling daytime sun.
People were still bustling along the streets, shopping. Sebri held Army's hand with one hand and a skewer of meat with the other, both happily enjoying them. At this moment, Army looked at Sebri and said, Wow, I've never eaten anything this delicious before. Sebri replied, This is a unique flavor found only in the Claude family's territory. You have some food on your cheek. Sebri took out a handkerchief, bent down slightly, and gently wiped the food off her cheek. Army, feeling embarrassed, said, I can do it myself.
Seeing her like this, Seberi was also very happy, secretly thinking, she's much more radiant than when she first arrived here. But then he sighed, refuting his previous thought. No, she was already very radiant the moment she set foot here. It's just that she hadn't received proper attention from those around her. Watching the small girl happily eating the meat skewer, her cheeks puffed up like two steam buns as she chewed. Seberi felt happy too, and patted her head. Army then curiously asked him, "Where are we going next, big brother?"
He chewed the meat in his mouth and said, where should we go? Suddenly, a carriage was speeding towards them. Seberi quickly noticed this. He quickly pulled the little girl to the side, and just a few seconds later, the carriage sped past. Seeing the dangerous way the carriage was being driven for pedestrians, Seberi glared after the carriage. He couldn't help but mutter, "Hey, if you're driving a carriage, watch the road carefully." Suddenly, Army heard a voice calling for help. "Help me!" which surprised the little girl. Huh? At this moment, Seberi was extremely worried about the little girl. He looked her up and down and asked, "Are you okay, Army? Are you hurt anywhere?" Seeing that he didn't react to the cry for help, the little girl wondered to herself, "Am I imagining things?" But the voice repeated, "Help me!" The little girl frantically touched his arm. "Sir Seberi." However, at this moment he was thinking about something else. When they got back to the mansion, he would have to review the regulations on driving carriages. Army seemed to be in shock. He would take her to a toy store to help her calm down. Therefore, he didn't hear the little girl calling him. Seeing this, the little girl quickly called out loudly, "Brother!" which startled him. "Huh?" he asked confusedly. "Just now you—" Army pointed forward again. She urgently told him, "It's urgent now. I hear a child's voice from inside that carriage. The person inside is calling for our help." The girl pointed directly at the carriage that had just sped past them, making the young man ask back with some doubt, "An emergency?" Before she could react, Seberi had already dashed off. The carriage driver, hearing the strange noise, looked over. The young man angrily ordered him, "Stop the carriage before I take action." The driver, wide-eyed with surprise, shouted, "What do you intend to threaten me with?" Then the carriage suddenly stopped. His face pale, he looked at Seberi. "Why did you suddenly do that?" Seberi merely wiped the sweat from his face and said, "You will look inside." The little girl was astonished by his decisive action. Sir Seberi. He didn't hesitate to pull back the curtain at the rear of the carriage. Inside was an iron cage and something that looked like an animal. What is this? Looking closely inside, it was a small white wolf, trembling all over with fear. The man also ran back to Seberi at this moment, saying in confusion, "Oh dear, Sir Seberi, why are you asking?" Without a word, he immediately demanded, "Show me your animal business license." This made the man not understand. "Excuse me?"
Seeing his attitude, he immediately guessed that he had no license at all and frowned at him. "You don't have a license? In my territory, if you want to trade animals, you must have a license. This law was passed because lawless individuals always hunt animals and those who don't know right from wrong." Hearing that, he could only stammer in fear. Feeling he was taking too long, Seberi waved his hand and said, "I'll hear the full story at the castle later." Then he called out 2 guards and ordered them, "Take him away." Receiving the order, the 2 happily agreed. "We will certainly punish him commensurate with his crime. It's been a long time since we had someone to entertain ourselves with." Seeing the 2 men's terrifying faces, he cried out in fear even though they hadn't done anything yet. Then the 2 of them laughed eerily and tied him up. Tied up, he still tried to justify himself. "This is my first time. Please, just let me off this once." Seeing this scene, he secretly wondered, "I think the Claude family has been quiet for too long. It's probably time to re-establish security." At this moment, Army pointed inside and said, "It's that child. That child called for your help." He looked inside and still only saw a small wolf.
Seberi asked the little girl, confused, "Did this animal talk to you?" Looking at it, he also felt a sense of curiosity. It's a wolf cub. Could it be a werewolf? It looked exactly like a puppy. Upon returning to the mansion, Lyra and Shale saw the small wolf trembling in Army's arms. Shale immediately scolded him. "Have you finally lost your mind and crossed the line?" He could only remain silent. His father also asked him, "What were you thinking bringing a wolf into the castle?" His mother, standing beside him, also reprimanded, "Do you know how to tell the difference between a puppy and a wolf?" Seberi glanced at Army, who was standing behind him with the small wolf. Both looked at him with sparkling eyes, as if wanting him to help the small wolf stay. He reluctantly replied, "Army wants it." At this moment, the little girl also spoke up, taking the blame herself. "I'm sorry, I was very worried about him, so I asked my older brother to help me." Hearing that, the atmosphere immediately fell silent.
Lyra spoke first, her attitude now very cheerful, completely different from how she had spoken to Seberi earlier. Thinking back, she decided that keeping a wolf in the castle was fine. Shale beside her also nodded in agreement, believing that sheltering a wild wolf was something a lord should do. Seeing that Army had just said that and the 2 of them happily accepted it, while he himself had been scolded, Seberi felt wronged. Wait, were his parents serious? Oh my. Lamille looked at his stunned face and couldn't help but flash an evil smile. She thought to herself, finally this day had come, the day her brother experienced the feeling of being discriminated against. Ha ha. At that moment, he sighed and added to them,
and I brought it here because I think it's a werewolf." Hearing that, she was immediately surprised. A werewolf. He told her that Army had heard it calling for help twice. Hearing that, she also thought it was possible it was a werewolf. Simple animals couldn't talk, so it was highly likely this was a werewolf. Looking at the small wolf in front of them,
Lamil looked at the wolf with sparkling eyes and gently offered, "We'd really like to talk to you too. Can you transform into human form?" The wolf then looked up at Army. The little girl immediately helped him convey his wish. "He's asking to borrow clothes." The wolf also howled in agreement. Lamil replied, "Oh, right, of course." She wondered to herself, how can she understand him? A few minutes passed and the small wolf from earlier had transformed into a boy. He looked very shy, hunched over, his eyes fixed on the ground. Seeing his human form, Lamil happily exclaimed, "Oh, he's a boy about Army's age." However, perhaps due to being held captive for a long time, he was very afraid of strangers and quickly ran to hide behind Army. Seeing this, Lamil excitedly exclaimed, "These children are so cute." Roel also whispered, "I thought werewolves would have animal ears or tails." Hearing his words, Lamil was somewhat surprised. Ears or tails? Then, in her mind, she imagined a werewolf with full ears and a tail. This person wasn't the wolf boy, but Roel. Roel then shyly called her name, Lady Lamil. Thinking of this, Lamil got overly excited and had a nosebleed. Immediately after, she had to try to control herself, wiping away the blood. "Calm down, Lamil. I'm not allowed to imagine things like that. I'm not really having a nosebleed, am I?" Then she said to Roel, "The boy must have tried to hide them, even if it wasn't very comfortable." So Lamil looked at the boy, smiled brightly, and said, "We're all good people. Please feel comfortable with everyone." However, the boy remained extremely timid, and Army turned to look at him.
The little girl smiled softly and nodded, as if to reassure him that it was okay. Thanks to that, the little boy gained more courage, slowly revealing his ears and tail. Seeing that sight, everyone fell silent, each of them finding him incredibly adorable and cute. Lamil excitedly asked him many questions. "What's your name? How old are you? What's your secret?" But the little boy seemed shy, only whispering to Army.
Army quickly relayed the boy's words to everyone. The boy said his name was Lewin. Hearing the name, Army liked it even more. "Ah, your name sounds so adorable." "So, Lewin, why were you captured by bad people?" Lewin then whispered his story to Army. Hearing what he said, Army was startled and scared. "Huh? Is that true?" Seeing Army's reaction, Roel wondered, "What did he say, Army?" Army was silent for a long time, then slowly recounted. He was migrating to Claude territory with his family, but halfway through, his family was attacked by monsters. He got separated from his family. Hearing Lewin's story, everyone felt pity for him. Army added, he was kidnapped while wandering alone. What should we do? If Lewin can't find his family, he'll have to live alone for the rest of his life. Army unconsciously burst into tears, feeling Lewin's situation was truly miserable. Seeing Army cry, everyone felt heartbroken. Army, Lamel pondered, then said, "Shaylay law dictates that a werewolf cub must be returned to their tribe when found, but for now, it's best if we take care of the boy first." At that moment, Liera approached Army. Seeing her, Army replied, "Yes." Liera suggested to Army, "The child doesn't trust us yet. Why don't you try taking care of the boy for a while?" This astonished Army, who couldn't believe her ears and asked again, "Really?" Liera then said, "Of course, if Viscount Arnon allows you." Hearing this, Army took Lewin's hand, looked at Roel, wanting to plead for the boy to stay. "Brother Roel." He thought for a moment.
The little girl pleaded with him, "Please, I beg you, I want to help Luan until he finds his family, just like you once protected me." He was astonished when he heard that. In his mind, an image of Army when she was little flashed by, her hair messy, her clothes disheveled, but her eyes were still big and round, sparkling brightly. Afterwards, he patted the little girl's head, agreeing to Army's request. "All right, as you wish. Besides, you were the one who saved him." Seeing him agree, the little girl was very happy. "Thank you." Then she took Luan's hand, smiling brightly. "Thank God, Luan." As night fell, at the mansion, Lamil opened the door, smiling as she looked inside. "Viscount Arnon, are you here?" Hearing the familiar voice, he immediately spoke up. "Miss Lamel, I'm here." Seeing this, she entered. "I knew you were there," she said joyfully. "Sorry for disturbing you while you were reading." Waiting until she opened her eyes and clearly saw Roel, she was stunned. "Oh." Seeing her like that, he was momentarily confused. "Is something wrong?" She stammered. "Huh? You're wearing glasses." It turned out she had noticed him wearing reading glasses. Seeing him like this, her heart wanted to leap out. "You're wearing glasses?" He held up his glasses with one hand and said, "I'm doing a bit of research on werewolves, but the characters in the ancient book are a bit small." Afterwards, he took off his glasses, making her frantically want to stop him. "Wait!" He held the glasses in his hand, not understanding what was wrong with her. She looked dumbfounded, implying to him, "I'm sorry, but could you wear your glasses for a little longer?" Hearing that, Roel didn't refuse. "If you wish." Seeing his handsomeness skyrocket just by wearing glasses, Lamel's mind was in utter chaos. "Oh my God above, Roel is wearing glasses. Is this some super divine thing?" He said hesitantly, "I don't know either."
she thought to herself. I thought I was already familiar with his face, but what is this? At this moment, she really wished for things that could capture his beautiful image, like a phone or a camera, to appear. Come back already. She was incredibly annoyed. Damn it, why hadn't cameras been invented yet? After that, she still had to compose herself before saying to him, Viscount Arnon, I know you've had a very difficult time integrating into life in Claude. He countered, Not necessarily. Everyone treats me very well, so I feel quite comfortable. Hearing that flustered her. In her heart, she just wanted to beg him to say that he had struggled. Wait, why is that? Please, just say you had a difficult time. To understand everything, we must go back a few hours when she was walking down the hallway and Kelly called out to her, Lady Lamel, listen carefully.
She wore dark glasses, holding a notebook, looking like a detective who had just investigated something. Kelly declared to Lemuel, If you want your relationship to progress, you should have more intimate actions. Lemuel retorted, Do you think I don't know that? And where did you get those glasses? Kelly didn't answer, but instead asked, How long have you been dreaming of kissing him? It turned out that what she was holding was a book titled Relationship Progression Guide. The book cover also read, Your relationship will progress to a higher level with this handbook, including examples that even long-term singles can achieve. Kelly continued, If you can't make further progress, you should try natural actions like giving a massage. You should get used to touching him, and then move on to kissing. Now let's return to the present. Lemuel had just recalled what Kelly said. I'm sure you can do it, my lady, she thought to herself, remembering Kelly's words. Lemuel immediately stated firmly, No, I'm sure you've had a very difficult time. She thought to herself, Think about it carefully. Today, his unusual attitude is a bit puzzling. But he still followed Lemuel's words. Well, Claude's estate is quite large, and sometimes I do encounter some difficulties, but other things. Grasping this, Lemuel became distressed, hitting her forehead and saying, Oh dear, your body must be exhausted. I can't believe I didn't realize. Lemuel, how foolish of me. Hearing Lemuel speak, he was stunned. No, it's not quite like that. She said again, Don't deny it anymore. I understand everything, so I will stretch your muscles as much as possible. Her smile was again devilish, leaving him bewildered. With a frightening expression, she said again, I will massage you. He replied, flustered, But I'm fine. She said again, Oh, come on, let me do it. Even my mother has to admit my talent for massage. Then she gently placed her hands on Roel's shoulder, softly massaging him. At this moment she asked him, Well, how do you feel? He slowly replied, I feel very comfortable. Hearing this made her very happy. I told you so. See, wasn't I right? Roel truly felt comfortable inside. He also thought, massage is really nice, but honestly, I'm a little embarrassed. His face immediately turned red from embarrassment. He also thought that Miss Lemuel surely had no ill intentions.
Why am I so embarrassed? His hands clenched. Am I having impure thoughts? I need to stop thinking about it. His entire body flushed red in an instant, making it easy for her to notice. Lemuel looked at his expression and thought to herself, He's so reserved. Doesn't he feel anything? Kelly said he would be embarrassed. Kelly fumed inwardly. I told you not to massage too well. Suddenly, he touched her hand and softly called out, Lady Lemuel. He gently said, You can stop now. She agreed, yes. He turned to look at her, fabricating an excuse to leave, not wanting to be embarrassed any further. I forgot I had something to discuss with Army. I'll be going now. He vigorously rolled away, making her bewildered and wanting to call out, Wait, Viscount Arnon? But he didn't turn back, making her feel like collapsing. This is truly a disaster. On Roel Driette's side, he lay on the bed, sighing. When will I finally get to kiss Roel Driette? As he closed his eyes, wanting to sleep, he thought about it again. So he had to tell himself, starting tomorrow, I'll probably have to practice restraining these improper thoughts. As the entire mansion was deep in sleep, in his room, he struggled to sit up again, clutching his chest. It was the same pain he had felt last time. He wondered inwardly, why is it like this? Today I didn't do anything to exert myself much. He was in so much pain that sweat poured down. He thought to himself, in reality, everything has been very peaceful and normal. Suddenly he froze. No way. At this very moment, I can feel myself moving my legs. My legs are moving.
Despite the pain, he still tried to get out of bed, telling himself he would soon feel better. He thought if Miss Lemuel saw him in this state. Just then his leg moved again, astonishing him. Moonlight shone into the room through the glass window. Roel also tried hard to move his leg, as he was sure it had moved, but then he could only tiredly lie back down, realizing he was finally starting to hallucinate. Early the next morning, Lemuel cheerfully hummed melodies as she walked down the corridor, telling herself, I'll go ask if he wants to have a meal with me today. The scene Lemuel imagined every morning was of her as a graceful lady, gently wiping food crumbs from the cheek of a weak Roel, saying, Viscount Arnon, you have something on your mouth. And he, shyly, then turned his face away in embarrassment, saying, How embarrassing. She happily replied, It's all right, I'll help you clean it.
Then she took the opportunity to give him a quick kiss on the cheek. Thinking of this, she was once again filled with vigor. I'll show him what Lamille is really like. Suddenly, she saw Rosen step out. "Viscount Rosen," she exclaimed. Seeing her, he immediately flinched. "Miss Lamille."
She approached him and asked, is Viscount Arnon also being inspected today? He hastily hid the brown bag. Then he stammered, "Not exactly, because Viscount Arnon requested it. I have a few things to discuss with him." Then Rosen made an excuse. "I'm about to head back to my room now. You can go inside." As he tried to leave, Lamille quickly grabbed him. "Wait a moment." Her voice was full of menace. "Viscount Rosen, are you hiding something from me?" But he stammered in denial. "I'm not. What could I possibly hide from you?" She asked seriously again, "Can you swear that you're not hiding anything from me?" He broke out in a cold sweat from fear. Unable to evade, he told her, "Actually, let's discuss this in my laboratory." Once the two were inside, Rosen immediately recounted everything to her. After listening, she angrily shouted, "What? Why did you try to hide the fact that Viscount Arnon is in pain? You've disappointed me, Viscount Rosen." He could only explain, "I begged him to tell you, but—" Roll's expression at that moment was extremely gloomy. He said, "I cannot let those around me know how much pain I am enduring. I will tell everyone myself if my condition worsens. Until then, will you help me keep it a secret?" Rosen knelt on the ground. He emotionally asked her, "How could I refuse when he said that?" Then he awkwardly added, "Besides, I was also planning to meet with you privately to discuss it." She angrily asked, "When? Next month or next year?" He pointed at the pot of medicine, replying, "Of course, after I complete my medicine." This made her gloomily ask again, "Your medicine?" Rosen, stirring the solution that was supposedly medicine, said, "I am in the process of concocting the medicine. After hearing about his condition from Viscount Arnon, I had planned to devise a perfect strategy and then tell you what was happening." Lamelle uncomfortably pinched her nose, having noticed a foul smell ever since she stepped in. "So it was this?" She asked him, "What does it do?" He replied, "It helps restore aura." This made her momentarily stunned.
She seriously asked further, "Does that kind of medicine really exist?" He replied, "Yes, it's widely used in the wars in the north. It's very effective for knights who use aura." Hearing that, she seemed to awaken, excitedly asking again, "Really?" Rosen gently pushed his glasses, hesitantly adding, "However, the medicine used in the north also has side effects." She was surprised. "Side effects?" She frowned, her whole body feeling like it was about to explode. "Are you saying you intend to give Viscount Arnon medicine with side effects? You're joking, right?" Seeing her like that, he panicked and quickly waved his hand. "Of course, the kind I'm concocting has no side effects."
She asked impatiently, "How can you be so sure?" He awkwardly explained to her, "It's true that my idea originated from the northern medicine, but the medicinal ingredients I use are completely different." She asked suspiciously, "Just by having different ingredients, there are no side effects?" He cautiously replied, "That's right. However, the medicinal ingredients in my formula cost 100 times more than the ingredients in the currently available medicine." She sighed and gloomily asked him, "Money is not an issue, but more importantly, will Viscount Arnon recover if he uses this medicine?" He then said, "No, but I believe it will enhance his recovery capabilities." Hearing that, she felt more at ease. That's acceptable." Rosen recounted, "Actually, I wanted to formulate this medicine ever since he was in the capital. However, I didn't have enough budget for it." She secretly agreed in her heart, indeed, because Roll Dreet couldn't support the budget for it. Suddenly, he called her. "By the way, Miss Lamille." He said, "I said it has no side effects, but that's only in theory. Therefore, I think clinical trials are needed first." Hearing that, she immediately became serious and glared at him. "Clinical trials? You said there were no side effects." He exclaimed, "I know it's very unethical, but I haven't seen any side effects during the entire time I've been drinking it." Hearing this, she was bewildered. "Huh? You tested it on yourself?" He recounted, "Yes, because I don't have aura in my body, drinking it is just like an energy drink." After he finished drinking, he even hummed a song to her. "It gives you wings," leaving her helpless. "Ah, I see. But what if something goes wrong?" Suddenly, an idea struck her. "Wait, so you just need to test it on someone who can use aura, right?" He agreed. "Yes, I will have the results within 1 month." Hearing that, she resolutely said, "In that case, I will drink it." That made him gape, unable to believe his ears. "Huh?" Seeing her agitation made him freeze. "Oh," he quickly advised, "you don't need to test it yourself." She replied, "Who else could it be but me? You said you've already tested it yourself, so there's no reason I can't drink it for the benefit of Viscount Arnon." This deeply moved him, Lady Lamelle, as he looked at her like a shy maiden. That made her freeze. "All right, don't look at me like that." He excitedly pulled out his experimental vials. "Then let's start the experiment right away." Seeing him pull the knot from his person, she naturally felt apprehensive. "What is it, sir? Where do you keep those vials?"
Holding the vial in his hand, he said, "I really want to see the results as soon as possible. I'm very glad you volunteered to test it." Looking at the vial, which was colored like poison, she was somewhat disdainful of it. Gulp. But for Reldriet, she resolutely opened the lid. It didn't look like anything edible at all, but once you've committed, you have to follow through. Nevertheless, nothing is impossible. Drink it. After steeling herself, she bravely took a big gulp, feeling it in her mouth. Soon enough, Lamel vomited everything out. Gag. Horrible. He quickly noted her reaction. May cause nausea. Seeing him cheerful, she was very annoyed. I'm like this, and you can still laugh? Gag. Wretch. He chuckled and said, Perhaps you can't notice the change immediately, but if possible, please tell me in detail about your feelings. She lay weakly struggling on the ground. She also agreed with him. All right, I have to go now. I think I need to eat candy or something similar to survive. When he said, Please come here at the same time tomorrow, it made her want to drop dead.
She called out to him, Viscount Rozon, which caught his attention. What is it? It seemed she had thought of something and said, The more people for the clinical trial, the better, right? At this moment, dark clouds gathered outside, and thunder and lightning roared. Her parents were also at the window, looking out and observing the weather. Her father handed his wife a hot cup of tea and said, You've been looking out for a long time now. Has something happened? Come, enjoy some tea with me. She replied, No, not really, but the thunder has been rumbling outside for a while now. I have a feeling something is about to happen. A week later, the weather was beautiful today. Lamille was happily pushing a food cart with Kelly. There were many sweets on the cart. Lamille cheerfully asked, This is enough snacks, right? Kelly helplessly replied, I think there are more snacks here than prescriptions. Hearing this, Lamille said, The medicine is super bitter. You know he'll need even more of this. Kelly spoke up, But you haven't prepared any sweets for the others yet. Lamille confidently retorted, Do you think Viscount Arnon is on the same level as my family? Kelly helplessly said, Oh, your words just gave me goosebumps. Lamille added, I'm sure father and mother will take care of themselves. After all, father is very particular when it comes to dessert. The maid thought of her master taking her mother's share of the cake, making her mother so angry that the servant had to remind him, This is for your mother. Lamel said firmly, Whatever. Right now, Viscount Arnon is the top priority. Garan was speechless. I didn't say anything. Arriving at Roll's room, she knocked and called, Viscount Arnon, it's me. Roll called out from inside, Oh, come in. Lamel opened the door and pushed the food cart in. Roll, who was reading, also looked up at her. Lamel smiled brightly. It's time for your medicine. Roll looked a little apprehensive. Medicine? Lamel held the medicine bottle and explained. Viscount Rozon has just invented a new type of medicine. He said he was inspired by a medicine used in the north. Roll was surprised. Oh, is it an aura-enhancing medicine? I think I know how it works. Lamel cheerfully held up the medicine bottle. You need to take this once a day. He sadly looked at the cup of medicine she had placed on the table. Oh, once a day. I understand. Lamille looked at him puzzled as he sat silently on the chair. She asked, Are you not going to drink it? Reldriet panicked. Do I have to drink it right now? Lamille gently reassured him. It's not so bad that it needs to be thrown away. Reldriet hesitated. But... He picked up the cup of medicine, looking at it hesitantly. Lamille spoke up. Do you find this bitter concoction difficult to drink, Viscount Harnon? He put the cup of medicine back down, replying timidly. No, it's fine, but I'll drink it later. Lamille held the cup of medicine that he was about to put back on the table. She said seriously, My duty is to monitor your condition, Viscount Harnon, so please drink it all while I am still here. He ummed, but his expression was resistant. Lamille felt very uneasy inside. Reldriet had never complained, so she hadn't expected this expression from him. She began to coax him. Viscount Arnon, do you know how much a single cup like this costs? It's equivalent to a commoner's living expenses for a year in the kingdom. If you refuse to drink it, we will have to throw it away. Do you agree with that? Reldriet was astonished. He quickly apologized. I'm sorry for acting so immaturely. Lamille comforted him. It's all right, please drink. Reldriet closed his eyes tightly, held his breath, and drank the cup of medicine dry. The bitter taste of the medicine rushed to his brain, making Roel quickly cover his mouth. Lamille swiftly offered a piece of candy, saying, Viscount Arnon, this is a piece of candy. Please open your mouth. Roel opened his mouth to take the candy, his lips brushing against Lamille's fingers. She let out a soft gasp. Roel took her hand, and Lamille blushed, exclaiming, Ack, a combo attack. He stammered, I'm sorry, it was just a bit bitter. I accidentally held your hand without thinking. Lamille shyly replied, Oh, it's all right, it's already happened. I'm also at fault for offering my hand to you in the first place. Then the two looked at each other in silence. Roel shyly let go of her hand and turned his face away. Ah, I'm sorry. Lamille, however, was disappointed, secretly wishing he had held her hand longer. She spoke up, asking, So, how are you feeling now? At this moment, Roel regained his composure. Oh, I don't feel anything anymore. Lamille asked again, You're not in pain? Roel replied, I'm perfectly fine. She happily sat down on the chair, letting out a sigh of relief. Now it was Roel's turn to ask her, So, when did the Viscount prepare this medicine?
Lamille Claude said he had just completed it last week, but he had conducted a clinical trial before releasing it. Roel was bewildered. Clinical trial? Lamille Claude thought of this scene where her whole family collapsed because of that medicine, while Rosanne calmly took notes. He even asked, "Oh, how does everyone feel?" She gave a wry smile. "All members of my family have tasted this, so we have contributed a small part to this trial." Roel felt a little guilty. Everyone had to put themselves in danger, and I had no idea. Lamille Claude awkwardly confessed, "I apologize for hiding it from you. I thought you would object to the trial if you knew about it." Hearing this, he replied, "That's right, but I—" Before he could finish, Lamille Claude interrupted. "If you didn't object, then you would volunteer to participate in the trial, which is why we had to hide it from you." Seeing Roel's guilty expression, she secretly blamed herself. Perhaps I shouldn't have told him this. What if he tries to hide his pain in the future? He then blamed himself aloud. It's unsettling to know that everyone had to sacrifice themselves for my benefit. But, seeing Roel hesitate, Lamille Claude looked at him puzzled. "Yes?" Roel, with a joyful expression, continued, "I think I can understand that feeling if I were in your shoes. Thank you very much. I will do my best to help you and the Claude family." Lamille Claude was stunned.
She thought that, in the past, Roel Driet would have felt uncomfortable being helped. She wondered if they were gradually becoming a real family. In the evening, elsewhere, Lewin was standing by a window, praying. Army and Saberi sat nearby, watching him. Army grumbled that he had promised to go to bed early, yet here he was, looking outside again. Saberi patted her head comfortingly, saying that he was surely worried about his family and couldn't do anything to help. Army walked over to Lewin and said confidently, "I bet your family is fine. I was taught that werewolves are extremely strong."
Hearing that, Lewin immediately asked, "So why haven't they come here even though a week has passed? Have they forgotten me?" Hearing this, Army was flustered, not knowing how to answer. "Well," Lewin sadly said, "you don't know either, do you?" The girl tried to explain. "Maybe they got lost. Think about the size of this place. In the forest is even bigger." Lewin was a little happy. "Really?" Seberi also added, "That's right, kid. You should wait patiently. And now, go to sleep." Army pushed him while agreeing. "That's right. Maybe they'll be here tomorrow morning as soon as you wake up." Army couldn't push Lewin away and was bewildered. "Why is he so heavy?" She asked, "Don't you believe me?" Hearing that, he hastily replied, "Oh, no, not at all. I do believe you. I trust you very much." The two children lay on the bed. Army said loudly, "Close your eyes tightly." Lewin replied, "All right," then closed his eyes tightly. Seberi looked at this scene and thought to himself, "The boy is really well behaved. He looks more like a little dog than a wolf." Army suddenly whispered, "Dear Mr. Moon, please help Lewin's parents return soon. Don't take them away as you did with my parents." Hearing those prayers, Seberi thought to himself, "Since they still haven't arrived, I think I should go look for them." Early morning at Rosen's mansion.
Roel went to see Rosanne. He set down the teacup and asked, "Do you need my help today, Viscount Arnon?" He hesitated, saying, "Actually, ever since I stopped taking your medicine a few days ago, my pain has become more frequent." Hearing this, Rosanne asked cautiously, "Do you mean my medicine made my pain worse?" Roel immediately denied. "No, in fact, it has subsided, so I don't think you need to make a big deal out of this." Rosanne breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "So the pain has lessened, hasn't it?" He replied, "Yes, very noticeably." Rosanne wrote on the report paper, "The severity of the pain is decreased." Because the pain has lessened, should I consider this good progress? Or because it appears more frequently, is this a bad sign? Roel thought to himself. Rosanne put the report down and said, "Now you have two options." Roel was confused. "Two options?" He offered, "The first option is to reduce the amount of my prescription and wait for a change." Roel continued, "So the only remaining option is to continue using the medicine as is, correct?" Rosen replied, "Exactly." He explained, "This is my personal opinion, but I believe it will be effective in helping to reduce." Roel interrupted, "I'll still use it." Rosen was surprised. "Are you sure, sir?" He said with determination, "Yes, I can't run away from it. And this might sound strange, but I think this pain seems to be gradually becoming a path." Rosen asked, "What makes you think that?" Roel replied, "No, there's no evidence to prove it's true. It's just a thought." He teased, "A thought? Is your instinct reliable?" Roel's gaze became calm. He said, "There have been times I failed when following orders, but I've been undefeated when listening to my own instincts." Rosen thought to himself, "Again, it's the mettle of the northern hero. I really can't object." He said, "All right then, just follow your instincts." He replied, "Thank you, sir." Rosanne gave Roel Driet a few instructions, then concluded with the question, "By the way, how are things between you and Miss Lamille?" which made him choke on his tea. He was bewildered. What about Miss Lamille?" Rosanne explained, "What I mean is, I'm just an outsider, so I don't know much about your relationship. From what I can see, your relationship has become closer, but it can still develop further." Roel Driet said awkwardly, "I don't understand what you mean." He smiled, "Oh, come on, you know exactly what I'm talking about." This left Roel Driet extremely flustered, his face turning bright red.
Rozan stood up and said, Viscount Arnon, I'm only saying this as a precaution, but you can't expect someone to treat you well forever. Realdreet panicked. So what am I doing? Rozan replied, Well, Viscount Arnon, kindness must be given and received. At night, Kelly was walking down the corridor. She yawned sleepily. Thinking of Carlos's dramatic letter, Kelly sighed. I have to write a reply to Carlos tonight, but I'm so tired. Kelly thought to herself, maybe I should secretly catch a nap on the sofa while Miss LaMille reads. Suddenly, she noticed someone.
Kelly realized, oh, it's Viscount Arnon. I'll push him into her room and then take a nap on the sofa. Thinking this, she approached him and said, You must be here to see Miss LaMille. I'll call her right away. Realdreet hastily said, Actually, I came here to see you, Kelly. Kelly was surprised. Me? He nodded. Kelly imagined a furious LaMille. She became so scared that she stammered, Viscount Arnon, I'm sorry, but I'm currently seeing someone else. You're very handsome, but I can't. You're Miss LaMille's husband, and I don't want to die before getting married, so I'll pretend not to have heard your proposition about this affair. Realdreet was confused. What affair? What are you talking about? Kelly inwardly groaned. Oh no, I've said something foolish to him. If Miss LaMille were here, I'd be in big trouble. She immediately tried to salvage the situation. That was just a joke. Please pretend you didn't hear that. Realdreet still didn't quite understand. I still don't understand, but all right. Kelly then asked, So do you need anything from me? He replied, Actually, I wanted to ask you a few things about Miss LaMille. Kelly was surprised. About Miss LaMille? Realdreet blushed shyly. He said, I want to know what Miss LaMille likes. Kelly asked again, Why? Realdreet shyly replied, I'm planning to give her a gift. Kelly thought, I wondered why he suddenly wanted to talk to me. She breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, of course. Miss LaMille really likes. Then she suddenly thought of something and gasped. Kelly inwardly thought, My mouth instinctively shut itself. If I accidentally mention the novel about Lude, Miss LaMille will kill me.
But then what does she like? She is good at swordsmanship, but that doesn't mean she likes swords. And she doesn't like expensive jewelry either. Would she like anything his lordship gives her? The problem is who the gift comes from, not what the gift is. Honestly, she'd be happy even if his lordship gave her dung. After a moment of thought, Kelly spoke up. I think she'll like anything his lordship gives her. Roel was surprised. You think so? She replied logically. They say the most important part of a gift is the giver's intention. Think of it the other way around. Would you also be happy with anything Miss LaMille gave you? Recalling LaMille's radiant smile, Roel unconsciously clenched his hand. He spoke up. Thank you for your help. I need to go and think about possible gifts. Kelly was a little worried. Is his lordship going to prepare right now? Wouldn't it be better to do it tomorrow? It's already late.
Kelly suggested, Oh, Viscount Arnon, I think a handmade gift is best. He turned his head in surprise. A handmade gift? She added, After all, what everyone wants to see is sincerity. Roel replied, I'm not really good with my hands, but I'll try. If it's a handmade gift, it will definitely be fine. Then he pushed the card away. Kelly was surprised. She thought to herself, What did you mean by that? Couldn't you have told me before leaving? How can I wait until next week? In the dead of night, the moon was directly overhead. Roel was still diligently working. In the quiet space, there was only the sound of his pen moving with absolute concentration. After a while, he finally put down his pen. He looked around the room, secretly satisfied. Because of the quiet space, he had finished everything quite quickly. Roel recalled when LaMille cheerfully handed him the key. You need a place to work, right? You can use my study as your private room. Roel chuckled. Thanks to Miss LaMille, he had a private space. Surely no one would come here as it was very late now. He briefly glanced at the key beside him.
Realdreet used a key to open the drawer. Inside were several embroidered handkerchiefs, all bearing LaMille's name. He had followed Kelly's earlier suggestion. Oh, Viscount Arnon, I think a handmade gift is the best. From then on, Realdreet secretly embroidered handkerchiefs for LaMille, smiling to himself as he worked. The study was dark tonight, lit only by Realdreet's lamp as he diligently embroidered for LaMille. Realdreet thought to himself. He hoped this would make her happier. Meanwhile, LaMille was drooling in her sleep, vaguely scratching her stomach as if tickled. The scene shifted to a bright sunny morning, with light filtering through the leaves. Seberi and 3 others were toiling in the forest. The other 3 were now utterly exhausted. Mark gasped for air. We've been searching relentlessly for 3 days straight, and still there's no result. Unlike them, Seberi remained calm. Perhaps we'll find something in this town. A moment later, Seberi stood before a cliff, looking down. We finally arrived. Below was a village that looked very peaceful. Mark looked down with a hint of apprehension. So this is a shape-shifting town? I've seen a few people with shape-shifting abilities before, but I've never seen one of their towns. Before the others could even catch their breath, Seberi, instead of taking the path, calmly leaped down with a whoosh, making Mark anxiously shout, Sir Seberi! Despite jumping from that height, he landed very gracefully. Mark and the knights above were like abandoned puppies, wondering, what was that? I know you're in a hurry, but how could you leave us behind like that? How are we supposed to get down there? Seberi, however, didn't care. You can figure out a way yourself. He had now reached a small wooden house. Seberi knocked on the door. Is anyone home? A blonde girl opened the door, wondering, what is it? Seberi replied, I have a few questions. The beast girl looked at Seberi's appearance in surprise. Huh? Why is there a human here? She politely asked. I'm from Claude, currently searching for shapeshifters. Have you seen any gray werewolves recently? The girl was surprised. Werewolves? She pondered for a moment before recalling. I think a few gray werewolves stopped here about 2 days ago. Seberi quickly jotted it down. 2 days ago? She continued. Yes, 2 gray werewolves visited our town. Seeing this, Seberi pressed further. What did they do here? No, where did they go? She tried to recall. Oh, I remember them saying they were looking for their son. The werewolf said that during a fight with monsters, their son disappeared when they weren't paying attention. Seberi simultaneously recalled her previous conversation with Luan. He and his family were traveling across the land of Claude, but they were attacked by monsters. Then he was separated from his family. What the girl recounted perfectly matched that story. Seberi thought to herself, that's what Luan said. She continued to ask, do you know where they went? She pointed a direction, probably towards the northwest. Seberi glanced in that direction with a serious expression, but that direction is where the monsters dwell. She continued, we tried to stop them, but they were certain their son was lost there or had been captured by the monsters.
After the questioning was complete, Seberi respectfully said, thank you for your cooperation. After finding a clue, a faint voice called him, Sir Seberi. He turned around. You've come at just the right time. The knights had only just managed to get down to the location, and only Mark still had the strength to stand, even if he had to lean on his sword for support. Mark groaned. I think I'm going to die. Seberi was a bit annoyed. Stop whining. Mark gloomily replied, I'm sorry. Seberi interrupted. Anyway, I've gathered enough information. I have 2 proposals for you. One is to go call for reinforcements and wait here. In that case, Seberi stood in the village and ordered, I give you 30 minutes, run. The 2 other soldiers there laughed while Mark painfully complained. He was a bit annoyed. Do you want me to climb another mountain, sir? Seberi continued with the remaining plan. 2 is for us to go northwest ourselves. Hearing this proposal, the other 3 felt even more helpless. In their hearts, they were so afraid and pessimistic, imagining the 4 of them going to where the monsters were. That place was famous for its many demons and evil spirits. Would we be okay? Could it be that today was our doomsday? Mac knelt down earnestly. Sir Seberi, what is the reason you must search for them so desperately? Seberi remembered Luan's sad face. I feel sorry for that boy. He has been separated from his family for a long time, and they are also people of our kingdom. That is why I want to save them. Mac was surprised. People of our kingdom? Do they belong to Claude? Seberi explained. Actually, I'm not 100% sure, but according to what Luan told us, the boy's family must have intended to settle in Claude. Otherwise, there would be no reason for them to risk their lives crossing the border, because only our land welcomes those with shape-shifting abilities. Seberi continued to preach, and as everyone knows, our mission is to protect this land and the people who live here. I will leave for a moment, so the 3 of you must find a way to find Luan's parents as soon as possible. The other 3 were heartbroken. He's basically telling us to go into the forest right now. The scene shifted to the desolate northwestern mountains. A pair of eyes gleamed fiercely.
This was followed by a series of lightning-fast claw strikes. A centipede-like monster bore the full brunt of the attacks, splattering blood as it died. Its blood dripped onto the hand of a beast human. It was Luan's parents, searching for their child. Seeing her husband's weary appearance in the wound on his hand, his mother asked, Are you all right, Lukbo? She helped the injured Lukbo up. Luan is still alive, Lukbo said weakly. I know it. She wondered, then why are you so impatient? Lukbo's eyes welled up with tears, unconsciously worried for his child. I don't know. He was silently panicking, thinking he was going mad with fear over what terrible things might befall Luan. Heartbroken, she embraced Lukbo. I'm sure he'll be fine. Comforted by his wife, Lukbo's tears flowed freely, but in truth, she was just as scared as he was. A sound nearby startled her. She raised her guard. Lukbo, someone is approaching. Lukbo was a little bewildered. Judging by this scent, it's definitely a human, he said. His wife shouted loudly, Who's there? Show yourself. From a distance, a cloaked figure slowly approached. The person gradually drew closer to the couple. The outfit looked very similar to Seberi's. A sword was sheathed at the person's hip. Seeing this, she concluded, A sword? Is he a hunter? Luan's mother became vigilant, taking a defensive stance.
Seberi flipped back his hood. Excuse me, but are you Luan's parents? She froze at his question. Excuse me? Do you know our son? Seberi smiled gently and said, It seems you 2 are indeed Luan's parents. Luan's parents knelt on the ground, bewildered. The father asked him, How do you know him? Seberi suddenly realized, Oh dear, I apologize for not introducing myself yet. I am Seberi Claude. My family is currently protecting Luan at Claude Castle. Luan's mother was quite panicked. What? Our son? Luan's parents were terrified at the thought of that castle and simultaneously shouted, He's at Count Claude's castle? How did he get there?
Saberi replied with an awkward smile. I happened to find the boy, so now he's at our home. Luan's father said emotionally. Thank God he's still alive. Thank you so much. I was worried something bad might have happened to him. Saberi smiled gently as he watched Luan's parents, so overjoyed and emotional.
He said, by the way, are you two the only gray wolves around here? Luan's mother immediately replied, no, wait, I'll call the others. Separi was confused. Huh? But I don't see anyone else around here. A howl was let out, echoing through the forest. Separi said, oh right, wolves can call their pack this way. Robel placed his hand on his chest. We split up to search, but now we can safely rely on you. I don't know how to repay you. Robel's parents were led to the boy. The three reunited, embracing each other. All three were so happy they cried. Robel Driat sat in his wheelchair, happily stroking Army's head. Seeing this, the couple Shale and Liera also felt happy. Suddenly, an arm slapped Seberi's shoulder hard, making him cry out in pain. It was Lamille. She teased Seberi. Hey kiddo, who taught you such polite manners? He was angry. What are you doing? We're in front of our guests. You'd better let go of me while I'm still talking to you nicely. Lamille gave Seberi a quick kiss on the cheek. Are you embarrassed because your sister praised you? Come here, let me give you a loving kiss as a reward. Seberi yelled, Ah, I don't need it. Go away. Shale clapped his hands and spoke up. Come on, we should celebrate this with a party. Everyone has been reunited, so why don't we share this joy after dinner? Let's continue in the dining room. Lamille kept pinching Seberi's cheek. He was angry but couldn't do anything, secretly thinking, someday I'll get my revenge.
Delicious dishes were laid out on the table. In that room, warm rays of sunlight were shining in. At the dining table, Shale asked, May I ask, why did you decide to move to Claude? Luan's mother replied, Oh, I think you've already guessed part of the reason. The new queen of the Mornon kingdom has caused chaos in the kingdom. She has done everything possible to push Princess Pieri out in order to designate her son as the heir. Right now, the nobility is divided into two factions, one supporting the former queen and the other supporting the new queen. Until now, the kingdom has paid us with money and food to protect the borders. However, all our subsidies have been cut due to the kingdom's declining economy. Luan's mother exuded resentment. Mornon is no longer what it used to be. It will soon collapse.
Shale was quite worried. He thought to himself, I've heard about the political struggles that erupt when a new queen enters the palace, but I didn't think it would be this serious. Liera asked, So what do you all plan to do in Claude from now on? Luan's parents exchanged glances, unsure what to say. Then they said in unison, We want to become guards for the Claude royal family. Shale asked again, Guards? Luan's mother happily said, I'm sure you know that wolves are very good at protecting their territory, and we are very good at protecting our home. Lukbo added, We will do our best to stop any enemies as long as we are paid with food. The whole family pleaded with sparkling eyes, Please take us in. We have nowhere else to go. Shale gave an awkward smile. It seemed this wasn't a bad deal. Liera said, After we finish eating, we'll find a place for you all to build a home near the outskirts. Luan's parents replied in unison, Thank you, sir. Lukbo looked at his son. By the way, Luan. The boy replied, Yes. Lukbo said, We'll be leaving the castle soon, so say goodbye to everyone here. Luan was stunned upon hearing this. What? Army, sitting nearby, also comforted him. It's such a relief that you've been reunited with your family again. I'll visit you often. Luan stammered. Army wondered. Huh? What were you about to say? Luan turned to look at her. Can't you come with me, Army? I want you to come along. Is that okay? The girl blushed shyly.
Lamille sat opposite, thinking to herself, No way, is this the start of a new fluffy romance movie? On this side, Army replied to Luan, But Luan, this is my home. I can't go with you. Luan declared, Then I won't go either. Luan's mother reminded him, Luan, don't act so immaturely. He turned to whine at Army. Lamelle watched, thinking to herself, I get it, he's still a child. I almost forgot that because Army is quite mature for her age. Also, I really hated leaving Kelly's house when I was little. She recalled herself throwing a tantrum. I'm not going home. That made her friend freeze up and gave her mother a headache. Suddenly, Ruel Dreet grabbed her hand. He said, Can't we do something? Lamelle blushed, thinking to herself, Something we can do? Oh my God, I didn't think you would grab my hand like that.
Roel lowered his head. I don't think this kind of separation is good for children. Lamille thought slyly. Wait, is this an opportunity for me to score points? She raised her hand to offer an opinion. Esteemed Count Claude. Shale was startled by this. Please, address him as you normally would. Lamille began. Ahem. What is the reason for the werewolf family to have to move to the suburbs? Shale replied. You have a point. Then Lamille turned to Mother Luan and asked, What do you think? Why do you have to live outside the castle? Mother Luan replied, It seems we don't need to, but I'm sure most humans wouldn't like living with shapeshifters.
Liera said, Don't worry, I believe our people will welcome everyone, because, although not many, we still live alongside shapeshifters. Lukbo added, I've heard that Claude doesn't discriminate against people like us, but I didn't expect such a warm welcome. Lamil said, "You said you wanted to become a guard for the Claude royal family, didn't you? Then living in the castle isn't a bad idea." The werewolf couple looked at each other. Lamil continued, happy children, and thought, "It seems that after all, Army is still just a child." Rule Drite looked at Lamil with an embarrassed expression, his heart pounding as if it would burst out. Night had fallen, and the space was incredibly quiet. In the room, Shayla sat on a chair, rubbing his chin, deep in thought. At this moment, Liera lay on the bed, propped up on her hands, and asked Shayla, "Aren't you going to sleep?" Liera's posture carried a hint of laziness. She lightly patted the bed a few times. Seeing his wife like this, Shayla smiled and said, "I have a few things to think about." Liera got out of bed and approached Shayla, her shadow covering a portion of the map on the table. Liera asked Shayla curiously, "Why do you keep staring at the map?" Hearing her question, he didn't rush to answer, but asked back, "Are you planning to use this opportunity to expand our territory?" Shayla pointed at the map. Regarding this ambiguous land between us and the Mornon Kingdom, I just think it should be clearly demarcated."
Shale recalled Lewin's mother's words, who said that the Border Patrol soldiers were not paid fairly. He looked at the vast land on the map. If the kingdom falls into chaos because of the new queen, the consequences will spread to the outlying regions. If we approach cautiously, I think we can protect more territory. Liera crossed her arms, frowned, and asked Shale, "Are you planning for war now?" Shale chuckled at that, holding the teacup in his hand. "Not now." Liera glanced at Shale, her eyes full of doubt. "Can I really trust you?" Shale forced a smile. "Of course, our son-in-law's health comes first." Hearing that, Liera didn't intend to say anything more. She turned around and rubbed her hair. "All right, let's go to bed and sleep then." Shale took a sip of tea, a pensive expression on his face. "That's right, now is not the time."
Perhaps it was after Viscount Arnon had fully recovered. The next morning, light from outside shone into the room, where Pierre was sitting at her dressing table. She skillfully held the comb in her hand, gently combing each strand of hair. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door, followed by a voice announcing from outside, "Miss Pierre, Her Majesty is looking for you." Hearing this, Pierre's hand, which was combing her hair, suddenly paused. A maid standing at the door reminded her, "She is waiting in the evergreen garden. Please hurry." Pierre glanced at the maid and replied, "Oh, I just need to comb my hair a little more. You can help me." Before Pierre could finish her sentence, the maid had already closed the door and left. Pierre was momentarily stunned, and she scoffed at herself. "Oh, my words are useless." A moment later, at the luxurious greenhouse, Pierre took a deep breath to regain her composure. The maid had already opened the door, inviting her inside. Pierre was a little flustered, about to say, "Wait, I need a moment to..." But the maid ignored her and cut her off. "Her Majesty is waiting for you." Hearing this, she froze. Pierre said nothing more. Clutching her dress, she bowed her head and quickly stepped inside. She couldn't help but feel annoyed. No one here ever listened to her. Inside the greenhouse, laughter now echoed. Seated in the center was Nabria, the hostess of the tea party. Beside her was Belen, the crown princess of the Anthony Empire. Nabria held a teacup in her hand and praised, "That seems like a good idea. You're quite intelligent despite your young age." Belen smiled and replied politely, "Oh, thank you for your high praise." Pierre looked at the person in front of her with curiosity, wondering where she came from. Suddenly, Nabria's voice rang out, "You're late." Hearing this, Pierre felt immense pressure. She bowed deeply, her voice full of sincerity. "I apologize." Nabria didn't seem to care much. She set her teacup down and introduced, "Allow me to introduce you. This is the crown princess of the Anthony Empire."
Belen looked at her with gentle eyes. Pierre stammered slightly. "Greetings, Your Highness." Pierre couldn't help but wonder, a princess of an empire, why was she here? She was dressed quite ordinarily for her status, and only had one knight accompanying her for protection. It seemed she had come here in secret. Nabria spoke up. "Sit down, quickly." Pierre respectfully replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." Internally, she still couldn't stop wondering if the princess had something to discuss secretly in Mornon. Nabria rested her chin on her hand, tilting her head as she looked at Pierre. "Do you know why I summoned you here?" Pierre lowered her gaze and replied, "Forgive me, but I'm not quite sure." She then scoffed. "That's right, it's not surprising at all, you fool." Hearing the two words, "you fool," Pierre felt as if she had frozen on the spot. Nabria glanced at the maidservant who was bringing out a scroll of announcement. "I need you to go somewhere." Pierre was startled to hear the request. She felt a little anxious. "Me? Go where?" Belen smirked and said, "To the land of Claude. You know it, don't you?"
Pierre was surprised. Belen's eyes no longer held the gentle look from earlier. Instead, they were vacant and emotionless. At the same time, at Duke Claude's mansion, a loud shout rang out. "It's finally done!" On the table was a sparkling pink-hued orb. "Ta-da!" A skeptical voice rang out. "So this is your new aura detector?" Lamil touched the orb and wondered to herself, "What's different from the current one?" Rosanne pointed and explained with a smile. Until now, aura detectors could only measure aura above 100 units, but the detector I created can even measure below 100.
During Professor Rozan's lecture, one side gloomily said, "It's less than 99, so we assume it doesn't exist." The other side excitedly exclaimed, "Ha ha, I can see your aura reading is 12. Roll Dreet clapped his hands in praise. "That's amazing." Lemuel rubbed her chin thoughtfully. But what if this device can't measure for Roll Dreet? Wouldn't that make him even more disheartened? I mean, I trust Sir Rozan, but... At this moment, Rozan approached and instructed Roll Dreet. "Its operation is similar to the previous one. You don't need to worry. Just hold it comfortably." Roll Dreet took the orb and replied with a smile. "All right." Roll Dreet focused on the orb in his hand. Lemuel, beside him, quietly remarked, "Roll Dreet also looks excited. I hope the results will be good." She couldn't help but pray inwardly. Rozan looked at the orb in Roll Dreet's hand with a slight awkwardness. "I think that's enough."
Lemuel was surprised. "It's done, but nothing happened." Rozan softly said, "Unfortunately, it seems to have detected nothing." Lemuel looked up at him pleading, "But one time isn't enough to conclude, right? He can try again," and Reldreet was surprised to see light emanating from his hand. "Huh?" The orb in Reldreet's hand was continuously emitting light. Lemuel's eyes widened. Rozan's mouth hung open, his brows slightly furrowed. All three stared at the orb in disbelief. "What is this?" Reldreet held the orb, the light in his hand gradually fading. Lemuel was surprised. "Huh? The light is fading." Rozan approached the orb, delighted by it. "It seems I found the right treatment method." He was tearfully moved, lifting the orb as if it were an egg, cherishing it as if it were a flower. Lemuel subtly sighed. He's trying to hide his smile, isn't he? Afterwards, Reldreet asked, "So what should we do from now on?" Rozan adjusted his glasses, confidently stating, "In short, your current condition is that your soul has awakened."
This is what I can confidently diagnose for you. This made Roll Dreet tremble slightly. "So what do you mean?" Roll Dreet asked. Rozan immediately reminded him, "Well, even in that case, I can't say that you'll be able to walk right away." It sounded a bit disheartening, but Roll Dreet accepted it. "I understand." However, Rozan added, "Unfortunately, the recovery process will be slow. I think it's best for you to start rehabilitation." Lemuel asked again, "Rehabilitation? I thought awakening the soul had solved everything." Rozan explained that his senses would soon be restored. The simple medical lesson on aura from Viscount Arnon Rozan began. When aura weakens, manifested by fatigue and hunger, Lemuel will guide him on how to use restorative medicine, helping the body gradually adapt and absorb the medicine. Eventually, aura will recover. Roll Dreet thought, "From now on, my life will turn a new page. My soul has been awakened." When aura returns, he might feel pain as his muscles gradually recover. Now is the time for a body tour, which might cause organs to ache. Roll Dreet exclaimed, "Doctor, what's going on here?" Roll Dreet realized that Rozan must have been talking about the pain he had experienced before. The agonizing pain he had endured every night, it turned out, was a sign that his aura was recovering. Rozan explained, "Now I predict 3 possible scenarios. First, Viscount Arnon will fully recover his aura and sensation in his legs. That would be the best news for us. Second, Viscount Arnon will only recover half of his aura and sensation. In this case, you can move freely but will need assistive devices, such as crutches. Thirdly, Viscount Arnon recovered less than half of his aura and sensation. In that case, he could move his feet, but walking would be very difficult." Although he had heard about the 3 cases, the potential flaws still left Roll endlessly worried. He felt that he had only recovered a fraction of his sensation in the end.
Lemuel noticed his extreme anxiety as his hands trembled in despair. She tried to reassure him. "Viscount Arnon, you will definitely stand again, no matter what happens. Don't worry too much." Her gentleness and sincerity made Roel more persistent. He wondered how she could give him so much motivation while he was anxious. He wanted to repay her for trusting him more than he trusted himself. If he recovered quickly and could walk on his own 2 feet, he wanted to welcome the warm spring with Lady Lemuel. Then he clasped her hand. "Thank you, Lady Lemuel. For some strange reason, I feel like what you just said will come true, and it makes me feel much more at ease." His sun-like smile stirred her heart, leaving Lemuel dazed. Lemuel's eyes crinkled as she smiled. "If Sir Oram weren't here, I might just kiss him." "You need to control yourself, Lemuel. Roel's fully recovered in the original storyline, so I'm sure he'll be fine, right?" That night, Roel was still up late. He diligently embroidered Lemuel's name onto a small handkerchief. "It's finally done," he sighed softly. "It's all finished." The small handkerchief had Lemuel Claude's name embroidered on it. Roel observed every detail, muttering softly, "It seems a bit crooked. I'm not really satisfied with this. I should make a new one." Roel then opened a drawer, which was full of handkerchiefs he had botched. "Oh," he sighed helplessly. "Next time I'll just use these for myself." Suddenly, a convulsive pain struck him. He trembled, thinking to himself, "My leg hurts again."
But at least that's good news. Now this pain makes me feel happy. I have to try and endure it, at least for Lady Lemuel. But where did I put my painkillers? Roll Dreet looked towards the small glass bottle on the table. At the same time, Kelly, having finished the book, reminded Lemuel, "Lady Lemuel, quickly give me the next volume." But she wasn't very interested. Wait a moment, I'm getting to the most important part. Kelly grumbled. Oh my, your temperament really is. Do you want me to tell Viscount Arnon that you really enjoy reading novels about void travel? Lamille felt a headache coming on and snapped. If you want those to be the last words you ever speak, then go ahead and try. Lamille's intuition told her that something was amiss around them. She instinctively sat up. I have a bad feeling. My little dear is in trouble. Kelly didn't understand. You have a bad feeling? Are you an animal or something? She hastily said, I must go check on Roldriette immediately. Seeing this, the maid teased. Now? I think he'll be at a higher risk of danger when you're around.
Lamille immediately threw the book to her. That's not what I meant. Kelly took the book with delight. Great, now I can read it. Immediately after, Lamille hurriedly knocked on Roldrite's door. Sir Roldrite, are you asleep yet? She pressed her ear close to listen. Sir Roldrite, but she didn't hear any sound. She wondered, what's happening? Is he asleep? Suddenly, she accidentally heard a pained groan from inside. Lamille didn't hesitate to throw open the door, shouting, Sir Roldrite. Roldrite was quite surprised by her appearance. Miss Lamille? She said in a panic. Are you all right? Your leg hurts, doesn't it? However, he tried to explain. No, it's just a slight ache. It's gone now. You don't need to worry about me. You should rest. What he didn't expect was that Lamille was extremely worried about him. Sir Roldrite, I know you've been enduring pain since the tea party. He tried to interject. Excuse me, but she continued. I know you've asked Viscount Razan to hide it all this time, and I understand what you were thinking when you did that. How could I not understand that you don't want others to worry about you? But as I said before, now that we are married, please don't hide anything from me. Rel was stunned by her warmth. She even threatened. If I catch you doing things like this again, I'll do something outrageous and hide it from you. Rel understood. All right, I won't do it again. Lamille reminded him. More importantly, if the pain occurs frequently, that's a bad sign. You're abusing painkillers. Rel suddenly reached out. Miss Lamille, I've actually had something I wanted to give you for a long time. Please accept it. Lamille was taken aback, her heart pounding uncontrollably. What? What is it? Then Rel reached for the drawer. He said, This is my first time doing this, so it might not be very impressive.
But this is a gift for you. Rel timidly offered the handkerchief. Lamille was surprised. A gift? Rel said sincerely, Yes, I've always been the one receiving, and I realized I've never given you anything. But since I can't move freely, this is the only thing I can give you right now. I'm sorry it's not very pretty. Although it was just a small gift, it was more than enough for Lamille at the moment. She was deeply moved, struggling to hold back her emotions. But it's so soft. The color is absolutely exquisite, and my name is even embroidered on it. How can you call this not pretty, Roel? You're such a fool. Roel added, I embroidered it myself. Hearing him say that, she was so happy she started to cry. Sir Roel. This made him a little flustered. Miss Lamille, please don't cry. She quickly wiped away her tears. I'm so touched. This is the best gift ever. Roel reminded her. You should wipe your tears with that handkerchief instead of your sleeve. Lamille was speechless. How can I use a handkerchief embroidered by my favorite person? She paused, then suddenly had a good idea. It would be a waste if only I knew about this precious gift.
As soon as I wake up tomorrow morning, I will plan Roldrite's exhibition room. However, because Liera and Shale adamantly opposed this idea, Lamille's grand plan remained just a dream. Despite many surprises along the way, time still passed quickly. Fortunately, Roldrite's rehabilitation process had made progress. Roldrite exerted himself to participate in the rehabilitation process, sweat profusely on his face. He collapsed to the floor, gasping for breath. How did I do? Lamille checked her watch and announced, You took about 32 seconds. However, she wasn't happy at all. Thinking back, 32 seconds. She glanced at the path, which was only a few meters long. This path was so short that an ordinary person would only take 10 seconds to walk back and forth, but Roldrite had to try his best just to complete it. Lamille smiled, encouraging him. You're faster than last week? Roldrite curiously asked back. What was last week's record? Lamille immediately replied, 38 seconds. So he was quite pleased to be 6 seconds faster. However, what she noticed was Roldrite's condition after the exercise. Seeing how his arms were trembling, he had overexerted himself and seemed a bit exhausted. Afterwards, she wanted to wipe his sweat. Excuse me, Viscount Arnon, she said, but he was a bit shy. I can do it myself. Lamille was determined to take care of Roldrite. I will help you. Roldrite reluctantly accepted. All right. Then she gently used a towel to wipe away the sweat from the young man's neck, making Roldrite blush shyly.
Lamille thought to herself, sweat trickling down his fair neck. Lamille herself was no exception. Her face was as red as a tomato. This alluring expression, could this be the perfect moment for a kiss? Had God granted it to her? The space held only the two of them, a young man and woman intimately close. Suddenly, Roel took her hand. Lady Lamille, he said. She replied, flustered, Lord Roel. The two drew closer, closer, closer still, and then...
Suddenly, Fidel interrupted the moment. He excitedly pushed the door open with a bang. Vicious Viscountess were back. He suddenly froze, bewildered. Huh? What are you two doing? On the other side, Roel covered his face and slumped to the floor, while Emile posed as if wringing out a towel. Kay immediately scolded him. I told you we should wait until he finished his rehabilitation exercises. She pulled Fidel's cheek, making him yelp in pain. Why am I getting scolded again? Dallas also subtly nudged aside. Ahem. Fidel, ganged up on, immediately cried out, You too, Baron Dallas?
Lamille was excited to see Fide, Kay, and Baron Dallas, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. Kay greeted them warmly. How have you two been lately? Roel replied, Very well, thank you. Only Fide had tears welling up in his eyes. He was crying tears of happiness. I couldn't even imagine your condition improving this much, Viscount Arnon. Kay was still a bit shy. She gently reminded him, I'm truly sorry, Viscount Arnon, please calm down. But Roel understood that everyone was worried about him. It's all right. Lamille looked at Fide and thought of herself, wondering if she looked like that when she cried.
She looked around and asked, Come to think of it, where are Garen and Garen? I thought they said they'd come with everyone, she grumbled inwardly. Do those damn guys dare to lie to me? Actually, those guys were also very distressed. We haven't appeared since chapter 10, but we've been working hard all this time. That's right, exactly. Fidel was still crying. Oh, those two, I think they've gone north. Lamelle was a little surprised. North? So suddenly? He recounted that when they heard about a potential war breaking out in the north, they said it was an opportunity to make money. She cried out helplessly. Oh my, they must not be afraid of war. Fidel agreed. Well, they said there's nothing scarier than you, Lady Lamille. Hearing that, she froze. She started to change the subject. Haha, we're all tired. Why don't we sit down and chat? The night sparkled, with soft lights shining down. The four of them chatted and laughed happily. Only two old friends remained, keeping each other company. Dallas said, Honestly, I didn't think Viscount Arnon could recover so quickly. Rosan replied, Is that so? So Dallas added, I'm not an expert on medicine, but I'm sure it's very difficult to recover from damaged nerves. Rosan agreed with that opinion. Isn't that right?
Dallas teased Rosin. Didn't you say so yourself? When you returned to the capital, you said it wouldn't be easy to help the Viscount recover. Rosin conceded. I did say that. The most important factor for a patient is their desire to recover, and Viscount Arnon's desire has been diminishing day by day. He sighed. In the past, Roel used to talk about this, but as you can see, I'm useless now. Dallas was surprised. Really? I thought he was always talking about wanting to wield a sword again. Rosin replied, He did say that at first, but after a few times he stopped mentioning it. Every time it's time to measure his aura, his mood suddenly becomes empty, and before he knew it, he had completely stopped discussing the future. Roel once blamed himself. I have too many debts. The disparity in our family assets is too great. Even if we were to marry, we wouldn't be happy. Dallas then asked, So you're saying it's a matter of desire? Rosin replied, Desire alone isn't enough.
Actually, this is a hypothesis I secretly developed. You see the smile, something that has been hard to find for many years. That's right, what Viscount Arnon needs is a smile. I believe that a person's aura is affected by positive emotions. That is my hypothesis. Bright sunlight streamed into the mansion, onto a balcony, through the glass panes. Roel and Lamille were chatting with Army and Luan. Army was excitedly chattering about her daily activities. Army happily told her brother that this week the Count had taught her about the political activities of the empires. Lamille was bewildered upon hearing this. She thought in alarm. Empires? She's taking an extremely difficult class. Army must be a genius. The little girl diligently confided in everyone, excitedly showing off. As a result, I received snacks as a reward. They were caramel candies, a reward from the Count, and made by the chef. Sweet and adorable. Luan couldn't help but praise. Yes, that was delicious. Roel smiled in approval. Both of you did very well. Lamille patted Luan's head, then looked at Army and asked, Was the lesson very difficult? The little girl obediently replied, Not really. Actually, I want to learn even more, and everyone takes good care of me. Count and Countess Claude dearly loved the two children. Madame Liera even gave them a jar of candy. These fruit candies are better than caramel. Roel gently stroked the little girl's hair, saying with relief, What a relief. He secretly blamed himself, thinking that he had been too careless when he was in the capital, allowing Army to now smile so brightly.
I'm happy that we can go to Claude with the young lady. He looked at Luan, who was always shy, but now spoke more proactively. Lamille, is it good? Would you like to try some? Army unconsciously looked at Roel. His flushed face and adoring gaze at Lamille left her speechless with her brother. Army wanted to ship the two of them, so she tried to find an excuse to leave. We have a few things to ask Viscount Rosan. You two should go eat. Hearing that, Luan asked, bewildered, But I don't have anything to ask? The girl panicked and yelled, No, you do. Then Army rushed over, grabbed Luan's hand, and pulled her away. The two children quickly ran out of the room. Roel was helpless before his sister. That girl is really diligent. Lamille was also surprised by this scene. I know, even though Luan doesn't seem to understand anything. He took his cane and spoke. So should we go eat now, as Army suggested? Lamille was immersed in the atmosphere. She gently extended her hand. The two held hands, guiding each other out of the room.
She linked arms with him, walking together down the hallway. Given their current situation, she couldn't help but exclaim, "It's unbelievable." He turned to her in surprise and asked, "What do you mean?" Remembering their first meeting, which didn't go as smoothly as desired, she replied, "When I first met you and was rejected," Lamil happily continued, "I never thought we would have an ending like this." Roll was stunned to hear that.
He was flustered and embarrassed in front of her, shyly whispering, I'm truly sorry about that time. She smiled and waved her hand, replying, "There's nothing for you to apologize for. Besides, I might have been very surprised if you had accepted my proposal right then." Roel still felt guilty towards her, lowering his head and saying, "Still." Lamel immediately cut him off. "It's all right. Everything worked out in the end." She gave a thumbs up to show that everything was fine, reassuring him. He remained silent for a long time, looking at her, then confided, "Sometimes I can't stop thinking, what would have happened in the end if I hadn't accepted that proposal?" She pondered in silence, thinking that if Roel hadn't accepted her proposal, then he would have gone through the events as in the original storyline.
After his home was confiscated, Ruel was driven out. While wandering the streets, he searched for the whereabouts of Viscount Rozon, who had suddenly gone missing, but he couldn't find the vanished Viscount. Ruel then settled in a place more dilapidated than a warehouse. A year and a half passed, winter arrived, and his younger sister Army, not receiving proper care, lay weakly in bed. Looking at her brother with tear-filled eyes, she softly called, "Ruel." Then only silence remained. Ruel's heart twisted in agony as he softly called, "Army." There was no reply. He suffered immensely by her bedside. At the end of the tragic story, Lamil felt great sympathy for his life. Despite knowing the future, she still encouraged him. "I'm sure you would have been fine even if you hadn't met me." Ruel didn't pin so and replied, "You think so?" Lamil said with certainty, "Of course." He had come to know the sweetness she brought and blushed as he said, "But I don't think I would be as happy as I am now." Hearing this, she also blushed and excitedly asked, "Really?" Ruel placed a hand on his chest, smiling as he affirmed, I completely believe that." Lamil melted, his words touching her heart. "Viscount Aaron, is that what you truly think?" He felt shy under her sparkling gaze and changed the subject. We should go eat." The two continued to chat together on the road. "After that, you'll have to do rehabilitation exercises every day, right? I'll help you." "That's right. I think I can walk faster this time."
At the mansion's library, Army led Lewin to where Viscount Rozon was. She was diligently reading a book. Rozon let out a soft sigh, catching Dallas's attention. He eagerly approached and asked, "Why do you look so disheartened, my lord?" Rozon placed a hand on his forehead and said dejectedly, "My experiment isn't making any progress." Dallas, puzzled, continued to ask, "Is there a problem? I thought Viscount Arnon's leg was almost completely healed." He explained wearily, "I need to use mana stones directly to heal him completely." Rozon looked at the various large and small stones on the table. Dallas also observed intently, then pondered. He suddenly flinched, surprised by this bold decision. "Do you mean you want to use mana stones as medicine?" Rozon immediately replied, "That's right." Dallas, sweating, continued, "But you were the one who said it's very dangerous for humans to absorb mana stones. That's why you always emphasize that mana stones should only be used to create artifacts." Rozon replied, "That's true, but..." Dallas asked curiously, "What made you change your mind?" Rozon handed him a book. "I found a record about pure mana stones." Dallas flipped through the pages. "Shale, according to this, pure mana stones can be used by humans." Based on that, Rozon said, "Exactly. My hypothesis is that a powerful witch can create pure mana stones."
But everyone I've ever asked believed that this was impossible. Dallas wanted to be more certain, so he asked about the book's origin. Are you sure the record you found is accurate?" Rozon was certain the information was true. "This person has published several medical books in Moren. I know I can trust them." He thought to himself, the problem was that its author was a mysterious person of unknown ability, yet capable of purifying mana stones. He said to Dallas, "If even mages can't purify mana stones, I don't know what else to do." As he spoke, Rozon's hand accidentally brushed against the mana stone. Dallas looked at the book and read, "When the mysterious person picks up the mana stone, it will glow in their hand." While the two were discussing, the stone had flown a considerable distance. He continued, "Unlike ordinary mana stones, purified mana stones are white." Rozon corrected him slightly. "No, it should be transparent." Hearing that, Dallas became more attentive. "A transparent mana stone? Interesting." While the two were discussing, Lewin had picked up the stone.
He appeared suddenly, surprising the two people. Luan obediently handed it back. "Here you go." Rozon turned and said, "Thank you, Luan." In his hand was the legendary Pure Stone. Luan had altered its structure, leaving the two people utterly bewildered. Rozon was completely shocked. He grabbed the boy's hand and exclaimed, "Wait, it's it! A pure mana stone! I found you, the one with this mysterious power!" Rozon trembled, but was also overjoyed, his mouth stammering, struggling to speak. "Can you show me again?" Luan was a little confused.
What? Roseanne was so overjoyed he started crying in front of the boy. I'll give you as much mana stone as you want, so please, show me again. His actions made the boy a little scared, as if he was scaring a child rather than pleading. Luan was bewildered, but still agreed. Roseanne coaxed him. Even though it's very difficult, it's okay. Just relax, like you did earlier. Luan was a bit worried, holding the mana stone but unable to activate it. Every second that passed made Roseanne more and more anxious. Then, the stone in Luan's hand emitted a golden light.
Luan nervously presented the stone. Is it okay? Rosin rejoiced. A mana stone! It can truly become pure! He knelt down and touched the mana stone. A transparent mana stone! It exists! Dallas walked over and patted Luan's head in praise. Thank you. This is the first time we've seen him cry. Suddenly, Rosin burst into laughter in front of Luan and Dallas, making the two freeze on the spot. Rosin laughed even more intensely. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door from outside. Roll opened the door and poked his head in. What are you all doing in here? It's past dinner time. He looked inside, seeing Dallas panicking at Rosin's state. Please, sir, don't act rashly at this moment. Ariam, restrain yourself. But Rosin just covered his face and laughed. The two children huddled together in fear. He smiled more and more sinisterly, then kept his face covered, laughing and muttering, Finally, I can continue my experiment. Luan heard everything he said, and a chill ran down his spine.
Roll froze at the sight, wondering what he was witnessing. Why was his smile so terrifying? Was it the madness of a scientist? Or was he angry because the experiment was too difficult? Suddenly, Army and Luan saw Roll and rushed to hug him, calling out his name. Roll! Dallas, startled, turned around and stammered. Viscount Arnon. Roll asked him curiously. What happened here? Dallas cautiously replied. Well, as you can see. Roseanne's voice rang out, startling both of them. Welcome, Viscount Arnon. I've been waiting for you. He turned to look at the man's somewhat sinister expression. Do you need me for something? He smiled sinisterly at him. Thanks to Luan, I found a way to help you fully recover.
Roel asked in surprise. He placed the mana stone in his palm and handed it to him. This is it. Roel was puzzled. Isn't this a piece of glass? Seeing that he hadn't realized, Rosen revealed, no, this is a mana stone. More precisely, it's a mana stone purified by Luan. Roel was startled and amazed to hear that. The innocent boy Luan hugged Roel's leg, not understanding what they were talking about. Rosen said that this child was their hope. A few days later, in the capital, Rosen gathered everyone in a room. It seems everyone is here. Liera quietly sat enjoying her delicious tea. Her calm demeanor made Lamilla a little flustered. I didn't even think Mom would come. Could this be another clinical trial? The previous nightmare? Rosen reported the situation to everyone. I just met Luan's parents. It seems that the ability to purify is not a hereditary power among werewolves. Lamille wondered. It's not? Rosen revealed. Other werewolves don't know how to purify mana stones, and no one knows about this purification. She put her hand to her chin, pondering. It's happening again. If the entire tribe had the ability to purify mana stones, this information would have spread long ago.
Furthermore, the purity of mana stones or anything similar was not mentioned throughout the original storyline. Rel frantically asked him, so what happens from now on? Roseanne put the documents back into his pocket and shook his head. I gathered everyone here to explain this matter. Then he took a vial of medicine from his pocket. This medicine was a combination of the old medicine and a mana stone. It would approach Viscount Armin's heart and help regenerate the core. Lamille wondered, what about the side effects, sir? He couldn't be sure either. It's only 50-50. I'm not saying it has side effects, but there will be some initial symptoms. The medicine, made from a particularly powerful mana stone, will confront the aura already present in the Viscount's body. This means he will have to endure intense pain. Upon hearing this, Lamille felt restless. She secretly glanced at Roel. She could see that his expression looked much brighter than she had expected. I guess he's very happy that his aura is about to return. Nevertheless, we still have to be prepared for the worst-case scenario.
Lamille spoke up. Please tell us as much as possible about the potential symptoms. Roseanne hesitated for a moment, then pulled out a list. I've compiled a list of existing potential symptoms and those that might occur in the future. First, he will likely suffer from partial paralysis. She started imagining wheelchairs, feeling even more distraught, worried that Roel would feel uncomfortable again. Roseanne further mentioned the side effects. Besides that, he will continue to deplete energy and aura, meaning he will get hungry and thirsty faster. This is just a possibility, but he might suddenly develop a limp. Additionally, he might suffer from sudden seizures during sleep. Is this really medicine to make him better? What if Roel still doesn't recover after all of this? Liera set down her teacup with a clink. She called out to her. Lamelle? She timidly replied, yes? Shale, as 4th Baron Roseanne said, there will be a few symptoms we need to watch out for. Perhaps you should take care of Roel for a while, and during that time, you two should share a room. Lamille immediately panicked, her mother's words, share a room, echoing in her mind. Both of them blushed, and Lamille felt like she was on fire, her heart filled with extreme joy.
That's wonderful, Mom. Does that mean I can sleep while holding Ruel's hand every night? That's the moment I've been waiting for all this time. Look at me, Kelly. Just thinking about it made her nose bleed. The maid, Kelly, asked in confusion, "Why are you suddenly mentioning me?"
Roll was also a little concerned. Is it all right to only have one servant in my room? Lamille flinched as if struck by lightning. What? Liera, like a close confidant, teased him. The servant will surely be under a lot of pressure. Are you sure they can take care of you? Roll seemed puzzled. Pressure? She then revealed, if anything happens to the Viscount, I'll be fired. Isn't that what servants think? Roll awkwardly said, it seems I've been too thoughtless. Lamille, beside him, comforted him. Viscount Arnon. She raised her sparkling, innocent eyes to look him, as if wanting to steal Roll's heart. Do you hate the thought of sharing a room with me that much? Roll hastily explained, No, I promise, that's not the reason. I just feel embarrassed thinking about myself in such a vulnerable state in front of you. Lamille gently leaned her cheek on his shoulder, happily feeling every passing moment. She looked up and asked him, Have you forgotten what I told you before? Roll seemed to have forgotten, so he hesitated slightly. Lamille explained to him, It's perfectly fine for a married couple to show their vulnerability to each other. Now that we're married, please don't hide anything from me. Do you think it's that bad? Roll lowered his face, not daring to look at her, his expression full of embarrassment.
Lamille's hand rested on his, as if in comfort. Roel awkwardly said, Well then, Miss Lamille, please take good care of me. She happily replied, You take good care of me too. Everyone was very happy for them. Her mother also caught the joy. That's wonderful, Lamille. Roel burst out laughing. The honeymoon is definitely the best time. Under the bright moonlight in the tranquil night sky, at the lavish mansion of the Claude family. In a room, Lamille and the apothecary sat silently beside the bed where Roel was lying. The apothecary held up a shimmering vial of a strange greenish chemical, half full. He said, Since this is the first time, we'll only try half a vial.
Lamille anxiously turned to him and asked, Are you sure we don't need clinical trials this time? He immediately explained, The purpose of this medicine is to regenerate the core. Testing it on the core of an ordinary person wouldn't yield any significant results. Watching poor Roel nervously open the cap of the medicine vial, Lamille thought with a mix of anxiety and sadness, Even though I'm not the one taking the medicine, I feel uneasy. I can't imagine how nervous Roel must be right now. Roel stared at the medicine vial, his eyes slightly panicked. He thought of his horrific past experiences and fearfully wondered, how bitter will it be this time? However, he shook his head vigorously, trying to calm himself. No, now is not the time to complain about unimportant things like its taste. I must do this for Lady Lamille. He looked over at her, who was just as restlessly anxious.
Holding the uncapped medicine bottle, Roll said, All right, I'll drink it now. The sound of liquid gurgling down his throat echoed, and in an instant he had gulped it all down. Roll stared blankly at the empty bottle, thinking in confusion, It tastes just like water. Suddenly his face turned pale, and he felt something strange within his body. He cried out loudly, collapsing in pain and clutching his thigh. Lamille and Rozan sprang to their feet in a panic. Lamille called out, Lord Roll, are you all right? Rozan tried to reassure him, saying, My lord, I know you are in great pain, but you need to tell me how you feel right now. Roll grimaced in agony, only managing to mumble, My leg. Rozan immediately asked, Does it hurt a lot? He panted, exhausted from the pain, and managed to reply, It's both painful and stiff. Lamille asked worriedly, Do you have pain anywhere else besides your leg? Roll looked at his trembling hand in confusion and said, My hand also feels a bit. She gently took his trembling hand with her slender hands. Lamille gently massaged it, her face filled with pity, secretly wishing in her heart, Please, don't hurt any more. No, if it has to hurt, just a tiny bit. Damn it. Is this the only thing I can do for him? As Lamille was helplessly tormenting herself, Roll's gentle voice rang out, Lady Lamille, I think thanks to you I feel better now, so please don't look at me with that sad face anymore. As he spoke, his drowsy eyes slowly closed. Then, exhausted, Roll collapsed motionless on the bed. Lamille watched in horror. The atmosphere was terrifyingly tense. Her eyes filled with despair as she called out, Viscount Arnon, don't tell me that... Lamille knelt down in despair. Suddenly, Rozan spoke, Just as I predicted.
She asked in a panic, Huh? What do you mean? You're his doctor, aren't you? Why would you say that? If you don't revive Viscount Arnon right now, then... He looked bewildered, not understanding what she said, and quickly adjusted his glasses, explaining awkwardly, Oh, I forgot to tell you beforehand. I thought it would be cruel to let him endure the pain while conscious, so I added a bit of sedative herbs to the medicine. Indeed, at this moment, Roll's face had softened, and his breathing was even and faint. He continued, I wanted him to fall asleep immediately, but adding too much sedative powder might reduce the medicine's effectiveness, so... Suddenly, seeing Lamille's tear-streaked face made him pause, and he asked in confusion, Are you crying? Lamille burst out, I thought Viscount Arnon had died from the pain. He gave a helpless, apologetic smile. Oh dear, it's my fault for not telling you beforehand. Rosen patted Lamille's back comfortingly. You can leave him here with me now. You should go rest. Lamille sniffled, wiping her eyes, and replied shyly, I'm fine. I'll go to sleep when I'm tired. You should rest first, though. Who will prepare Viscount Arnon's medicine if you collapse from exhaustion? He looked at her worriedly and said, But,
Lamille sneered. Haven't you stayed up all night researching this medicine? Now you should go to sleep. If you continue to refuse, I'll personally put you to sleep, she said softly, raising her fist. He chuckled helplessly, saying, I understand. I'll go rest for a bit, but I'll be in the lab, so if anything happens to the Viscount, call me. Lamille confidently gave a thumbs up, saying, I'll take good care of him, so nothing will happen. He laughed, gently closing the door. Lamille bent down, sighing tiredly. She looked at Roel tossing and turning on the bed with a distressed expression. She worriedly wondered, since when has he been sweating so much? Lamille opened the nearby drawer to search, wondering, is there anything here to wipe him with? I can look around since we're sharing a room, right? Yeah. Lamille stared blankly at the drawer full of handkerchiefs, thinking in confusion, why are there so many handkerchiefs in here?
She picked up a towel, examined it intently, and was surprised. This is... Unexpectedly, the soft towel in her hand had Liera Ciel delicately embroidered on it, and all the other towels were the same. The next morning, as the golden sunlight sparkled through the mansion, Royal, with a more refreshed expression, was still breathing steadily, half asleep on the bed. His eyes slowly opened. Royal pushed himself up to a sitting position and was surprised to see Lamille slumped on the bed right next to his feet. Her eyes had dark circles and her face looked very tired. Royal, surprised, quietly called out, Lady Lamille. Immediately after that, Lamille suddenly felt a disturbance and a dazzling light, then woke up, which startled Royal slightly. She smiled brightly and asked, Viscount Arnon, are you awake? He asked worriedly, did you stay up all night, Lady Lamille? She replied shyly, not at all, I slept very well next to you. Hearing that, he asked sadly, why didn't you get into bed to sleep? Lamille was flustered and quickly changed the subject. By the way, how are you feeling? How's your leg? He replied with a cheerful smile, I'm fine now, at least I feel better than yesterday. She said happily, that's great. And your core, do you feel your strength returning?
Rel smiled sadly. I'm not sure about my core. Hearing that, Lamille immediately thought, I guess half a bottle isn't enough. Lamille looked at him affectionately, brightly comforting. Well, how can one spoonful of food fill a stomach? I'm sure that you will improve if you use it regularly. So, Mr. Rel, she said as she stood up from her chair, actually, I have some personal matters to attend to. I think I'll be gone until lunchtime. Would that be all right? Rel nodded in response. Of course, that's fine. Hearing that, she slowly turned and walked away. Rel silently watched her. The door closed behind Lamille's figure. Rel continued to look at the door, secretly worrying. I hope she won't get too stressed. Lamille, as soon as she returned to her room, flopped onto the bed, let out a sound, and then complained to her maid. I'm so tired. I need to take a nap, so please wake me up before lunch. Kelly looked at her and said dejectedly, The sun has already risen, and now you're going back to sleep? Lamille, with tired panda eyes, turned to complain. I didn't get any sleep last night. I was taking care of Viscount Arnon all night long.
Kelly pulled the blanket up over her and asked, What do you mean? Then why didn't you sleep in the room you two were sharing? Lamille closed her eyes, rolled into her pillow and explained, Oh, Roel asked if I had been awake all night, and I said no, because I didn't want him to worry. Kelly slumped, regretfully. Oh my, you should be honest with him. You keep hiding important issues like this. Lamille furrowed her brows, grumbling, Be quiet. Do you know how I feel? A brief silence fell. Suddenly, Lamille tiredly turned and softly called, Kelly? Sitting nearby, she immediately replied, Yes, is something wrong? A scene from a play came to mind, with a woman crying at a man's feet. Lamille asked, Do you remember the book White Flowers at the Shrine? Kelly replied, Of course, you went to see that play without me. Lamille mused, recalling the two main characters, and said, Before, I used to think I could take care of my partner like the main characters did. But now that I've truly experienced it, it's not simple at all. It's so hard to watch Roel quietly endure pain just because of me.
Kelly sighed, looking at her foolish master. She comforted her, speaking softly. You should go to sleep. I don't know if you're tired or what, but it's really unsettling when you suddenly act so proper. Lamille, helpless, said, You really are. Never mind. She said no more, her eyes blinking sluggishly, wanting to drift off. She secretly wished, I truly hope everything will be over when I wake up. Then her eyes closed on their own, and she fell into a deep sleep. Lamille breathed steadily, sleeping soundly in the rising morning sun. At night, the sky was full of stars. Inside the mansion, Siebri was striding down the hallway. He suddenly saw Lamille and called out, Sister Lamille! She was utterly despondent, leaning her head against the wall. It had been 3 weeks, but nothing had changed. What if he could no longer walk? Siebri couldn't help but worry, frowning as he advised. Her condition is even worse than before, yet almost a month has passed. Stop mumbling and go back to your room. If you have time to wallow, you'd be better off by your husband's side." She turned a sharp, cold gaze towards Siebri. Lamil cried out, shaking her fist. "You're so annoying." Siebri quickly dodged, confused. "What?"
Lamil changed direction, punching Siberi on the forehead, causing him pain. "Hey, that hurts. Why did you suddenly hit me? I was just trying to comfort you because I felt bad for you," Siberi grimaced. Lamil withdrew her hand. "Whatever, I'm leaving." Siberi rubbed his head, watching her leave sadly. Is the Vice-Countess's situation that bad? It's sad to see her like that. Lamil stumbles a few steps before bumping her head into the wall again. At the same time, Roll was sleeping in an elegant room. He frowned, groaning as if having a nightmare. Roll's first misfortune came to him when he was a child. In his dream, an image of war appeared. Young Roll was led before the leader of the Wandering Legion. "What about this child?" The soldier replied. "I think he lost his parents during the evacuation." The leader bent down. "Finding them now won't be easy at all." The other person wondered. "What should we do?" He looked at the crying Roll. "For now, let the boys stay with us." The leader turned around. "Of course, until his parents are found. Food isn't free. You'd best grow up quickly and take care of yourself." He left, leaving the soldier and Roll. Sometime later, Roll was being trained by the leader. "Focus. Your stance keeps going upwards every time you swing your sword." Roll's face was drenched in sweat. "Understood."
The leader looked intently at Rule, then bent down and patted his head. "We will go to the capital when this war ends. Do you want to come along?" Rule asked in surprise. "Really?" He praised him. "Of course, everyone can see that you truly have talent in swordsmanship. We won't abandon you here, don't worry." During the battle, a sword slashed to the enemy's back made him cry out, and his weapon fell from his hand. Rule's face was covered in blood. He was exhausted and panting. He watched the enemy fall, wiping his face with his hand. Rule cried out in despair. "Leader, where are you? If you hear me, please answer me, leader." Elsewhere, two people were discussing. "Have you heard? Almost all the mercenaries who participated in the previous battle were massacred. What a pity. We survived because we were deployed to the rear for support, but I heard that the Wandering Legion was completely annihilated after that ambush." Rule huddled in a corner, listening to their conversation. After that second misfortune, only hatred remained for Rule. Later, at a camp, a man holding a form asked doubtfully, "You're volunteering for the front lines, but you look too young." Rule replied confidently, "I may look young, but I have ways to defeat enemies."
The general agreed, waving his hand. "Training starts tomorrow. You can go now. You'd best not regret it when you're gravely injured." Ruel bowed his head, his eyes glinting with killing intent. "I will not waste the swordsmanship they taught me." The image of the leader appeared in his mind. "I will avenge you, leader." At first, Ruel only wanted to avenge his parents and the mercenaries of the Wandering Legion, but he gradually forgot his original purpose. Ruel, dazed and with lifeless eyes, had killed countless enemies. He lowered his sword and said, "It's meaningless." However, a soldier brought a little girl, reporting that she seemed to be the only survivor in the village. Ruel casually said, "Is that so?" He looked at Army with a hint of apprehension. Everything started with Army, a reminder of his childhood. He gradually realized that people could make his life more colorful. He found his purpose in life again and wanted to protect those he cared about. Everything seemed perfect until he lost everything. Someone informed him, "We are very grateful for your contributions up to this moment. However, we cannot allow you to command the Legion in this condition. Therefore, please return." Ruel collapsed. "Isn't this enough to say that God has turned his back on me if he doesn't intend to test me to the very end?" For the first time in his life, Ruel feared God. He knelt on his sickbed, clasping his hands. "I am a sinner, bearing on my hands the blood of countless people.
Even if I can never wield the sword again, I will be content. I only earnestly pray that you allow me to stand up and walk again." Ruel closed his eyes, praying sincerely. "If I can walk again, I will do everything I can to protect more people. Therefore, I beg of you, please grant me a little hope." The people he cherished appeared in his mind, stopping at Lamil. Back in that splendid room, with birds chirping outside the door, Ruel woke up. It was a dream. Beside the bed, something caught his eye. Lamil, tired, had fallen asleep by the bed. Ruel wheezed out, thinking to himself, "She's exhausted herself for me again. I should help her onto the bed." He sat up, placing his feet on the ground.
He found it somewhat hard to believe that he could stand up so easily. His feet moved lightly, astonishing Roll. His legs should have felt heavy, but for some reason his body felt incredibly light. Could it be? He tried to clench his hand tightly. Immediately, magic emanated from his hand. His gray eyes widened in disbelief at what was before him. How? Is this possible? Roll's face glowed with a mix of radiance and surprise. His power, it had returned. Suddenly, he heard a call from behind him. "Lord Roll." Lamil approached. Roll said, "Miss Lamil." She asked in astonishment, "That's your aura, isn't it? Or am I dreaming?" He gazed at his hand and calmly replied, I don't believe it either. It feels like a dream. Lamille pinched her own cheek to make sure she wasn't dreaming, then cried out in pain. After confirming she wasn't dreaming, Lamille excitedly told Roll, "It doesn't seem to be a dream." Seeing this, Roll asked her, "Miss, are you in pain?" She quickly replied, "Yes, it hurts a lot." Then she turned to Roll and asked, "Do you feel better now?" Roll stated, "I don't know if I've fully recovered yet, but I feel much better." Lamille, tears of joy streaming down her face, hugged him and exclaimed, "Lord Roll, congratulations." She thought to herself, "Roll supported me with legs that had only just recovered. I've waited for this day for so long."
Roel thanked her with full gratitude. "Thank you, miss. It's all thanks to you." Lamille lifted him up and humbly said, "Thank me? Everyone played a part." She kindly asked him, "Are you feeling all right? Do you have any pain anywhere?" Roel said, "I'm fine. Please put me down." He stood on the ground, dusting off his clothes as he said to Lamille, "I should get checked first, but my hands and feet are perfectly fine." Hearing that, she excitedly continued, "All right, I'll invite Viscount Rozan over right away." As soon as she finished speaking, she dashed out of the room, leaving Roel standing bewildered. Huh? As she was running, she suddenly realized something. Wait, that means...
From now on, will we use separate rooms again? A moment later, Viscount Rozan arrived in Roll's room and asked him, "Is there anything making you uncomfortable?" "No, sir," he replied immediately. The Viscount continued, "Are you experiencing any sudden loss of strength or—" Standing behind them, Lamille watched the two and mused, "Roll's condition is better than I thought." Having finished his task, Rozan stood up and prepared to leave, saying, "Well then, I see everything is very stable. That will be all for today." As soon as he finished speaking, Lamille offered, "Let me see you out." He turned to her curiously and asked, "Aren't you staying?" She awkwardly explained to him, "No, since Viscount Arnon is better now, I'll return to my own room." He gently reminded her, "But today is his first day of recovery. Are you sure you want to leave him alone, young lady?" She was stunned upon hearing this. That's it. She immediately seized Rozan's words, turning them into an opportunity for herself. "Oh right, someone should look after him." He nodded in agreement. "Indeed, although it might be a bit inconvenient to share a room, I hope you will look after Viscount Arnon tonight, young lady."
Lamille turned to Roel, cheerfully asking for his opinion. "Viscount Rozan has already said so, but what do you think, Viscount Arnon?" She was overjoyed internally, thinking, "Inconvenient? I'd be thrilled to death." Roel hesitated, saying, She interrupted him and earnestly pleaded, "I know it's a bit inconvenient, but this is for your health." Roel could do nothing but bow his head and entrust himself to her care. "In that case, I will continue to rely on your care, miss." Lamille said joyfully, "Yes, I hope you recover quickly." Lamille began to indulge in self-admiration and imagine a happy future. She thought to herself, "That's right, I've been working so hard these past few weeks. I deserve a reward. Oh, Miss Lamille, should we perhaps do some exercises to work up a sweat?" In another room, Lamille's father was talking with Mornon's representative. Shale asked Mornon's representative why he was there. He expressed his purpose with a question. "Isn't it time we established peace?" Shale seemed uninterested, scoffing. "Peace? Fine, but it's too sudden." The representative cleverly persuaded him. "Of course I understand your feelings, but our new queen loves peace very much." Shale provoked him. "So what if the new queen loves peace?" He continued to explain. "Yes, Queen Nabria has defeated countless enemies and chosen peace, and I am here to prove that to you."
The Emperor of Mornon has passed away due to a drug overdose. The new Empress ascended the throne after disinheriting other candidates. Shale suspected that the new Empress was not a peace-loving person. He questioned the representative. "What are you trying to do? Do you hope we can sit down and talk peacefully?" The representative seemed very confident. He cleared his throat slightly and said, "We hope to send a peace ambassador to your territory." Shale was surprised. "An ambassador?" The representative explained. "Of course, with your permission, we are considering sending Princess Pieri as the chief ambassador." He thought about Pieri and asked, "You intend to send a princess?" The representative replied, "Princess Pieri has lost her right to succession due to the new empress. However, she is still a leading candidate for the position of empress. The kingdom wishes to send such an heir to serve as a peace ambassador in another territory."
His expression turned serious, and he asked, "What are they planning? Someone else might be following their plan." Elsewhere, in the forest, a group of people in black cloaks were working. Two people hid behind a tree, watching the group and talking to each other. "Hey, how much will Lady Lamille pay us for this information?" "Pay us? Lady Lamille might even give us a whole castle." "Wow, a whole castle?" The two exchanged information, saying that initially the Black Cloaks had conducted experiments on corpses in the north. They had collected quite a lot of mana stones and had a very important piece of information. The leader of the Black Cloaks was a werewolf. The two suddenly knelt on the ground and urged each other, "Quick, let's go back to Claude." They suddenly stopped. The fat one turned back and asked, "Wait, are we going the right way?" The thin one said blankly, "I was following you." The fat one retorted, "I don't know the way either." Then the two were helpless, not knowing what to do. Elsewhere, a carriage was passing through the forest under the golden light of the setting sun. Inside the carriage, Princess Pieri was deep in thought. She worried, wondering if she would perform well as Mornon's peace ambassador. She recalled Queen Nabria's promise, "If you perform well as my peace ambassador in Claude, I will acknowledge you."
Pierre clutched her dress tightly. "Is it not allowed?" She kept reassuring herself. "No, I don't necessarily have to go this far just to get his attention. I just want a stable, safe life." Her mouth continuously whispered to herself, "To be acknowledged, to be acknowledged, to be acknowledged, to be acknowledged." Suddenly, she cried out, "Ah!" The carriage suddenly stopped. She was surprised. "What's wrong?" The coachman came and knocked on the door, calling her, "Your Highness." She stepped out, opened the door, and asked him, "What is it?" He replied, "We were thinking of having dinner before we cross the border. Would Your Highness mind waiting while we prepare dinner?" She sadly replied, "It's fine." The coachman immediately said, "I'll bring dinner right away." The coachman quickly left, while Pierre remained standing by the door, lost in thought. She secretly thought, but I'm still very happy to have escaped that hellish place. She stepped down from the carriage, telling herself, perhaps I should take a walk before dinner? She lifted her skirt and gently walked away. Standing before the dense forest, she wondered, why is there no one around here? Are they looking for ingredients for dinner? But if so, shouldn't someone still be left behind? Then she suddenly saw the coachman's figure. There he is. He was talking to someone else. Is it time now? Should we deal with the princess? Pierre felt a chill down her spine upon hearing this. She was stunned. He continued, I'll drug her. When she's unconscious, we'll make our move. Don't make any mistakes. Pay attention to everything to ensure the cleanest operation.
Pierre hid behind the tree, trembling with fear. She realized the queen's intention. So that's why the queen sent me as a peace ambassador? How foolish to keep dreaming of a better life. There's no way she would spare me. What should I do now? Should I run? The coachman's words still echoed in her mind. Should we deal with the princess? She suddenly remembered her uncle. He was the only one who took her in at Mornon. But the west, starting from here, was very, very far away. So I'm really going to end up here? The two coachmen continued their conversation. Wait, isn't that too hasty? Why don't we wait until we cross the border before acting? We'll change the plan. I heard Claude will send knights to the border to protect the princess. We must act before we meet them.
Pierre heard this and astutely realized her escape route. So if I can cross the border, I'll have a chance, right? She quickly ran off, telling herself, I can't die like this. She left her shoes under the tree she had just been standing by. A while later, the coachman realized she was no longer in the carriage and began searching for her in the forest. Frightened, she huddled under a large tree trunk while they searched around, calling out loudly, Your Highness, where are you? It's past dinner time. Please come back immediately. Another one said, I don't think she's here. How are we going to catch her? She vanished like a mouse. Go search over there. She sat with her knees hugged to her chest, crying silently. Why am I so slow? If I had known things would turn out like this, I would have tried to learn swordsmanship. I miss my mother. Her scratched feet limped as she stood up. She nervously looked around. She calculated, just cross that river and I'll reach Claude. She slowly walked to the river and stepped 1 foot into the water. I don't want to waste any more time. I have to do it now. Suddenly, a shout rang out from behind her. There she is! Catch the princess! Don't let her escape! She turned her head to look, her eyes filled with panic.
She picked up a large stone, raised it, and said to them, Don't come here. She brought the stone closer to her head and tried to look tough, staring at them. The drivers chuckled and mocked her, because what did she intend to do with that stone? One of them drew a sword and held it to her neck. He said to her smugly, This is how you threaten others. Your childish game should end. She looked at her reflection on the blade and became desperate, realizing she was truly about to die. She asked him, Can you tell me why? He asked her back, Why? She clarified for him, The reason why the queen wants to kill me. He replied with a challenging tone, If I told you your death is the origin of all chaotic wars, would you understand?
Pierre clutched the stone tightly in her hand, asking him, Does she want to wage war with Claude? He praised her. Smarter than I thought. Claude will be blamed for your death. She thought of the scheming Queen Nabria. If the queen could eliminate her, the one hindering her, she would start a war with Claude. Had that goal been planned for a long time? She was heartbroken, tears streaming down her face. In her mind, she silently called out, Mother, oh mother. Suddenly, an arrow flew from nowhere and pierced the coachman's arm, red blood gushing out. A shrill scream echoed. Ah! Pierre was startled. One of the 3 frightened coachmen asked, What is it? Wait, isn't that the young count of the Claude family? The valiant young Count Claude, holding a bow and arrow, riding on horseback, appeared before them in Pierre. Saberi gracefully lifted himself and dismounted the horse. His feet gently landed in the stream, causing sparkling water droplets to splash out. Seeing the chaotic scene before him, with a group of male knights surrounding a delicate girl, he was puzzled, frowning slightly in anger, and immediately asked in a terrifying tone, What are you doing here?
Piri turned, unable to hold back her tears upon seeing her savior. She sobbed emotionally, stammering, "Save me!" She rushed forward, causing Saberi to bewilderedly catch her. Saberi wore a bewildered and pitying expression, wondering what's wrong. Beneath the clear water, the little girl's bare feet were scratched and stained with blood from her desperate escape. The knights behind them showed no mercy, raising their swords and shouting, "What do you think you're doing? Now's the time. Attack!" The whole group cheered in unison. Saberi's cloak unfurled, fluttering in the sun. He gently draped it over the poor girl, who was crying before him, and reassured her, "I will hear your story, young lady, later." Leaving her beside his warhorse, Saberi stepped forward, drawing his sword, his eyes sharp and his expression fearsome as he spoke. "Judging by your attire, you appear to be knights of Mornon, but I have yet to see any knightly spirit from you." A moment later, the last knight holding a sword fell heavily to the ground. Piri was slightly startled, then flinched. Saberi stood proudly, blood dripping from the sword he held, and at his feet lay the motionless, injured bodies of the other knights. Piri was astonished. "I was worried when he charged alone against 7 people. I'd heard that the knights of the Claude family are very skilled, so I guess I worried for nothing." Saberi was unblemished, paying no mind to the others, and sheathed his sword.
He glanced down, thoughtfully humming, looking at the knights' corpses with purple liquid still around their mouths and scattered poison vials. He thought, "I tried to avoid vital points, but it seems these people still deliberately bit into the poison." It seems the other side had anticipated this, didn't they? Once everything was settled, he turned back to the girl he had just asked. "Are you all right?" Piri flinched, still a little scared, and stammered, "Yes, thank you for saving me. I am Piri." As soon as Saberi heard the name, his mood became a little awkward, and he silently repeated, "Piri?" He looked back at the demure girl standing before him, realizing and wondering. So she's the princess of Mornon. Saberi turned his head back, looking down at the ground with cold eyes, and asked, "I'm just asking as a precaution, but are those truly knights from Mornon?" On the ground, the corpses and blood of the knights still lay scattered. Piri, uneasy, bowed her head slightly and replied, "Yes, that's right." Hearing the answer, he was a little shocked, thinking, "So the knights of Mornon tried to kill their own princess?" Without further thought, he approached the princess and said, "It would be very inconvenient for the princess to do so, but I will escort you back on horseback." Just for a moment, Piri saw him approach, flinched and blushed, quickly waving her hands to refuse. "No, it's all right." Piri's body was gently lifted, causing her to let out a slightly startled cry. Saberi supported her waist with one hand and her thigh with the other, gently cradling her in his arms. Looking at her flushed face, he gently said, "I cannot let the princess walk on such injured legs. If I did, I would be in trouble when I returned to Claude." Piri said nothing more, blushing shyly and covering her mouth with her hand. He lifted her onto the horse's back and said, "I will try to go slowly, but princess, you should still hold on to me to stay safe." She shyly replied, "Yes." However, her face was now filled with worry and concern. Thinking of Claude's palace engulfed in flames, she fearfully thought to herself, "But is it really okay if I go to Claude? A war will soon break out just because of me. I cannot sit idly by while those who saved me are in danger." Thinking of Saberi, she grew even more afraid. The slow sound of horse hooves echoed. Saberi, sitting behind and holding the reins, noticed Piri's downcast face and asked, "Is the princess feeling unwell anywhere?" The air was silent. Only the slow footsteps of the horse could be heard. Piri turned, her eyes helpless, and said, "Those knights will do everything to kill me, because they want to wage war with Claude." Saberi pondered. "War?" Piri explained, "If I die in Claude's territory, my country will use that as a pretext to wage war with Claude. They have planned to use that death as an excuse for war. I cannot go to Claude." After speaking, Piri, filled with sadness, secretly sighed and thought, "I've told him everything. I'll probably be abandoned, but at least I've unburdened myself." Saberi looked at her, responding nonchalantly, I had already guessed they would do that." Piri blinked, slightly startled. "You guessed it." Saberi continued, "What kind of country would have its own knights trying to assassinate their own princess? Deducing that was much easier." Piri's hands trembled, and she asked with a heavy heart, "If you knew, then you shouldn't have brought me along. I don't know what your intentions are. I'm just a means to start a war. You should send me back." Saberi immediately cut her off. "If I leave the princess here, what will you do next?" Piri replied, "I will try to hide in the imperial territory." Saberi immediately refuted Piri's idea. "If you go missing, the kingdom of Claude will inquire about your disappearance near the border, and then we will still be accused." Piri struggled to find another way. "Then I will try to return to the kingdom," he immediately replied. "Mornon's soldiers will be waiting for you at the border." The horse continued to walk slowly. Piri tried to elaborate. "My uncle is in the west of Mornon, so if I can get there—" Saberi sighed, looking tired, then replied, "If you can't cross the border, how can you get there? You cannot return to the kingdom, no matter what you do.
The other side's plan has succeeded ever since you left the imperial city. Pierre fell silent, saddened. Seberi felt a bit awkward. He said, "The current situation isn't very pleasant, is it? The princess cannot return, but she cannot risk living in the shadows. The princess must be desperate and feel quite useless, mustn't she?" After that, he gently spoke. "Based on the information you provided, I will take you to our residence, not out of pity." Pierre turned to look at him, bewildered, her eyes sparkling brightly under the romantic moonlight. Seberi gently said, "I will supervise you from now on, because doing so is better than letting you die or go missing." She asked confusedly, "Can I truly be of any help?" He reassured her, So you must try to survive to the very end."
Piari clenched her fists, her face full of determination, as she thought, "I don't know what I can do when I get to Claude, but if there's something I can do, I'll definitely do it." After walking for a while longer, the scene that appeared before them was a small campsite with 2 white tents and simple supplies. Seberi said, "We've reached the tents." He slowly led the horse into a corner under Piari's curious gaze. Seeing a familiar face, Seberi called out, "Give me a hand, Kai." Kai had just stepped out of the tent when he surprisingly turned and asked, "Sir Seberi?" At this moment, Seberi was supporting Piari's arm and saying, "Step down carefully." Seeing this, Kai asked in surprise, "Huh? Did you find someone injured?" He extended his hand and introduced, "This is the Princess of Mornon. A few things happened, so I escorted her here." Piari shyly bowed her head in greeting. Kai looked at him skeptically and asked, "A few things happened?" He then helplessly replied, I'll explain later." She approached the two of them, a little confused, and asked, "Yes, how can I help?" Seberi replied, "Please treat and take care of her for me. The princess needs a quiet place to rest." She responded, "Understood."
Seeing Seberi about to leave, Piri quickly took off her cloak, chasing after him and saying, "Wait, I'll return your cloak." He turned, not taking it, and simply said, "It's fine, the night is very cold. Please use it when you sleep." She replied, bewildered, "Thank you, sir." After speaking, he turned, looked at her, smiled gently under the soft moonlight, and said, "Forget everything that happened today and rest well. I will come find you tomorrow morning." With that, he took the reins and led his horse away. Piri silently watched his retreating figure with sparkling, slightly reddened eyes. Under the bright moonlight in the magical night sky where shooting stars streaked across, she shyly and regretfully whispered, "I forgot to ask for his name." On a quiet night in a magnificent mansion, a handsome young man was sitting on his bed, reading a book. That person was none other than Roll, our male lead. After reading for a while, he suddenly tiredly closed the book, then quietly glanced at the empty sleeping spot beside him.
Rel frowned, his hand gripping his collar tightly. He pressed his lips together, thinking to himself, wondering why he kept having this persistent urge. And why was it that just touching Lady Lamille made that feeling disappear? He felt normal again after holding her hand for a while, but sometimes just holding her hand wasn't enough. He leaned forward, gently touching the empty space on the bed. That feeling grew more and more intense. Just seeing Lady Lamille made him happy, but he wanted more. He felt so happy right now, he had to restrain himself. He had been a bit careless. He had already traded 3 times. In the cold room, he sat alone, helplessly burying his head in his lap, lost in painful thought. If he lost this joy again, he would have nothing left. But perhaps a little bit would be all right. Thinking this, he looked towards the door with a hint of anticipation and muttered to himself, "Lady Lamille is a bit late, isn't she?" Sunlight shone into a stable. In a mansion, Liera couldn't hide her worry as she asked Seberi, "I've cancelled the welcoming ceremony just as you requested in your letter, but why so suddenly?" Seberi had not yet replied, but Princess Pieri stood up abruptly and said seriously to her, "I can explain."
Lamille looked at her, then suddenly paid attention to another place. Standing high above, looking down at the people below, she couldn't help but frown and wonder, "Who is that?" At the same time, Shale politely spoke to Pieri. Afterwards, the princess and the others entered the reception room. Once all 4 were seated, Pieri, with a somber expression and a tired voice, spoke up. "The queen's plan is to use me as an excuse to start a war." Shale nodded. "I understand. She has come up with a foolish plan." Liera also frowned, displeased on her behalf, but still gently comforted her. "We understand the princess's current situation. For now, you should rest well. We can discuss the future plan gradually." By the door, Lamille was secretly eavescopping on their conversation. She peeked inside, then thought in shock, "Mornon has such intentions?" Then she glanced at the backs of Princess Pieri and Seberi and helplessly slapped her head, pondering, "That's an unexpected detail not in the original novel. The plot has already deviated."
That princess didn't look like a bad person, but she had an ominous feeling about her. This feeling wasn't due to recent events. Rather, she seemed like someone who had endured many hardships. She suddenly thought of Royal Driette's gloomy face, as if Royal Driette had once experienced the same. Lamille frowned. In any case, it would be very dangerous to leave her alone right now.
She imagined introducing herself to Pierre with a romantic greeting, kneeling before the princess and saying, "Hello, I am Lamille." But she immediately dismissed that foolish thought. She couldn't approach her unusually and offer to befriend her. Royal Driette had just been lucky. A moment later, her eyes suddenly lit up, signaling that she had found a way. She curled her lips and murmured, "So all I need to do is lure her with some cute things." A sparkling mansion, as if gilded, appeared. The next day, the maid Kelly pushed open the room door, peeked inside, and said, "I've completed everything you asked for, miss." Lamille pondered, resting her chin on her hand. She suddenly looked up and asked, "I hear there's political conflict in Mornon. Perhaps that's why? It's quite difficult to overcome depression, but it's easy to make people think about other things." Kelly listened, not understanding anything, and looked at her curiously. "What are you planning to do, miss?" Her face hardened, and her determined eyes shone brightly. Her voice took on a menacing tone as she said, "Make her train until she drops. What else? She won't have any energy left to think about other things, and she might even get a bit hungrier."
Kelly's hair stood on end at her words, her face turned ashen, and she stammered in reply. "Good, that's good. Truly a healthy and cruel method." She nodded proudly, saying, "Swordsmanship is very effective. She can protect herself." Kelly thought for a moment, then suggested to her, "In that case, Sir Arnon would be a perfect teacher." She immediately shook her head in strong protest. "No, I won't let my husband teach another woman." As for Seberi, he was politely bowing to Piari. "It has been a long time, Your Highness." She politely replied to him, "It's nothing." The two sat down at the table, their eyes met, but neither knew what to say, and the atmosphere became unusually silent. Seberi pursed his lips. He looked at her for a moment, then awkwardly thought to himself, "What should I say first?" She, on the other hand, looked at him, unable to help but wonder, why is he here? They couldn't remain silent forever. Seberi was the first to speak. He asked her gently, "Your Highness, do you find living here comfortable?" Piari nodded, replying, "Yes, everyone is very kind to me. The meals served are very palatable, and the guest room was prepared quite meticulously. The children are also very lovely." Hearing this, he paused, then looked up and happily continued, "Your Highness has met them."
She suddenly recalled Army and Lewin giving her cakes, excitedly saying, "This is your favorite, big sister. Eat a lot. And this one too, big sister." She recalled, unable to help but smile softly. "Yes, they recommended a few dishes to me. They're really cute." Seberi, sitting opposite her, also smiled at her smile. He secretly thought, "Thank goodness, it seems she's adapting very well." A moment later, she suddenly asked, "Is there something you wish to tell me, Sir Seberi?" He was almost caught staring by her, so he instinctively gave a light cough. Then Seberi immediately looked up, his gaze both shy and awkward directed towards her, and his warm, deep voice spoke. "Your Highness, would you like to learn swordsmanship?" She was surprised. "Swordsmanship?" He nodded, then explained, "This is also one of our tactics. So what if I suggest Your Highness learn swordsmanship for self-protection?" After hearing him, she felt a little hesitant, secretly thinking, "To protect myself." Then she suddenly recalled the scene of fierce soldiers pointing their swords at her, as if wanting to take her life.
Pyre clenched her fist tightly as she thought. Seberi, fearing she might misunderstand his words, tried his best to explain. "Swordsmanship is a way for Your Highness to protect yourself, but ultimately it's also a very good way to train your health, and Your Highness doesn't need to feel pressured by it." She suddenly cut him off. "No, I will learn." Her resolute voice rang out. "From now on, please take care of me." Seberi paused for a moment, unable to stop looking at her determined face. Then he unconsciously curved his lips into a smile. His voice slowly rang out, "All right, then we'll start tomorrow. I'll clear my schedule." Pyre immediately bowed to him and replied, "Understood. Although I still have many shortcomings, I will do my best to follow your guidance." He nodded. "All right. I hope Your Highness will also take good care of me." Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Mornon, a voice rang out, "I wonder how Princess Pyre is doing now." The speaker, a representative of Mornon, looked towards Pyre, wondering, "I'm still worried about her." Pyre smiled and then answered his question. "Princess Pyre is an outstanding talent.
I believe she will do an excellent job." Immediately, a series of hurried footsteps rang out. A man suddenly burst into the meeting. He was panting heavily, out of breath, and then yelled, "Something serious has happened." Mornon's representative frowned and asked, "Wait, who are you?" He immediately knelt down, fear clearly etched on his face, and stammered, "I am Ang Ta, the coachman of the peace ambassador's escort caravan." Everyone looked at him with curiosity. The coachman of the peace ambassador's caravan? Mornon's representative frowned and asked, "You should be in Claude by now, shouldn't you? Why are you here?" Nabria couldn't help but urgently say, "What is this terrible matter you speak of? Explain it to me in detail." He tried to steady his voice. "That Princess Pieri has been kidnapped." He quickly recounted the events. The young count of the Claude family engaged in battle with our knights. He shivered, recalling the scene where he was almost knocked out by the young man. He recounted, trembling with fear, trying to remain calm. Then he kidnapped the princess and vanished. He had killed everyone there.
The representative of Mornon couldn't believe it, whipping his head around to look at Nobria, exclaiming in astonishment, "The young count of the Claude family has kidnapped our princess." She rubbed her head, sighing wearily. "Oh, my beloved sister Pierre. But are you just going to sit here after hearing this terrible news? We need to prepare immediately to declare war on the Claude family." Everyone in the room widened their eyes in astonishment at her words. Under their gaze, she secretly flashed a strange smile. As for Lamel, she was happily chatting with Roll in the hallway. "The princess will start learning swordsmanship today. If you want to have a good appetite, aerobic exercise, regular exercise, is best." Roll's gaze was fixed on Lamel. Lamel's face was so radiant and bright that a dark thought unexpectedly crossed Roll's mind. "I just want to hold you tight, just like this." Thinking this, Roll unconsciously clenched his fist.
She still didn't know anything and continued to chatter. "So I asked Saberi to teach the princess how to use a sword. I did a really good job, didn't I?" She asked, but he remained silent, not answering. It wasn't until she called out to him, puzzled, "Sir Roel." He then blurted out, "I want to hug you." The words struck her like a bolt of lightning. Lamil couldn't believe it and immediately yelled, "Excuse me? What did you just say?" Roel knew he had misspoken and immediately blushed, vehemently denying it. "No, what I meant was you did a very good job. You are truly an amazing person for saving so many lives." She refused to believe she had misheard, staring at him as if interrogating him. "That wasn't it. You didn't say something that long. Didn't you say you wanted to do something?" Roel shook his head, ready to deny it to his dying breath. "I didn't say anything like that."
Knowing he wouldn't admit it, she could only let out a long sigh, muttering in disappointment, "I must have misheard." Standing to the side, he couldn't help but blush and lower his head, blaming himself. How could I make such a mistake? Then he told himself, "Calm down, Roel." She walked ahead, then suddenly turned her head back to urge him. "Mr. Roel, let's go." He immediately ran up and replied, all right, I'm coming." Meanwhile, Saberi was teaching swordsmanship to Pierre in the training area. He watched her swing her sword, striking the wooden post, then counted, 98, 99, 100. After that, he exclaimed, "Done. Your Highness did very well." As soon as he finished speaking, Pierre was panting as if she was about to run out of breath. He quickly handed her a bottle of water and said, "Please drink some water and rest for a bit." She nodded, took it, and replied, "Thank you, sir." After drinking a little, she noticed the night army training nearby. She couldn't help but wonder, will they really fight against Mornon? Then, without looking at him, she still asked, "Is there anything I can do to stop the war, Mr. Saberi?" He paused for a moment, then replied, "For example."
She then said seriously, "Perhaps I can provide information about Mornon." He exclaimed for a moment, then asked, "Oh, do you know a lot about military affairs?" Hearing that, she replied a little awkwardly, "No, I don't know much about that, I'm sorry." He laughed aloud and then said to her, "Then why not try a handwritten letter?" Piari was surprised. "Huh? Who should I write to and what should I write?" Saberi reached out his arm to help her up. Then he said, "We want to write about the truth to warn the Mornon nobles." She paused for a moment, then said worriedly, "Do you think my letter will have any effect?" He reassured her and continued, "It's just a hypothesis, but there will certainly be people who oppose the war, and those who previously supported the Empress will at least be somewhat swayed." Hearing him say that, she fell into deep thought. His voice rang out again. "Just giving them something to think about might buy us more time." After a long while, Piari looked up at him and replied, "All right, I'll start writing after the training session." She thought to herself, "That's right, if I can buy more time, I must do my best." Suddenly, her eyes lit up. "Time!" She unconsciously moved closer to him, eagerly asking, "Can I send the letter to you sooner?" He was startled and replied a little awkwardly, "What? I'll look into that." After that, Saberi raised his sword to his shoulder, unexpectedly announcing a shocking piece of news to her. "Now then, your break is over. Would you like to try swinging a sword?" She cried out tiredly, "I thought we had finished training for today." He resolutely shook his head. "No, your Highness needs to at least try swinging a sword once." Hearing his words, she immediately swung the sword, striking the wooden post once. He frowned and thought as he watched her movements. Next, he took a sword-holding stance and instructed her once more. "Your Highness, use more strength, like this." He shouted and immediately swung a powerful, heaven-splitting slash at the wooden post. The sturdy wooden post immediately broke in half.
Pierre looked at them lying scattered on the ground, not knowing what to say. Then he suddenly said to her, "Now, Your Highness, you try." He scared her so much that her face turned pale, and she cried out, "What? Me? I can't do it." On a wide road there were beautiful lush green trees. Feed walked, cautiously looking around. Isn't the kingdom of Mornon just on the other side of this forest? What are those yellow ribbons? Sneaking into another country? Are we really going to engage in battle?
Fidel recalled his conversation with Shale. He ordered him, "Fidel, I want you to deliver this letter to the kingdom of Mornon. If the queen has guards at the border, don't hesitate to run from there, but you must find another route into Mornon and find Hyasil in western Mornon." He sighed, muttering softly, "I hope nothing happens on the way." No sooner had he spoken than an arrow suddenly whizzed past his face. He flinched and whipped his head around. Then he immediately yelled, "Who's there?" A group of soldiers appeared on the hillside looking down at him. Fidel immediately recognized them as Knights of Mornon. He said in a gentle voice, "I am Fidel, a knight from Claude." Before he could finish, the Mornon soldiers roared, "The Claude family, kill him!" He exclaimed in surprise, "What?" Shale's face suddenly appeared and said, "If you want to live, run." Fidel immediately turned and fled, shouting helplessly as he ran, "How can I do this by myself, sir?" A few days later, the Mornon representative said, "I really don't understand why the South suddenly announced they couldn't send reinforcements." The old man with the mustache added, "Rumor has it that their preparations were going very smoothly." Nabria asked, "What reason did the South give?" The person sitting next to her replied, "They said they didn't have enough soldiers." Nabria continued to ask, "What about the East?" The white-haired person said, "Their son is gravely ill, and even moving has become extremely difficult." Nabria sighed, thinking to herself, "They are all clearly making excuses. It's not like I didn't give them time to think, so why are they acting this way? Well, that person never liked me anyway." Then she spoke, "All right, enough about them. What about Duke Hyasil?"
The king's younger brother, a seasoned general, leads the elite Western army. Since his granddaughter, Pieri, was kidnapped, shouldn't he have come here with a powerful army? Even so, if he knew the truth, he would probably try to take my head, but what would a general in the West know? Representative Mornon picked up the paper and said, "The current duke is not well." Nabria asked again, "He's not well?" The man with the mustache explained, "He has been an alcoholic for a long time, and his drinking habit has finally left him bedridden." Nabria thought to herself, "He is the king's younger brother after all." Then she crossed her arms and asked, "Is it serious?" Representative Mornon replied, "Yes, some time ago I heard that he even vomited blood." Nabria hummed, thinking to herself, "Perhaps he really is sick." Nabria asked, "So how many troops can we mobilize right now?" The other person replied, "Including those stationed at the border, we have 12,000 troops." Nabria pondered, "Claude has a total of 4,000 troops, so we outnumber them 3-1. What should I do?" On the day the war began, the carriages moved inside.
The commander asked aloud, "Do you mean the rumor that the princess has begged Count Claude for protection?" Sikan replied, "That's right. Everyone is currently talking about it. The war is about to begin. I wonder who went around spreading that rumor." The commander pressed, "But you don't know where that rumor came from." Sikan replied, "Some say the count is actually helping the princess, while others say the empress threatened the princess. There are such rumors, even though the empress has stated that they are all enemy fabrications." The commander placed his hand on the stack of papers and said, "It doesn't matter whether those letters are fake or not." Sikan wondered, "It doesn't matter?" The commander said, "If the count is truly protecting the princess, then we cannot engage in battle." Sikan, bewildered, slammed his hand on the table. "So what? Are you planning to rebel? Fighting the House of Claude while they are protecting the princess would also be considered treason." The two looked at each other in silence for a moment. The commander asked, "So what do you think?" Sikan put his hand to his chin, pondered for a moment, then said, "Well, if we retreat without orders, that would be treason."
"But we cannot wage this war either." Just then someone ran in and reported, "Commander!" He turned and asked, "What's wrong?" The person replied, "Princess Pieri has appeared with the Knights of House Claude." The commander was stunned. "It's over," he exclaimed. "The war hasn't even begun." Quickly the two sides met. Upon seeing her, the commander bowed. "Your Highness." Pieri returned the greeting. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Commander." Shale raised his hand and said, "I heard the Empress is targeting you." Pieri replied, "Yes, that's true. Sir Saberi saved me when I was being pursued by the Empress's assassins. If it weren't for his help, I'd have died long ago." Both individuals from Mornon's side were surprised to hear this. They bowed. "Thank you for saving our princess." Shale smiled thoughtfully. "Seeing them thank Saberi, perhaps I don't need to worry about the war anymore." The commander placed his hand on his chest and said, "We will immediately return with the princess. We need Princess Pieri as the legitimate heir to the throne."
Pieri was startled when she heard this. She huddled up. "Do I have to go back there? No one will listen to what I say. I don't want to go back." Saberi stepped forward and spoke. "How can I trust you to protect the princess?" Sechan reacted fiercely. "Are you saying you don't trust us?" Saberi glared. "Then who instigated a war by accusing us of something we didn't do?" Shaley intervened. "Saberi, that's enough. Princess Piari's future refuge is important, but first we should discuss why we are here." Sechan was puzzled. "Why are we here?" Shale continued. "Now the kingdom of Mornon has two options. One is to accept Claude's help to depose Empress Nabria. The other is to use a peaceful method to prioritize Moon's security."
The negotiations concluded with Mornon accepting all of Claude's conditions. The next day at Claude's camp, Seberi spoke up. "The enemy will disband their forces." Lemilm frowned. "It ended so quickly?" Seberi gave a wry smile. "Isn't that a good thing? No one will get hurt. Your father worked very hard." Roll let out a sigh of relief. Lemil said, "Then we should also disband our soldiers, shouldn't we?" Seberi immediately objected. "We cannot let our guard down. I will maintain the rear line in case of any disadvantage." Piari also ran out at this moment. "Wait, I will go with you." Seberi turned his head and asked, "Does your highness need something?" Piari bowed. Thank you for helping me just now. I feel like you always help me, Sir Seberi. Seberi looked bewildered. What? Piari said, You helped me during the negotiations, so I wouldn't have to return to Mornan, and now that I think about it, I've never properly thanked you. Seberi, puzzled, thought to himself, I wonder what he's talking about. Then he spoke aloud. It's nothing worth mentioning. Your Highness should go home. The war is over, so you should return to Claude and rest.
Pieri stammered, I want to stay on the rear line with you, Sir Seberi. Hearing this, Seberi was stunned for a moment. At this moment, on Mornan's side, everyone was discussing among themselves. Your Majesty, we just received news that the princess is with Count Claude. Do they want to negotiate with us while holding a hostage? No, the princess is the one at the negotiating table. Then this is certainly not a baseless rumor. Nambria, her face as black as a pot, said, Are you implying the rumor that I assassinated the princess? Do you believe that baseless rumor? Perhaps the princess was manipulated by Clow into lying. Hearing her words, everyone broke out in a cold sweat. Nambria thought to herself, If we don't start a war, I won't be able to repay all the silver I borrowed from the treasury. Her guard immediately acted while she said, It seems all of you suspect me, don't you? And I have no obligation to care about such things. The sword struck and the person screamed, Your Majesty. Suddenly someone walked in. Enough! Nambria immediately jumped to her feet, startled and disbelieving. Why are you here? Hyasel said, It's been a long time, Your Majesty. Nambria panicked. Hyasel, but aren't you still in bed, sick? I heard you coughed up blood.
Hyasel laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, that was my fault. That day I just had wine spilled on me, and I'm sure you understand why I'm wearing armor. Nambria was stunned. You've rebelled, Hyasel declared. You were the one who started this first. Then he ordered, Bring him in. As soon as he finished speaking, a person was dragged inside. Throwing him to the ground, Hyasel continued, You remember this coachman, don't you? Nambria's face darkened. No, I don't know this person. Hyasel stepped on Zack's head and said, Zack, say what you told me. Zack, his face streaming with tears, said, The queen wants us to kill the princess no matter what. If we fail, the queen's plan is to blame the Grav family. Hyasel shouted, Did everyone hear what he said? The queen will be arrested for the attempted assassination of the heir. And then, under Hyasel's direction, Nambria's reign abruptly ended. A beautiful day at the encampment.
Pieri smiled and said, The children in the mansion are very lovely. I've been playing riddles with them every day. Lady Lamille is also wonderful. She married the man she loves and even went to the capital. I also learned swordsmanship from Sir Seberi. I'll show you once I'm more settled. Hyasel snorted and said, Hearing that, you must be relieved. Pieri asked curiously, But why are you here, uncle? How is the kingdom? He replied, I arranged everything before coming here. Pieri asked, lowering her face, What about the queen, uncle? He replied, She deserved it. You don't need to worry. Pieri immediately asked, What about father? He replied, He's the same. No, he couldn't be saved from the start. This way you will ascend the throne instead of him marrying another woman. Pieri interrupted, No, I think it was best that I wasn't the queen at that time. I was only 13 years old and too young to rule a kingdom then. Hyasel sighed. Well, it's all in the past now. Let's just think about the present. What do you want to do in the future? If you wish, I can place you on the throne right now, but if you think it's too soon, you can learn how to become a queen first.
Pieri calmly said, But I'm not going back. The kingdom is yours now. I want to stay in Claude. Hyasel froze upon hearing this. What are you talking about? She replied, How can someone who always hides in the shadows become the ruler of the kingdom? He awkwardly explained, But I can help you, so... Pieri smiled, cutting him off. I'm very grateful to you, but I'll only accept your good intentions. Honestly, I don't want to go back to that castle at all. Ever since my mother passed away, that palace hasn't been my home anymore. Father has been deteriorating and I've been abandoned. I apologize. I am an irresponsible princess and child. Hyasel was silent for a moment. Then he spoke, No, I was short-sighted. You can do whatever you want, Pieri. Not long after, Shale was playing chess with Hyasel. He said, I'm glad the letter arrived just in time. Hyasel replied, I came here as quickly as I could after receiving my granddaughter's letter. How long has it been since we sat across from each other like this? Shale asked curiously, So will you be returning to the kingdom now? Hyasel replied, Probably. Shale said, I imagine it would be very difficult to negotiate if you were king, wouldn't it? Hyasel smiled. As long as my granddaughter is happy, there won't be any such issues between us. Shale directly asked, Are you threatening me? Hyasel replied, It's a request from an old friend. I want to ask you to take care of Pieri.
The conversation between the two quickly ended. Now I'm returning, and Shale isn't stopping me. All right, safe travels. My troops cannot retreat if you haven't left yet, Hyasel replied. Next time we meet, I hope you'll bring more good news about the children. Shale was stunned. Good news about the children? Hyasel didn't explain, he just laughed. Ha ha, if you don't know, then just ignore it.
With that, he mounted his horse and left. Shale watched his retreating figure, muttering, I can't understand what this person is thinking anymore. It's time to return to call it, I suppose. In some dark place, a voice echoed, Please forgive me. The plan has failed. That's why I said we shouldn't rush it too quickly. What should we do with Claude next? I will meet them directly. At Claude's luxurious mansion, in a room, Lemuel hugged a pillow, pouting. That's enough trouble for now. All I want to do is rest. Seeing this, Roald Driet turned and gently asked, Would you like me to have dinner served in your room? Lemuel immediately perked up, jumping up. Lord Roald Driet, that's a great idea.
It's fine if I'm lazy, but I can't let you do that. I'll ask Kelly. No sooner had she mentioned her than she arrived. Kelly burst in, calling out loudly, Milady! Lemuel was flustered to see her. Kelly wiped her sweat and quickly said, This is no time for you to rest, milady. She quickly took out a mirror and comb, then urged Lemuel, Sir Cassian has arrived, milady. Prepare quickly. Hearing this, Lemuel also panicked. Why so sudden? At this moment, Roel spoke up and asked, who is Sir Cassian? Lemuel replied, He's my grandfather. Roel seemed not to fully grasp what she meant. Yes, your grandfather, milady? Lemuel quickly avoided his gaze. He's my mother's father, Count Cassian. The scene shifted to another location, outside the mansion's hallway. Roel felt anxious. He and Lemuel stepped inside. The person outside announced, Milady Lemuel and Sir Roel have arrived. When Cassian saw the two of them arrive, he spoke, Finally. A moment later, a teacup was placed on the table. Both couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Cassian gave a gloomy smile and said, This little thief. Hearing the word thief, Roel couldn't help but feel confused, wondering, Am I a thief? Lamel, sitting beside him, quickly explained, My father is a great thief. She then went to Cassian and asked, Grandpa, why are you here so suddenly? Cassian spread his arms wide, joyfully embracing his granddaughter. It's been so long, my dear granddaughter. Don't you miss your grandpa at all, my little princess? But Lamel coldly pushed Cassian away and asked, Have you met mother and father yet?
Garcian grumbled, answering irritably. Of course. And Liera still scolded him as usual for coming here without prior notice. Roel Driet stood to the side, looking at his burly figure and exclaiming, He's so tall. Suddenly, Garcian looked at Roel Driet, startling him. You're standing there like a scarecrow, aren't you? Roel Driet shyly bowed and introduced himself. It's an honor to meet you, sir. I am Roel Driet. Seeing his puppy-like appearance, Garcian was a little flustered. Oh my, you have an attractive appearance, don't you? All right, sit down. After that, all three sat down. Lemuel enthusiastically offered Roel Driet. Would you like some cake, sir? He still shyly refused. No, thank you. Garcian just sat there, watching the two of them being affectionate. He suddenly blurted out a sentence that startled them both. You've just gotten married, but you look so clumsy. Have you ever kissed? Roel Driet panicked. Sir! He covered his face in embarrassment, while Lemuel questioned, Why would you ask something like that? Garcian sighed. You've been married for a while now, but I guess there's still no progress, huh? Lemuel irritably and helplessly said, Seriously, why did you even come here?
Cassian calmly replied, To encourage you if war broke out, but I'm glad it ended early. Lemuel asked curiously, So once this is all settled, will you go back? Cassian bent down as if to pick something up. No, I have to personally deliver the gifts I've prepared for my beloved granddaughter. Then let's celebrate your wedding now, Lemuel. Lemuel stiffened helplessly, exposing his true intentions. You're just visiting because you miss Mom and me, aren't you? Exposed, Cassian didn't bother to hide it anymore. Of course, my dear granddaughter. Do you think I came here to see those bandits? Lemuel then changed the subject. By the way, is it all right for you to be here right now? I thought the North was still busy. The North might be gradually starting a war, so why are you visiting the mansion? Cassian feigned hurt and said, I've had a very long vacation. Hearing that, Lemuel was shocked. Wait, were you fired? Cassian sadly replied, Well, did you have to put it that way? She angrily scolded, I told you to control yourself. Scolded by his beloved granddaughter, Cassian felt even more aggrieved. I didn't think I'd have to hear that from my dear granddaughter. Roel then leaned in and whispered to Lemuel, Does Count Cassian work in the North? She replied, Well, he's a civil servant, but he's also a high-ranking civil servant, so is it that easy to get fired?
Cassian fell into contemplation and recounted, I realized something had changed recently and started investigating, but I think it was precisely because of that incident that I was fired. Lemuel asked, What happened? He recounted to her. It started with the treasury, which was supposed to be paid out, being transferred to an unknown location. I stayed up day and night to find out, after a long period of investigation when I was about to discover the reason. But that day, a person in a black cloak came to find me. Hearing the two words black cloak, Lemuel sprang up in alarm. A black cloak? What happened next? Cassian glanced away, showing annoyance. What else? I already apprehended him. You know how strong I am. Lemuel, hearing that, felt helpless. Ah, right. Cassian continued, sighing. But for some reason, I was forced to resign because of that incident.
It wasn't a voluntary resignation. Lamille's expression changed, darkening. Didn't something similar happen to Drawell's knight? Wanting to extract more information, she continued to ask, "So how is the story you're investigating progressing?" Cassian replied, "I'm not sure, but I think it's related to the military." The number of weapons and armor increased absurdly. Hearing that, Lamille felt a hint of skepticism. Military? But Drawell seemed to be afraid of something. Moving to Lamille's parents' room, Lyra asked, "Is something wrong?"
Lamille said frankly, "I think I've found the organization behind why Roel Dreed is being bothered. It's closely related to military matters, Mom." Shale was a little surprised to hear that. Military matters? Have your memories from before the accident returned? Roel Dreed quickly shook his head. No, not yet. Shale was about to ask Roel Dreed further. However, Lamille interrupted and answered first. We had heard about Count Cassian before, after he investigated some military-related issues. Lyra thought about it and agreed. I did hear him talk about that. Lamille was annoyed that her mother knew but said nothing. Shale, you knew and didn't say anything? Lyra was helpless. What good would it do to say it? Lamille said loudly, "We can investigate right away, Mom." She held her head tiredly and asked Lamille, "Do you want to overthrow the military without any solid evidence?" Lamille argued loudly, "There is evidence, his investigation documents." At this moment, Shale spoke up. "Lamille, if it were that easy, why do you think he didn't retaliate?" Lamille was flustered by the question and didn't know how to answer. "Well," Shale continued, "I know he understood. Nothing good would come from making the military turn against us, because that would mean the royal family would also become our enemy." So, Lamille dejectedly returned to Roel Dreed's private room.
She bowed her head, saying to him in embarrassment, "Roel Dreed, I'm sorry." He was startled to hear that, not understanding what was happening. Lamille's eyes drooped in disappointment, and she recounted gloomily, "There's almost no clue about the suspect. I feel so helpless." Contrary to her expectation, Roel Dreed calmly replied, "No, what's the matter?" Lamille looked up in surprise and asked, "Aren't you disappointed? Even a slight waver?" He smiled gently and then confessed, "Honestly, I never cared about seeking revenge."
From the first moment I set foot in Claude, all I thought about was adapting. After integrating with her family, my next goal was to restore my legs. After achieving those aspirations, Roel's inner voice echoed. Now I only wished to receive attention from Lamille. He was shy, not daring to voice that thought. Instead, Roel placed his hand on his chest and said vaguely, "What I care about is gaining as much attention from everyone as possible, not revenge." Lamille suddenly felt guilty. She replied, not daring to look him in the eye, "I must have lost control a bit. I'm sorry." Roel panicked, stammering, No, the young lady was just thinking of me." His face flushed. He secretly glanced at her and silently wondered. "But the truth is, the young lady wanted revenge, something I never even considered. Does that mean I'm important to her too, right? Could we get closer?" Suddenly Roel spoke up. "But Lamille." She tilted her head curiously and replied, "Yes?" He turned his face away and sadly asked, "Does Sir Garcian still think we don't look like a married couple?" She recalled her grandfather's provocative, sarcastic face and his words from last time. "Just married and still so clumsy. Have you two ever kissed?" Lamelle quickly brushed away the thought and replied, "Oh dear, don't mind what my grandfather said." Suddenly she paused, as if realizing something. "No, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity." She shyly approached Roel with sparkling eyes and a look that was both eager and embarrassed. We don't look like a real married couple. Even if it's just acting, let's try to make it a bit more real, okay?" He wondered, try to make it real? Lamelle looked at him with a desirous expression and said in a sweet, coaxing voice, "Why don't we practice intimate actions like other couples do, like my parents often do?" Roel seemed to understand. He slightly opened his mouth, preparing to do something. His face flushed. He shyly leaned in and lightly kissed her cheek, which completely surprised Lamelle. Roel stammered, asking, "Is that what you meant?" She was now frozen stiff, her face red as a tomato from sheer happiness. Lamelle's nose flared in embarrassment. She hadn't expected him to go that far. "I meant trying to hug each other." He flinched, crying out in embarrassment. Roel lightly placed a hand over his mouth, his mind in turmoil. He nervously said, "I'm sorry." And with that, he darted away like the wind, overcome with shame. She panicked, her mouth agape and eyes wide, quickly tried to stop him but failed. "Roel, it was just a little kiss. Why are you running away?" So Lamelle was left alone. She stood frozen, reaching out her hands but unable to grasp anything.
She shyly placed her hand where Roel had just kissed her, then questioned reality. Did Roel really just kiss me? Lamille blissfully wore a satisfied expression, laughing like a madwoman and muttering to herself, "Life really can't get any better than this, can it? 10,000,000% content." Her parents had witnessed everything. They secretly stood outside the door, their faces filled with concern and bewilderment, whispering to each other, "Is this how everyone acts after their first kiss? Has Lamille short-circuited, my dear?" Meanwhile, Roel was saying, hugging his knees, head bowed, huddled in the corner of the library wall, his body burning hot, his head steaming like a boiling kettle. He awkwardly recalled the embarrassing moment just now, then tearfully wondered, why did I suddenly do that? How can I face Lady Lamille now? Suddenly, Roel's foot hit a wooden crate of books. He observed it for a moment, then thought to himself, are there books I've never seen before? Curiously, he picked up a book to examine it. The cover bore a strange title. Roel wondered, nurturing? Is it about nurturing something?
What's this red mark? He was curious because there was also a red rose-shaped seal under the corner of the book cover. Roel Dreed excitedly opened the book to read, thinking that if it was about animal husbandry, Ami would love it. He carefully read through the first few pages. But it wasn't long before his smile faded, and he froze stiffly when he read the next page. Roel Dreed panicked intensely, slammed the book shut. His face flushed red with embarrassment and agitation. He silently screamed, I can't believe there's such an obscene book. Could all the books in this box be like this? He fearfully looked at the pile of books in front of him. Roel Dreed, who was reading this genre of book for the first time, was currently in shock. A moment later, just as he expected, Roel Dreed had tried reading all the books in the box. He trembled and mumbled, I'm sorry, all these books are the same. Who would put this box of books in the library? Suddenly, a small piece of paper fell out of the book he was holding. Roel Dreed was curious. Is that a bookmark? Surprisingly, the name of his beloved, Lamille, was written on the piece of paper. He was surprised and silently wondered, Lamille? Roel Dreed imagined her shyly holding an adult-themed book in her hands and couldn't help but doubt. No way, why would Lady Lamille read these books? Does she like novels like these? The novel Roel Dreed was referring to was of the bold, possessive type, featuring a strong female lead and a weak, lovesick young man. After a long period of contemplation, he thought about something profound and then gulped.
Roel clenched his fists resolutely and thought to himself, all right, with these novels, I can figure out what kind of person the young lady likes. He wanted to do it the way the fisherman Shale once caught the great fish Liera. That night, at the Claude Manor, the moon was high, but the darkness could not conceal the manor's magnificent splendor. Roel was still diligently reading through all the books in the wooden crate, continuing the novel from earlier. The merchandise displayed before me was a young man with thick eyebrows. Even though they smelled unpleasant from long confinement, overall they still looked quite decent after being bathed, unlike the muscular men who tried to attract my attention with their physiques. Only one man with an elegant and refined demeanor avoided my gaze. Although he was in a slave market, his attitude hinted at something that captivated me. Show him to me. I'm afraid I cannot introduce that slave, the vendor said, looking uncomfortable. Why not? Roel said, pushing up his glasses and deducing. All the male protagonists in these novels are described in almost the same way.
I approached him for a closer look. As I drew near, he caught my gaze. Among all the people I had met so far, no one could compare to his delicate and elegant features. However, he quickly turned his face away and looked elsewhere, despite being imprisoned in the cell. His eyes were filled with a determined will to escape, focused on the narrow, barred window. I wished he would look at me with those eyes. Roel rested his chin in his hand, imagining the scene, and thought, it seems she likes slender and subtly handsome men, but what does that even mean? He stood up, slowly took off his glasses, then walked towards the window, placed his hand on the frame, and pondered, am I handsome? I don't know. Roel looked at his reflection in the window pane, a beautiful face that glowed, truly the epitome of a stunning beauty.
Fidel suddenly appeared to object, as he wasn't particularly fond of Roel's beauty. He hung his head in disappointment, muttering to himself, if I try to emulate this image, I'm afraid I won't be able to match the type that Lady Lamille likes, but at least I can imitate a few traits or actions. Roel frowned, his eyes burning with fierce determination. He thought of the two main characters in that novel as himself and Lamille, seeing it as a goal to achieve. He looked out the window, the flame of determination already ignited. He told himself he would try this method. While Roel was making a difficult decision, Lamille, oblivious, was leisurely playing. She was both angry and embarrassed as she grabbed the poor maid Kelly and declared, don't you believe what happened? Roel kissed me. The scene opened, a room with striking blue and yellow hues. A huge suitcase was thrown with a thud onto the floor. Liera looked at her father. Are you leaving, Dad? Cassian sighed wearily. Your mother will take care of it. Liera agreed. Next time you have to let me know before you come, Dad. Cassian suddenly rummaged around. I have something for you here. Liera's face showed annoyance. Seriously, why do you only give it to me at the last minute? Cassian looked at his daughter with a dejected expression. If I gave it to you sooner, you would say, why are you giving it to me already when we just met?
Liera ignored her father's words and asked, what kind of letter is it, father? She opened it and saw inside an invitation for the Count's family from the royal family. Her eyebrows furrowed. An invitation sent by the royal family? Cassian replied, you should participate too. Shale looked at the invitation, scoffing, and said, our lineage is also royal. Do you know why I won't participate? Father, I don't want to get involved in meaningless political battles. I only participate when necessary. Cassian replied, I heard the royal family is hiding a new weapon. Upon hearing this news, Shale's demeanor became tense. He said, if the royal family can prove they possess enough power, then the balance between the royal family and the nobility will collapse. Liera asked again, where did you hear about this new weapon, father? Cassian said in a low voice, I heard it while investigating corruption in the military. Both of them were astonished to hear this news. Liera exclaimed, no way! Are both the royal family and the military corrupt?
Garcia nodded, adding suggestively, we might be quite a potential target. Hearing this analysis, Shale and Liera fell silent in thought. They secretly mused that Roel had also mysteriously met with an accident while investigating military corruption. Now, with military corruption and the royal family's possession of new weapons being mentioned, Roel was perhaps unlucky to be involved, not only in military activities, but also in the royal family's movements. Liera broke the silence. If that's the case, I must participate. We need to uncover the truth behind our son-in-law's story, don't we? Meanwhile, in the dead of night, the palace was utterly silent. Roel tiptoed back to bed. Lamille was fast asleep. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and smiled at him in the darkness. You're here? Roel was startled. Miss Lamille. Lamille cheerfully sat up. I haven't seen you all day. I thought you weren't coming? Roel blushed and waved his hand. No, I just came a bit late because I had to study in the library. Lamille grew more curious. Study? Roel couldn't say anything further and fled. Wait for me to change into my pajamas. Seeing his puzzling behavior, she wondered, what's wrong? Suddenly smelling yourself, then going to study? Are you studying to become intimate with me? If Roel had heard that, he would probably have secretly thought, that's half true. A moment later, Roel returned. The two closed their eyes and went to sleep. Roel's whole body was tense. Lamille, who had just fallen asleep, groggily opened her eyes again.
There are a few things I want to ask. Lamille nodded when she heard him ask. What is it? Ruel's face flushed again. I was thinking, he encouraged himself internally to build momentum. Say it quickly. Lamille also seemed worried. Yes, Ruel put his arm around her waist and whispered. Of course, the person I'm thinking of is none other than you. He was imagining a romantic scene in the middle of the night and eagerly awaiting Lamille's reaction as in his imagination. If only she reacted a little, how wonderful that would be. Following his lead, Lamille also showed an expression, but it was one of dissatisfaction. About the military? The question made Ruel stiffen, uttering a huh? Lamille turned to him, puzzled. Weren't we talking about that today? Ruel could only force a smile. Right? I was thinking about that. Ruel cried silently inside. Everything shattered, but he still comforted himself. No, there's still another chance. I'll try next time. On the third day of conquering Lamille, Ruel went from sadness to despair. His tears flowed, a complete failure. But there was one thing Ruel still hadn't realized. That day, when Ruel cornered Lamille against the wall, he called out, Lamille, startling her. Yes. He looked at her with eyes full of affection. Is there something on your face? The remark made Lamille blush to her ears. The exciting scene lasted no more than 3 seconds before Lamille threw a bucket of cold water. Was it the steak sauce from earlier? The question left Ruel speechless. No. This is also the main point. Lamille still didn't realize anything.
Ruel Dreet pulled himself together, splashing water on his face. He told himself that if today also ended in failure, he would give up. The water on his face looked like sweat, and he hoped everything would succeed. He looked at himself in the mirror, water still clinging from his head down to his chin. Then Lamille entered. She exclaimed in surprise, The sun is just set, and you're already in bed? Ruel Dreet heard her question, as if struck by lightning. He had been so worried that he forgot to keep track of time.
Well, since I've started, I might as well go all the way, he replied. I'm just a little tired. Lamille didn't suspect a thing. She asked, Oh, is that so? Shall I turn off the lights then? You should get some sleep first. Roel awkwardly replied, Yes, well, Lamille, you go to sleep first. I'll read for a bit. Roel's inner voice hummed a tune of no worries. Roel couldn't help but shout, Lamille, which made her stop. Yes? He took a gamble, using the sick beauty trick, slightly opening his collar, and said, No, isn't it a bit hot? Lamille foolishly replied, Shall I open the window for you? But it's winter now. Even Roel, the master actor, had to bow in defeat upon hearing this, muttering to himself, I'm completely out of ideas. Roel recalled some of the scripts he had read. If it were like in a novel, the male lead would smile shyly and slowly unbutton his shirt. No need. Just taking off my shirt will be fine. Roel's hand also slipped into his own shirt, saying, No need to open the window, just unbutton my shirt a little. Lamille's eyes widened and her mouth dropped open. She rushed over to pull his shirt back up, worriedly saying, Roel, you'll catch a cold if you do that. As for Roel, seeing Lamille's anger, his face turned pale.
Lamille secretly swallowed, looking at the glistening chest muscles. What are you thinking? Are you planning to turn me into a beast? I didn't think married life would be this stressful. Even the devil and angel within her laughed wickedly. Ah ha ha, you lecherous demon. Ah no, he needs to be properly dressed again. Thinking this, Lamille quickly wrapped Royale up. Only when Lamille saw him become a cocoon did she breathe a sigh of relief. Phew, it's fine now. If you feel hot, please bear with it, for Royale's safety. Both the angels and devils within her secretly scoffed. Ah, the fun's over. Royale was also stunned. Lamille didn't linger, running to the door. Well, I'm leaving now, sleep well. Leaving Royale helplessly calling for help. Wait, take the blanket off first. Lamille slammed the door shut and leaned against the wall. Just remembering that alluring expression, Lamille gritted her teeth in regret. My God, I almost lost my mind and attacked him. I should go read some of those forbidden books to calm myself down. Her stiff footsteps echoed in the hallway before suddenly stopping. Wait, Royale's words just now. His image reappeared. No need to open the window, just unbutton his shirt a little. The more Lamille thought, the paler she became. Why does that sound familiar? Where have I heard that before? The next morning, a sleepy Kelly entered the study. What are you doing so early in the morning? Lamille's face was grim. Is that all you can say right now? This made Kelly turn pale with fright. Ah, you startled me, miss. Is something wrong? Lamille flew over and grabbed her maid by the collar. Those books with red stamps, did you tell Moriel about them? Kelly panicked. Yes, if I told him about them, Carlos would already know. How could I do that? I promised to keep it a secret. Lamille's whole body stiffened, and she stammered. Actually, last night, Royale. The scene then sped up, skipping the recounting of the events.
Kelly heard it and covered her face. Oh, did Sir Roldreed say that? I'm so jealous. But wait, why would he say that? Lamille also nodded in agreement. How would Roldreed know, right? Who else besides us knows about this? Kelly was equally shocked. I don't know anything. Where did you leave those books, miss? Lamille honestly replied. Of course, I hid them in the library. Suddenly, a conversation from another day came to mind. Lamille happily sat up. I haven't seen you all day. I thought you weren't coming. Roldreed blushed and waved his hand. No, I just came a bit late because I had to study in the library. Then she remembered the bookshelf containing the forbidden books, her face darkening. Don't tell me. Lamille immediately slumped down. Kelly was startled by the situation. Miss! Lamille rolled her eyes, and a forgotten memory resurfaced. She had happily walked out, leaving the entire set of 18-plus books lying exposed. I'll ask Kelly to tidy them up later, she said, trembling. Perhaps Roldreed saw those books when I left them exposed in this library.
Kelly pondered. Oh, even if he finds the box, how would he know it belongs to the young lady? Lamille slapped her head. I don't know, but one could guess. Kelly also comforted her. But considering what happened last night, it wasn't all that bad, was it, young lady? Lamille was puzzled. What do you mean? The maid was speechless. Isn't Royal recreating the young lady's preferences? Isn't that very good? Lamille frowned. Good? A fleeting sense of guilt was also overcome by Royal's charming appearance, making Lamille give a perverted laugh. I almost fainted from shock. Kelly was utterly stunned to see her sudden change in demeanor. Lamille, feeling scorned, threw a tantrum. I don't want to be a wife mentioned in an adult novel. Kelly silently watched her gorilla-like posture. My lady, please have some self-respect. Lamille shrieked. No way! How can I be calm when I'm forced to read adult stories? Suddenly the study room door opened, and Raoul Driet entered. The two, master and servant, froze as if a stop button had been pressed. Raoul Driet stammered. Lamille. Lamille forced a smile and stepped forward. Raoul Driet, what's wrong? Raoul Driet's voice was full of timidity. Lady Liera said she wants to have breakfast with the whole family. She nodded. Oh, really? But why didn't you knock? Raoul Driet blushed. I did knock. Hearing that, Lamille broke out in a sweat and could only laugh in response. Oh, I didn't hear. Did he hear us talking? The room was filled only with her awkward laughter. After that, the silence became suffocating. Necessity being the mother of invention, Kelly directly took her leave. I'll excuse myself now. Lamille screamed in her heart. No!
The room became more awkward. Lamille poked her finger. Are you curious? Roll stiffened at her words. Yes. Lamille looked at him. Are you wondering whose those erotic novels are? Have you seen all of them? Roll waved his hand. No, Lamille immediately shouted, cutting him off. All right, they're all mine. This time it was Roll's turn not to dare look at her. Ah, Lamille clayed her teeth. Even if you're disgusted with me because of it. Roll was silent for a moment before speaking. It's normal. This surprised Lamille too. Yes? Roll blushed and scratched his ear. I tried to imitate that style because I thought the young lady would like it. Lamille was stunned. I didn't expect that. Shouldn't you be looking at me with disappointment and asking, are those really yours? Seeing her silence, Roll timidly asked, doesn't the young lady like it? Lamille flinched. Ah, no, I love it. Hearing that, he smiled, relaxing. I'm glad the young lady doesn't hate it. Lamille sniffled, moved, not knowing what else to say. A part of her affection grew. How could I hate it when the person I like is recreating a scene I like? Lamil replied, now that you know I like that genre, I want to ask, how do you feel about it? Lamil stared at him. Roll found her adorable like that. He flashed a radiant smile. I'm glad I can understand you more. The aura emanating from Roll made Lamil cover her face. Is this proof of an angelic soul? I feel a little guilty doing something improper with someone like Roll who has lived a life of integrity. Lamil's lips curled up. She danced with joy in her heart. Finally, the romance novel I like has begun. We're doing great. Scene change. The carriage passed through the forest. Lamil pouted, thinking, how do I activate the romance plotline? Something new and strange is happening again.
She recalled the breakfast she had with her mother. Liera smiled at her. I heard there will be an announcement at the party. Get ready quickly to move to the capital. Lamil recalled those words, frowning as she wondered, what is the royal family planning? Just then, Ruel broke the silence. It's been a while. She smiled and replied, Ruel, it's been a long time since I've been here. Can you recommend some places for me? Ruel looked bewildered. Some places? Lamil looked at him. You've lived in the capital for a while, so you know a lot about this place, right? Ruel looked at her with a who spread that rumor expression. Then he quickly offered a suggestion. The capital is famous for its many libraries. Lamil heard this and was too bored to speak. Of course you'd say that. Ruel saw her expression and stammered. If you don't like going to libraries, we can go somewhere else. Lamil glared at him. Why? You're planning to take me to the Royal Museum, aren't you? Ruel was stunned to hear this. How did you know? If the museum is out, then an exhibition. Ruel was still trying to add more when she stopped him.
Shh. There's a place I want to go. We'll go there. Lamil smiled mysteriously at him. Roll blushed. Where is it? Lamil's face brightened like a flower. My favorite place. Roll's expression was full of indulgence. If it's a place you like, do they sell spicy food there? He recalled her mumbling in her sleep. Spicy rice cakes, spicy fish stew, spicy chicken feet. Lamil was surprised. No, how did you know I like spicy food? She coughed a few times. Let me tell you a secret. You'll really like that place too. Roll thought seriously. I don't know. Lamil was speechless. Still can't guess? Then she pointed towards the door. Ah, if you see it, you'll guess right away. Roll turned his head in surprise to look out. Amidst the mountains and forests, a villa peeked out from behind the trees. Roll's eyes were filled with disbelief, and he pressed his face against the car window. Lamil, this is... The carriage stopped by the gate, and the grounds became clearly visible. Roll stepped out of the carriage, still utterly astonished. It's like coming home, he exclaimed. Lamil smiled and asked, would you like to go inside and take a look? Roll was embarrassed. Even if it looks the same from the outside, there must still be people living inside. Lamil burst out laughing and rushed forward. Let's just go take a look. Roll's face fell. Yes.
Lamil quickly knocked on the door. Excuse me, I'm opening the door and coming in. Roll was utterly terrified, looking at Lamil. Lamil glanced at him. It's all right, trust me. The door finally opened. Roll was startled when he saw who opened it. It was the butler. The butler stepped out and looked at him affectionately. It's been a long time, young Master Roll. Are you well? Roll was bewildered. But why are you still here? The butler smiled cheerfully. Even if you left, young master, I would still continue to manage this mansion as its butler. With that, the butler gave Lamil a meaningful look. Lamil, being looked at, was a little embarrassed. I was the one who bought this mansion before you left, Roll. I also made sure that everyone stayed to maintain the estate. Roll listened blankly. Then he suddenly rushed forward and hugged her. Lamil's heart was directly stunned. What? What is it? Ruel said with a voice full of happiness. Thank you for protecting this precious home for me. Thank you for letting these precious people still be by my side. Thank you very much. Lamil smiled, rubbing his arm. This place is also very precious to me. Ruel's heart was incredibly warm, as if a spring breeze had blown through it. The two held hands and walked into the villa. Let's go inside. Inside, every item and piece of furniture was still as it used to be. Ruel couldn't take his eyes off it. Wow, it still looks exactly the same as it did originally, doesn't it? Lamil smiled inwardly. It seems he really likes it, doesn't he? A year has passed since everything began. She recalled the day she met Ruel, when he was still injured, and initially nothing was clear. And now they were married. She looked at the man in front of her again. Suddenly, Lamil was stunned. She looked at him with a puzzled expression. Ruel, what's wrong? Ruel's eyes widened as he pointed upwards. I've been curious for a while now. Why is the architecture in my house completely different from that of the Count's manor? Lamil looked up, bewildered. Why are you asking so suddenly? Lamil recalled his sparkling eyes. Well, especially those cracks on the ceiling. They're a unique feature added to enhance the aesthetic. Then she muttered to herself. That's why. Lamil asked anxiously. Are the cracks a bit different? Ruel carefully assessed them. They look similar, Lamil stammered. Just then the manager approached. I've brought the tea. Lamil secretly gave a thumbs up. Perfect timing, thankfully. Then she sat down. Thank you. Ruel silently picked up the teacup. The aroma of the tea spread in his hands. This is where I first met Lamil. The scene from that day reappeared before his eyes. He remembered her kneeling then. "Do you wish to marry me?" Ruel avoided her gaze. "I don't know you, miss. Whatever your reason, this is still too sudden." Ruel remembered her stubbornness that day. He thought to himself, "If I have refused then, would I have found a gentler way to say it?" He suddenly sighed. Lemuel noticed his mood was off and became worried. "Ruel, why are you sighing all of a sudden?" Ruel's eyelashes lowered, trembling slightly. "I'm sorry for refusing you so harshly at first." Lemuel looked at Ruel with an indescribable expression. He's doing it again, still apologizing endlessly like he did at the beginning. After thinking, Lemuel decided to speak. "Ruel." He turned back. "Yes."
She looked at him and slowly said, "I will give you a chance to cast off all your regrets." Hearing this invitation, Roel froze, asking in surprise, "How?" Lemuel stood up. "Before I do that, please prepare yourself a little." With that, she pushed the chair to a corner, making Roel even more confused. Then Lemuel suddenly knelt on one knee. Roel asked in alarm, "What are you doing?" She replied with an air of dignity, "It might be a bit sudden, but I want to propose to you once again, young Master Roel."
Roel was utterly awkward. No way. Lemuel didn't beat around the bush. She raised her sword once more. "I admire you not as a knight, but as an ordinary person. And now, I want to ask, young Master Roel, will you marry me?" She smiled, looking at him, repeating the lines from that time. Roel's face flushed, but she still smiled, holding her sword, waiting for him. Roel thought to himself, responding to a knight's sword meant accepting everything about the other person. Then he reached out his hand. Lemuel's eyes showed a fleeting moment of surprise. Roel also gripped the sword tightly. He placed the sword before his chest, his other hand over his heart, as if to affirm, "I humbly accept." Lady Lemuel's proposal. Seeing that he had also let go of the worries in his heart, she smiled contentedly. Lemuel said, "So this time counts as the first time. So please forget the proposal I made a year ago." Tears welled up in Roel's eyes. "I will never forget that day." Under the twilight glow, the two looked at each other, smiling affectionately. A new day dawned, still an ordinary day at Roel's manor. But for Lemuel, who was now wearing love-tinted glasses, she secretly mused, "The weather today is beautiful."
She secretly sighed with emotion. Yesterday she had been caught red-handed with her pile of 18-plus books, and a lot had happened. Finally, Roel had accepted her marriage proposal. Now they could enjoy a truly happy honeymoon until the party at Roel's mansion took place. As she thought, Lemuel cackled, imagining herself as the family's daughter-in-law. Roel and she could create many memorable moments together. That was her plan. But Lemuel never in a million years expected her parents to also show up at this place. Her face was full of dissatisfaction. "Why are you two here?" Liera replied very naturally. "Please let us stay at your house while we're still in the capital." Her eyes welled up. "But I want to live alone." Liera looked up with a sad expression. "This is my daughter's husband's mansion. Do you mean we can't stay here? Then we'll leave, Roel." Roel, whose name was called, was flustered. "You can stay, mother. If the son-in-law has spoken, then being reserved is just a formality." She smiled contentedly. "Did you hear that? Take care of us." Lemuel secretly cursed this phony mother-daughter relationship. "Mother, you truly are a good mother-in-law." Shale finally interrupted the argument. "The princess's carriage has moved down the street." Liera immediately frowned. "Is she well?" Shale nodded. "Well, I saw she was quite busy meeting other families." Lemuel, hearing their topic, secretly thought, "The princess." She frowned. "If it's the princess, isn't it the rule that she only appears for a few brief minutes with her fiancé? She did visit Roel a few times when he was sick, but they rarely appeared together, and if they did, Roel would have the honor of eating a basket of dog food, which made him very miserable during the most difficult times."
How sad would Roel be to see that scene? Just imagining Roel feeling a little uncomfortable made Lemuel furious. Her eyes were filled with indignation. He fell into depression because he always had to be alone, without family or friends. But now I'm here, and I won't let him be lonely. I won't let that happen. If she also showed affection in front of Roel, just imagining Roel and her deeply in love in front of the princess, making her furious, Lemuel already felt immensely pleased. "All right, I'll indulge you." Lemuel thought to herself, "I'll return everything to you. No, wait, I'll return it to you twofold." Her eyes flashed with a hint of malice. "Come whenever you want, princess. I'll show you my boundless love, to the point where you can't help but acknowledge it." Mr. and Mrs. Bow looked at their ambitious daughter with fear. "Honey, she's planning something again, isn't she? Let her be." A few days later, a carriage appeared before the gates of Roel's mansion. The butler entered the room to report, "Miss Lemuel has arrived."
The princess has arrived. Lemuel heard this and merely replied indifferently, "So you finally decided to show up?" Lemuel walked downstairs, just in time to see Roel greeting the princess. The young man accompanying the princess politely greeted, "It is a great honor to meet you, young lady. My name is Azem Pekbel, heir to the Pekbel family."
Upon seeing her appear, Belen did not hesitate to show her displeasure. Lamel paid no mind, offering a standard smile. Her eyes, full of gloom, met Belen's. The heir of the Claude family greets the princess. The other party responded with an equally cruel gaze. Belen slowly removed one glove, then extended her hand. "I am Belen. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, young lady." Lamel also did not hesitate to respond. "I hope for the princess's kind consideration." The two sides shook hands. A silent battle commenced. The four people sat down to enjoy tea.
Belen looked concerned. "I'm very glad to see Viscount Roll Dryght has recovered so well. May I ask what happened?" Lamil didn't hesitate to show her affection. "It's all thanks to my love and personal care. Isn't that wonderful, Princess?" The atmosphere turned frosty, much to Lamil's amusement. Roll blushed and lowered his head. Belen picked up a piece of cake. She took a bite. "Oh my, the cookies here are delicious." With that, Belen brought a piece to Azem's mouth. "Try it, Azem." Lamil watched, utterly annoyed. This scene is in the original work. If you're going to make a move, then watch me." Thinking this, Lamil also fed a cookie to Roll. "Roll, say ah." Her words made him incredibly embarrassed. "Lamil, in front of the princess." Lamil replied nonchalantly. "What's wrong with that?" Roll became even more frightened. "What's wrong with you?" Seeing him open his mouth, Lamil knew this was her chance. There's an opening, now's the time. After that, she aimed straight and fed him the cookie.
Roldreed awkwardly chewed his cake while Emil looked at the couple, smiling proudly. She found their silence even more amusing, just enough to capture the moment. Not following this script, Belen followed another. She clutched her head and let out a groan. Azim worriedly asked, "Your Highness, are you feeling unwell?" Belen's voice was weak. I'm fine. I brought my medicine with me." Lamil, seeing Belen in this state, also grew worried. "Wait, what's wrong? Is she really sick?" Azim supported Belen. "Then let's rest for a bit." Lamil's inner thoughts screamed, Look at that!" Then she gave Roldreed a cunning smile. "Roldreed!" This made him a little scared. "Yes." Lamil coughed a few times. "Suddenly I feel a little—" Then, without another word, she snuggled into Roldreed's arms with a provocative smile.
The other couple's expressions became even harder to describe, while Lamil became even more cheerful. The one who liked to tease met someone who liked to compete, and while she only wanted to lean on someone else, I was already lying on my husband's lap. Suddenly, a figure approached from behind. Liera's face was full of murderous intent. "What are you doing in front of the princess?" This statement made Lamil freeze. The conversation ended, and Azem and Belen left. Azem frowned. "I think Miss Claude is a bit impolite." He looked at Belen and saw her whole body trembling from trying to suppress her laughter. Every time she remembered the scene where Lamil was pinched and twisted out of shape by her mother and scolded harshly, "How can you do such a disrespectful thing in front of royalty?" Belen would burst into laughter again. "I didn't expect such behavior," Belen said. "I know the Claude family is already unusual, but this is the first time I've seen a mother and daughter treat each other like that." Azem still looked dissatisfied. "Perhaps she needs a bit more strict discipline." Belen glanced back at the mansion. She murmured softly, "I'm a little jealous." As the two of them approached the gate, two cloaked figures entered. One of the two suddenly turned his head and looked at Belen. He frowned. "I think I've seen her somewhere before." The thought was fleeting, and as he turned his head to continue walking, his face immediately hit the back of the person in front of him.
He rubbed his nose. Why did he stop so suddenly? The other person suddenly trembled. "I finally found Miss Lamil." His hood fell, and Goron smiled happily. Lamil held the egg, rubbing her face, and asked curiously, "So why are you looking for me?" Goron scratched his head. "Because we have important information, Miss Lamil. We apologize for the intrusion." Goron, who had met the idol, also exclaimed excitedly, "Oh, it's really young Master Roldreed." Lamil asked curiously, "Important information? I don't recall asking you to do anything." Goron looked flustered. "That's right, but—" She recalled the two men's eager faces when they parted ways. "Another battle is about to break out in the north, so I thought we should participate. A mission is a mission, and money is money." She crossed her arms and asked, "And you two have been happily traveling around the north until now, haven't you?" As she spoke, Lamil thought to herself, "There's no important information that could be gathered in the north, unless it's related to the Black Hood." Goron knew she had already guessed something. "Miss, you've already suspected something, haven't you? We encountered followers of the Black Hood there." Lamil was startled. "What?" Goron handed her a letter. "This is all the information we've gathered." Lamil opened the letter packet. Inside was a small, soiled piece of paper with a message: "The coachman's body may become overloaded if the subject loses control."
Lamil offered a suggestion to Roll, sounding like something that had just escaped from a laboratory. Roll's face turned pale. "Wait, this familiar feeling. It's as if I've seen it before." Lamil silently watched him. Roll was silent for a moment, then continued. "I have no connection to this experiment. So what is this memory?" Lamil tried to find some clues.
Could this be related to the day you lost your memory? Roll pondered. I'm not sure, but it's possible. Lemuel silently looked at him. A piece of the puzzle had begun to fall into place. Roll was gradually learning the truth he had never known. To silence him, they had tried to kill him by staging an accident. Things didn't go exactly as they intended. But Roll's legs had lost sensation at the time, and so had his memory. So they accepted that outcome. Lemuel secretly recalled the man in black who had been silently observing Roll. The black hats didn't know when Roll would recover his memories, so they had continuously monitored him. Lemuel speculated. Roll, do they really need to hide this experiment? Roll replied without hesitation. If they are conducting an inhumane experiment, then they certainly have to hide it.
She nodded. That makes sense. Ruel Driet held the paper, still extremely puzzled. But why conduct experiments while the North is still at war? This is really annoying. Maybe I should contact the military. Just then the butler approached. Ahem, young Master Ruel Driet, the Count wishes to see you. Lamel asked curiously, what's going on? The butler honestly replied, I don't know either, but he requested that the young master come alone. Ruel Driet put the paper down. All right, I'll go right away. Lamel was puzzled. Why would father call Ruel Driet? How suspicious, she said, crossing her arms as she watched him leave. On the other side, Sal calmly drank tea while Ruel Driet huddled like a puppy. He mumbled, I heard the Count called for me. The Count nodded indifferently. This is indeed a suitable time for something important, isn't it? Sal then smiled, looking at the sky. Ruel stiffened. Yes, something important? Seeing his son-in-law's tension, Sal chuckled. What's with that face? Ruel became even more embarrassed. I apologize. I was just surprised. Sal looked at his teacup and replied, Actually, I called you here to discuss something. After the banquet ends, Ru will hold the wedding. Ruel Driet seemed to have his CPU burning. Banquet? Wait, a wedding? Sal turned to look at him. Huh? Don't you like my daughter anymore? Ruel Driet quickly waved his hand. No, that's not what I meant.
I've actually been looking forward to the wedding for a very long time, he shouted. Shale found his son-in-law easy to tease, so he looked at him and smiled. I know you're excited. After shouting, Ruel's face flushed hot. I got carried away unconsciously. Shale continued. Anyway, the wedding will be held soon. No need for a private meeting to tell MILL, right? Ruel mumbled. If possible, can I tell her directly? Shale nodded. If you want to, go ahead. By the way, have I told you how I proposed to Liera? Ruel, guided by the elder, was extremely eager. No, I want to hear that story. Shale recalled. Back then. The two talked for a long time. Much later, the study door opened and Ruel walked out thoughtfully. But his heart was dancing. If we get married, we'll truly become a couple. I want to propose to Lamel properly before the wedding takes place. Ruel mumbled to himself. Lamel, actually, there's something I've wanted to tell you for a very long time. Will you marry me? Ruel said it stiffly. He covered his face in embarrassment. I can't do it. If I can't do it, I'll practice until I can. Meanwhile, Lamel, behind the wall, had witnessed all the emotional fluctuations of her fiancé.
She looked at the young daughter-in-law with affection and smiled perversely. Your cunning plan is truly adorable. Liera stepped forward from behind. Seeing her daughter acting like a villain, she admonished, Lamel, why are you smiling so sinisterly? It's scary, stop it. This made Lamel shriek, oh my God. Liera handed her a gift box. Tomorrow, you and Ruel should take this to apologize to the princess. Reflect on yourself. You were a bit disrespectful to her today. Lamel pouted. What is it, Mom? But I don't want to. Liera replied, It's the most famous cake in the capital. Lamel's eyes crinkled in a smile. Oh, I'll enjoy eating it. And then an unfortunate smack echoed. Lamel was knocked senseless by her mother's blow. Liera muttered, Because the royal garden is still open, that might be a memorable spot for a date. If you act like that in front of the princess again, you'll know my true colors.
Lamel was startled. Dating? She smiled brightly like a flower again. I hope tomorrow comes quickly so I can go apologize to her. Liera looked at her, seeing no trace of remorse, and could only sigh. Oh my, sometimes I can't even believe you're my daughter. Outside the mansion, warm sunlight enveloped the house, the scene utterly peaceful. However, in another corner, two people who had made their way there were forgotten. One person spoke up. Lady Lamil, have you forgotten about us? Well, just keep waiting. In front of the palace gates, Lamil looked up in surprise at the massive architecture before her. So this is the Imperial Palace. I'm glad the weather is so nice today.
She waved her hand excitedly about her work. All right, let's go deliver the cake to the princess. Let's go. Ruel, seeing this from behind, quickly called out, If you carry the cake like that, it'll spill. A moment later, the two were stunned when a hand threw them out the door. The princess is not currently in the palace. For security reasons, please wait outside. Lamil scratched her head. Turns out this mission isn't easy at all, but Ruel still doesn't seem annoyed. Would you like to visit the Imperial Garden while waiting for the princess? She gave a thumbs up excitedly. That's great, I'd love to. Lamille's expression turned wistful as she looked at the cake box in her hand. So what do you think? Can we try a piece of cake first? He tried to dissuade her, a little helplessly. Of course not. In the Imperial Garden, the two of them stood on stone steps. Lamille looked down and praised. Everything here is so vast. It must be because this is the Imperial Palace. Ruel secretly glanced at her from beside her. He looked at Lamille's joyful face and thought to himself, the color of the sky, it's exactly like Lamille's hair. She also noticed his gaze directed at her. Ruel's expression was full of adoration. Oh my, what is this? Are these the legendary doe eyes? Is he perhaps going to propose to me? Lamille gave a teasing smile. What are you thinking about? The question startled him. Ruel blushed and explained, I was just thinking about Lady Lamille.
She didn't expect to blush along with him, but still asked, My dear, what do you think of me? Roel hesitated. Well, Seeing Roel's demeanor, Lamille started to wildly speculate. What audacious thing is he thinking about? I'm too curious. It can't be. Perhaps this is the perfect moment for a proposal. But Roel looked down and replied, Lady Lamille, the color of your hair now looks so much like the sky. It sparkles and is so beautiful that I cannot stop loving your hair. Lamille covered her face with her hands, feeling a dazzling sunlight shining upon her. Too pure, I feel like I'm about to transcend. Roel, not understanding, called out worriedly, Lady Lamille. Her soul seemed to want to leave her body. I apologize for misunderstanding. Roel was astonished. You misunderstood? Lamille quickly clarified. Sometimes, very rarely, I imagined Lord Roel doing things he would never do. I know you're not like that. But he was slightly surprised, but also replied, No, I feel that way too. Roel raised his hand as if to hide his awkwardness. If I were to say the same as you, Lady Lamille, would you forgive me? Lamille witnessed this and cried out in her heart, Oh mother, I think I've set foot at the gates of heaven, not the imperial palace anymore. She imagined herself lying contentedly in a coffin. Above her head, angels were flying. One angel was shaking its butt in front of me. Oh mother.
Rel saw her looking distraught and, feeling uneasy, shook her shoulder. Lady Lamille, what's wrong? Suddenly, someone with a cane ascended the steps. Lamille also turned, her attention drawn in that direction. Belen seemed to be struggling to support herself, taking one step at a time. Lamille recognized her. Princess. Roel, seeing this, agreed. It seems she has returned. Lamille raised her hand excitedly. Let's quickly deliver the cake to her. Belen's steps faltered. The two noticed this, and their expressions changed. Belen collapsed, covered in sweat. They cried out, Princess! A man opened the door and then stepped out. Belen was sitting on the bed, with Lamille, Roel, and another servant by her side.
Lamille advised, letting the physician leave so quickly? Shouldn't you take some medicine? But Belen felt perfectly normal. It's fine. I understand my illness better than anyone. Lamille still tried to remind her, but if you keep collapsing like that, Belen interrupted Lamille, smiling as she said, After the General Assembly concludes, I will begin treatment, so you don't need to worry. Lamille worriedly wondered, is she really saying that because she's fine? Meanwhile, Belen turned to the servant beside her and said, Please prepare some tea for me, and some snacks too. Hearing that, Lamille held up a box of pastries. We've brought dessert for you. Let's enjoy it together. The three of them sat around a table. Lamille was using a knife to cut the cake, placing a slice on a plate with a cheerful expression. This is a fresh cream strawberry chocolate cake bought from the most famous bakery in the capital right now. Yet Belen looked at it with fear. Chocolate flavor? Lamille handed her the plate. By the way, my mother personally chose this. Belen cautiously asked, The Countess? Belen took it, looking at the slice of cake as if it were an enemy. Yet perhaps out of consideration, she still tried to put a piece into her mouth. Seeing this, Lamille thought differently. There's no need to rush that much. Are we that scary? She couldn't help but drool. Royal Driette, sitting beside her, carefully reminded, Miss Lamille, I think you should close your mouth. Startled, she realized, quickly wiping her mouth. It's not drool, it's sweat. Belen had probably heard this humorous reply and smiled brightly. Lamille secretly sighed in admiration. Oh, thanks to that smile, she seems so much more vibrant. Belen said, Thank you very much, Miss Lamille. Last time I laughed so much while you stuffed your mouth full of cake. Last time? Lamille asked. Belen recounted that it was when the Countess pinched her cheek, almost making Lamille choke. She always considered herself a joke. The door suddenly opened. A maid entered and reported, His Imperial Majesty is summoning the princess. Lamille felt annoyed. She doesn't even bother to knock before entering? How arrogant, coming and going as she pleases, even if the princess is ill. Belen looked uncomfortable. It seems I must go now. Lamille also stood up, scratching her head and saying reassuringly, Of course, please go. We should also be heading back. The two of them walked towards the door and said goodbye. Stay well, princess. Belen waved goodbye to them. Lamille and Roel stood silently outside.
Rel seemed a little troubled. Seeing this, she asked, Did you forget something, sir? He just scratched his head. It's just, I find it strange. Even though the princess is so exhausted, she's still too quiet. Lamille also mused, That's right. There are fewer servants in the princess's palace than I thought. There must be a reason why the princess doesn't hire many servants, right? Elsewhere, Belen stood before a man. He asked her, I heard you met someone from Claude, didn't you? Belen's expression was no longer as relaxed as before. She bowed. Yes, that's right. Rosti asked curiously, is something wrong? She simply recounted, I ate cake. He asked again, cake? Bellin explained, the Countess asked the young lady to send cake to me. Rosti waved his hand dismissively. I don't think I want to hear about this. How is Arnon? She recalled and replied, still normal. Rosti rested his chin on his hand and smiled. Is that so? Being close to nobles is also a useful weapon. You are not allowed to ruin matters related to Arnon. You should prove your usefulness on this chessboard. Hearing that, Bellin clutched her dress tightly. Nevertheless, she politely bowed her head and replied, I understand. In the hallway, Bellin put a hand to her head, looking annoyed, her brows furrowed. I thought he called me because I fainted, but he was still the same as always. I should go see Mother. That day was a full moon night. A knock sounded at the door. The person inside replied, come in. Azim pushed the door open and entered. He looked at Bellin awkwardly. You're here again today. She didn't look back, replying, I came here because I wanted to watch the night sky with Mother.
She glanced up. Bellin's mother lay in the coffin, her face serene. She heard him ask, how was your day? Bellin covered her mouth and chuckled. Just thinking about that girl made her happy. He didn't understand. That girl? She recalled this morning. Lamil had visited her today, and she had collapsed in the Imperial Garden, in a somewhat critical condition, and it was Lamil who had helped her. But she seemed quite amusing, didn't she? Did you see her drooling over that cake?
Azim didn't pay attention to that story but inquired about her health. Wait, did you fall? Bellin stopped smiling and looked a little sad. That's how my day went. She turned to look at him. If you're worried about me, you shouldn't have left me behind and come back so late. Azim, of course, couldn't refute her and just bowed his head sincerely. I'm sorry, there was an unexpected issue at the lab. Only the two of them were in the room, talking to each other. Perhaps it's because we suddenly moved the lab that this happened. There's nothing we can do. His Majesty canceled the council schedule without any explanation. That's right. The topic stopped there. Bellin looked towards the window. All right, so do you think Roel will act? Azim's expression darkened. If he doesn't know much about us, he won't do it because he doesn't have any clear evidence. She asked again, but her tone was strangely calm. So what if he does know? Then he still can't do anything because the fear of the royal family is too great. Bellin heard that and smiled faintly. She agreed. I think so too. Everything will be clear tomorrow. The day of the royal council meeting, many people gathered, chatting in a room. Rustin walked down the steps, and someone stood solemnly shouting, His Majesty has arrived. He looked down at the people below. Today I have a new weapon I wish to introduce. That is why I summoned you all early this morning. Lamil showed no interest. Finally, he announced, I didn't even have time to shower just for this. Around them, people were discussing, a new weapon? She started looking around carefully, but couldn't find the princess anywhere. Meanwhile, Rustin turned towards the door and ordered, Come in. The door slowly opened. Lamil raised her wine glass, looking in that direction, eager to see what the new weapon looked like. A group of people dressed in black, with their heads covered by hoods, entered. She saw them and felt the wine she had just drunk wanting to come back up. Why are the Black Hoods here? No, I know the Black Hoods and the royal family are allied, but can they really appear in public? Someone, clearly unable to accept this, spoke up. Your Majesty, these people, Rustin, paying no mind, cut off the introduction. These are the new weapons I mentioned.
Lamil couldn't help but criticize. Are those black-robed figures new weapons? What? Liera quickly and fearfully covered her mouth, warning, Silence, you're still standing before the Emperor. Rustin slowly drew a sword. I will show you directly why they are called my new weapons. He raised it with a crazed look, then suddenly stabbed a black-hooded figure in the chest. Blood splattered, and everyone screamed in terror, Your Majesty! He pulled out the sword, his expression unfazed. Don't panic. Look closely. What's wrong? You were just stabbed, yet you're not angry. You didn't fall to the ground, and you're even restarting your shoulder joint. The faces of everyone around darkened. Someone spoke up. Your Majesty, this... Rustin was still excited. See, they can't die. They are the Eternal Legion, with a magic stone carved into that corpse. The face of the stabbed person was pale and lifeless. Those present murmured, Magic stone? A magic stone carved into a corpse? Lamil recalled someone's words. In the capital, finding a magic stone is like searching for a needle in a haystack. She speculated, is this why magic stones are so hard to find in the capital? Roll beside her covered his mouth and exclaimed, Impossible! Lamil looked at him worriedly. What's wrong, Roll? He was drenched in sweat. I think I know why the laboratory was placed in the north despite the ongoing war.
She looked at Rustin on the other side. The royal family needed a lot of corpses from fallen soldiers. Could it be that they intentionally built a laboratory in a war zone? Meanwhile, Rustin continued to recount. I think that's enough to know how strong they are. So now the main part begins. The true value of the Legion is their combat power. They will ensure no one can resist. Just then, a person in black suddenly plunged a sword into Rustin's chest. Lamil and Ruel were astonished. Everyone around was also stunned. Rustin stared in disbelief and at the sword embedded in his chest, then looked up. 2 people were calmly standing there. Blood gushed from his mouth, and Rustin uttered each word through gritted teeth. "You dare." Belen looked down at him with a face full of hatred. Before, a naive Belen had thought her father was very harsh. Even so, she still believed he did it because he cherished her. Until she read her mother's diary. Belen had found it while searching for books in the study. She fumbled, trembling, trying to grab a book. She thought to herself, if I can memorize this entire book, Father will praise me, won't he? Suddenly, a notebook fell beside her feet. Opening the notebook, she wondered curiously, I've never seen this before, have I? The notebook contained concise entries. Year 27, March 1st, Marquis Rose adopted me, a war orphan. From now on, my surname will be Rose. Year 27, April 8th, the Marquis said I could call him Father. It was a very, very happy day. Reading the notebook, she realized it was her mother's diary. In the diary, Belen's mother had written, Year 38, May 3rd, I met Emperor Rustin at the ball. He told me quite a few stories. Belen also thought, Mother even wrote about meeting Father for the first time. The following pages of the notebook continued regularly. Year 39, February 8th, His Majesty spoke of the late Emperor's passing. I held his hand very tightly when he cried. His Majesty said that accident made him deeply hate the wolf tribe. Reading this, Belen's eyes welled up with sadness. Oh, I heard that both the late Emperor and late Empress passed away due to a wolf tribe attack. I've only just lost my mother, and I'm already so miserable. I can't imagine Father's loss at that time. The next diary entries, Year 39, August 9th. The moment His Majesty proposed to me, the whole world seemed to turn to stone, even though it was the middle of summer. Year 39, October 15th. I told my parents about my relationship with His Majesty, but for some reason their expressions weren't very happy. Is it because I've hidden this relationship until now? Year 39, December 28th. When His Majesty's and my wedding date was decided, Father revealed everything in a drunken stupor. My child, you are a member of the wolf tribe. Belen's innocent eyes widened in astonishment. Mother is a wolf tribe member?
So, is my father harsh with me because I have the blood of the wolf tribe in me? But even if my mother was a wolf, my father still loved her very much. I should read it all. I still don't know for sure what will happen next. When Belen turned to the next page, Year 40, November 24th, Belen was born. Reading this, Belen secretly prayed in her heart, hoping that nothing bad would happen to her mother.
She quickly flipped through dozens of pages. She stopped at a page that read, Year 40, March 4, His Majesty found out. Belen thought to herself, this is it. The neat handwriting on the paper stated, Year 43, June 8, His Majesty no longer visited me. Year 43, October 10, His Majesty's attendants said that I no longer needed to appear at any parties. Belen carefully read each subsequent page. Year 44, September 5th, Belen said the child was afraid of her father's gaze. I was a bit shocked but had to try and stay calm. Following that, Year 47, January 1, His Majesty visited me with a stock of papers detailing information about the forced werewolf awakening experiment. By Year 47, February 2, when I hesitated whether to agree to the experiment out of fear, His Majesty threatened Belen's life. Year 47, February 15, I agreed to participate in the experiment on the condition that Belen would certainly ascend to the position of queen. Belen's mother's hands were stained with blood. She had written in the diary. Year 47, March 15, Belen said that my face looked much thinner. Year 47, June 2, is this a side effect of the experimental drug? I can no longer feel my body, nor can I understand my own language, and I'm still coughing up a lot of blood. She knelt before Rustin. Year 48, February 5th, I lied to His Majesty that I had failed, but Belen might be able to awaken, so I begged him not to abandon the child. Belen's hand holding the notebook trembled more and more.
Through each carefully written stroke, Belen felt the love her mother had for her. In Year 48, on February 8th, Mother spent an entire day with Belen, enjoying delicious food. Mother hoped she could continue doing so all year, even if only for a month. A tear from Belen's eye gently fell, spreading on the page, soaking an entire realm of painful memories of her and her mother. To this day, Belen still remembers that after that, her mother's diary only contained empty spaces. She buried her face in the diary pages, as if longing to be embraced by her mother. In the room at the top of the castle, Belen's mother lay in the coffin, forever immersed in peaceful sleep. She looked at her, gently calling, "Mother, is there anything you want to tell me? Or do you have any wishes?" The emotions in her heart could not be hidden for long, and tears filled Belen's eyes. She had to bite her lip to suppress the sorrow in her heart. From Belen's head, a white presence had appeared from who knows when, her voice choked with emotion. "Please say something, Mother." Suddenly a pair of pale, slender hands rose. The hand reached out from the coffin, gently touching the tears at the corner of her eyes. Belen, surprised, quickly called out, "Mother, oh Mother." She looked at her hands. Her fingernails had begun to grow long and sharp. She chuckled softly. "So this is what awakening feels like?" She took her mother's hand, gently bringing it to her cheek. "Mother, I will avenge you with the power you left me."
From the depths of her crimson eyes, a dark glint shone. Back to her daily life, Belen held a stack of books, walking leisurely down the corridor. In the pile of papers, the writing was faded, but the title was still clearly visible: Project Eternal Legion. Looking at the documents in his hand, Rustin's face was filled with ambition. But now Rustin was coughing up blood with difficulty, cold sweat streaming down his face. He had vomited a lot of blood, staining the floor. Rustin had no strength left. He collapsed to the ground. Everyone around was too scared to look, frantically calling out, "Your Majesty!" A long sword pierced through his chest. "Ah!" Rustin let out a scream, then slumped his head, lifeless. Someone shouted loudly, "Traitors!" A figure in a black cloak stood from above, silently observing everything. Then she turned sharply and walked through the door. Lamille silently watched her, thinking to herself, "So the princess is behind everything? That kind of attack was too precise to be considered an accident. Why were these bastards created in the first place?"
She vigilantly gripped the hilt of her sword as the black-robed figure swept past. They fanned out in all directions. One of them coldly stated, "Everyone stand still. Anyone who moves before their name is called will be killed immediately." He took out a book. Every detail in the room was meticulously crafted. Whispers filled the air. The black-robed figure stood in a circle, the one in the center still reading the book. A group of royal guests was surrounded by sharp blades. The one holding the book began to speak. "These are the people whose names are on the list. Please stand in the center of the hall. These individuals have agreed to the dethronement of the Empress." At this, those who were surrounded turned pale. As he put the book away, an old man hastily said, "Wait, there seems to be some mistake here. The dethronement of the Empress was not officially announced." He raised an eyebrow. "Not announced publicly, so it wasn't discussed?" Hearing his rebuttal, the other person stammered, unable to speak. "Well, even so."
The figure in the black cloak snapped their fingers, their voice full of challenge. "Do you still dare to deny it and say there's nothing after seeing this evidence?" Many letters spilled out from the cloth bag, all meticulously sealed. A thick stack of letters fell onto the red carpet. The other person didn't forget to introduce them. "The letters at your feet right now are the approval reports for the Empress's dethronement. Tell me, do any of you dare to claim you didn't write a single one?" Seeing that everything had been exposed, the old man fearfully explained, "Wait, that's true, but why did you suddenly bring it here? Is the princess behind all of this?" The old man's words surprised everyone there. Lamille also wavered. "Princess? Did the princess plan everything?" He ignored the question, turning to tell everyone, "Those whose names are not on the list are innocent. All of you may leave." Two figures stood guarding the door upstairs. Several gleaming sword tips pointed at those who had to stay, making them cry out softly in fear. The group in black cloaks ordered, "You must remain here until everyone else has left." Lamille still hadn't left. She watched nervously. Are they planning to kill those people? Suddenly, Shale also appeared, his face cold as he gripped his sword. Seeing her father act, Lamille cried out in surprise, "Father!" An annoyed figure asked, "Are you going to protect these criminals?" Shale smirked. "Clearly, I'm not abandoning them and running away, am I?"
Seeing this, the group of people also assumed a fighting stance. One of them coldly said, "Then we have no other choice. We must eliminate you." Behind Shale, his wife and child, along with Roel Driad, were also ready to rush into battle. Shale defiantly said, "Do you think you have a chance to win?" The blade was pressed against the neck of the old man who had written the letter approving the queen's dethronement. The swordsman spoke up. "These people are not worth your protection." The old man cried out in fear. "Ugh!" Shale replied, "Even so, it's not too late to receive punishment after a trial." The person's eyes widened, and his words overflowed with rage. "The punishment for these people is death by my blade." Shale quickly turned to Lamelle and said, "You and Roel Driad, leave here immediately." Hearing this, she spun around and asked, "What? Why do I have to do that?" He looked at her and said, "Even if you defeat them, it will be for nothing. You must capture their leader." Hearing her father speak, Lamelle seemed to realize something. She hesitated for a moment, pressing her lips together, but then she followed Shale's words, running in another direction, not forgetting to call out to Roel Driad. "Let's go, Sir Roel Driad." At this, he replied, "All right."
The Black Cloak group members charged forward. One of them shouted loudly, "We must eliminate the Claude family head first." Lamille and Roel ran towards the door. Roel still looked back, his eyes wavering with worry. In his heart, he silently prayed, "Please be safe." The royal door slowly closed. It was still that magnificent and splendid room, but gloom enveloped the space. Rushing footsteps echoed. Lamille noticed something. She and Roel stopped, cautiously holding their swords. Before them was one of the Black Cloak group members. He calmly spoke, "Where are you two rushing off to?" Lamille didn't bother, brazenly asking, "Hey, where's the princess?" He grabbed the hat on his head as he said, "Shouldn't you show her some respect?" "Lady Lamille!" When the hat was pulled down, it was Azem. He coldly pointed his sword towards her. Seeing him, Lamille wasn't surprised, indifferently asking, "Are you also on the princess's side, Azem?"
A hand grasped her shoulder, a soft voice saying, "Lady Lamille, we don't know what else the princess will do if we keep standing here. Go, I'll handle this guy for you." Lamille looked up, slightly surprised. "Sir Roel." Azem also didn't hide it, saying, "If you go all the way to the end and go upstairs, you'll find the princess on the highest floor."
Lamille was a little confused but still replied, "Really? Thank you." She ran past Azem, but her mind was still full of questions. Why did he tell me instead of stopping us himself? But I have no other choice. I'll just trust him. He cast a chilling glance at her. Her highness is stronger than you think. Don't underestimate her. Lamille returned his gaze. She thought to herself, he must have a reason to tell me the princess's location so easily. I'll verify how strong the princess is myself, so I'll leave that matter to you, Sir Roel. Roel was not in a hurry. He spoke. Are you also condoning the princess's massacre, Sir Azem? You have no connection to the royal family's revenge. Azem replied coldly. Do I need a reason to follow my wife's wishes? Roel Arnon, didn't you also point your sword at the royal family for your wife? Hearing Azem, he didn't reply, perhaps because he was right. But then Roel calmly said, You are mistaken. He spoke without hesitation. I apologize, but my name is... It's Roel Claude. His sword-wielding stance and aggressive gaze were identical to Lamille's. At the foot of the tower, where the princess's room was, a loud knocking sound echoed from outside. Lamille kicked the door open, hastily shouting, Your Highness, I've got you now.
You have the right to remain silent, and you also have the right to be protected by law, don't you? Suddenly, looking at the scene inside, Lamille froze in astonishment. Belen sat on the chair, still holding her mother's diary, while Belen's mother had sat up from inside the coffin. Looking at her, Lamille wondered to herself, Who is that woman? Belen stood up, still holding the diary, and asked, Does she look like she's sleeping? She continued, This is my mother. It's thanks to my father's experiments that her body hasn't decomposed. Lamille's eyes widened in surprise. Her heart was filled with turmoil. The Emperor experimented on the Empress's body? Wasn't it only Roel? Lamille remembered Piari, the memory of the little girl holding a small dog in her arms, full of questions. Why does every character in this novel have such a tragedy? The two talked outside until dusk. Lamille softly asked, Are you planning to kill the Emperor to avenge the Empress? Belen replied, Yes, if it weren't for my father, nothing would have happened. I understand your situation. However, Lamille pointed the tip of her sword directly at Belen's neck, but Belen didn't flinch. She still held her head high. Lamille sat indifferently. What I'm more concerned about is how involved you are in Roel's affairs. Belen's ruby-red eyes sparkled, but showed no emotion.
Belen tilted her head and smiled, wondering who had caused Roel's aura outburst. A hint of surprise flashed in Lamille's eyes. Belen said indifferently, Anyone who knows about this experiment is being watched. Roel escaped because he lost his memories and his legs were no longer intact. But if he remembers everything, he will still be dealt with as usual. Belen's words completely surprised Lamille. Lamille searched her memories, recalling that the princess's sudden visit to Roel was because she wanted to check if Roel remembered anything about the experiment site. She had checked his memories. When Belen and Azem sat opposite Roel, she spoke. I heard you lost your memories on the day of the accident. Have you remembered anything yet? Roel frowned slightly, shaking his head as he replied, No, I don't remember anything at all. Belen's face became more enigmatic as she added, But things have gradually become complicated since he got engaged to you. My plan was to eliminate Claude with Mornin, but the war ended before it even began. Hearing this, Lamille shouted, Was that your plan too? Belen continued to smile, her hand touching the blade. Do you want to know anything else? I'll tell you, because today is your end. Lamille was annoyed, but still asked, Mana stones can't stimulate the consciousness of those black-hooded corpses, yet to use dark magic? Belen became fiercer, a pair of wolf ears appearing from her head. She replied, My ability is what makes them move. A question arose in Lamille's mind. Is the princess a werewolf?
She spoke up and asked, Is this called awakening? Belen asked her back, How do you know about that? In her memory, a boy was also transforming into a werewolf. Lamille continued, I know a werewolf with awakened power. Belen stepped closer, his long golden tail emerging from his cloak. He said, I'm curious what that person's desire is. To awaken, a werewolf must have a very strong aspiration or wish. Belen's words surprised Lamille once again. Desire? Then her ability is to control corpses.
Lamille's sword lowered, and at the last moment she remained silent. She pondered, then softly asked, You must have a reason for doing this, so I'll give you a chance to surrender. In response, Belen merely looked at Lamille with cold eyes. She reached inside her cloak, saying, Thank you for your kindness, but it's not necessary. Belen pulled a stone from her cloak, her voice tinged with a hint of playfulness. What a pity, I thought we could have been friends. Seeing the stone in Belen's hand, Lamille immediately asked, Is that a mana stone? Belen didn't hesitate to explain. When humans consume them, the stone harms the host, just like what happened to Roll. But for werewolves, mana stones are an excellent power amplifier. Belen put the stone into her mouth. Fragments of the stone crumbled and fell. The immense magical energy along with the dazzling light made it difficult for Lamille to see, causing her to let out a soft gasp. Ah! She had to cover her eyes to cope. Belen was now half transformed into a beast, her eyes becoming fierce, and her limbs were covered in golden fur and sharp claws. Lamille exclaimed, "Is that an aura burst?" Belen lunged, clawing a strike towards Lamille, who quickly used her sword to block the attack. Belen's attack was so powerful that it cracked the wall behind into 3 claw marks.
Lamille turned to look behind her, thinking to herself, I can't believe a normal blow could have such destructive power. If I were hit, I definitely wouldn't see Roll Dreed again. Belen provocatively said, Are you scared now? No matter how strong Claude's descendants are, you are still just humans. Lamille didn't back down, quickly retorting, Huh? I'm not just an ordinary person, you know. The blade, imbued with blue magic, swept forward. Belen blocked the attack with her bare hand. Belen's arm was immediately injured, and blood from her arm splattered onto her face, which surprised her. Her wolf-like legs retreated a few steps. Looking at the blood-stained wound on her hand, Belen chuckled softly. I guess you weren't lying to me. Lamille rested her sword on her shoulder, coldly saying, I'll give you one more chance, Your Highness. Why didn't you surrender when I was being gentle? Belen looked at her, defiantly replying, Death with honor is better than living in shame. Hearing a sound, Lamille quickly spun around, exclaiming, What is it? This is an important moment. Roll Dreed, covered in wounds, ran over and said, Lady Lamille, it's all right now. Seeing him, Lamille immediately thought, It's Roll Dreed. Lamille looked at him, blurting out, Wait, why is your handsome face all scratched up like this? Suddenly Belen called out loudly, Azam. Belen lost her composure and rushed forward. Azam, what about Azam? Is he dead? Roll Dreed turned and replied, No, I just knocked him unconscious for a bit. Belen calmed down, softly saying, Thank goodness. Suddenly Belen's eyes widened, blood splattered, and she let out a soft cry. Ah! A patch of red blood spread widely.
Belen collapsed, her right hand propped on the ground, her blood spilling all over the floor. Belen weakly raised her hand, but her hands also fell limp. She told herself that she didn't have much time left. At this moment, a sword was pointed directly at Belen's chest. Lamille and Roel stood before her. Lamille immediately reminded her, Your Highness, you cannot defeat the two of us. Belen grabbed the tip of the sword, looked straight at Lamille and said, I'm going to die anyway. Lamille shouted, What are you doing? Are you planning to? Her words stopped short before the sentence was finished. Belen interrupted. Hurry up, avenge your husband. Lamille trembled, clenching her teeth. A flood of thoughts ran through Lamille's mind. What is this? She's even stronger now. Suddenly a pair of thin, cracked hands gently touched Belen's wolf arm.
Though unconscious, Belen's mother still rigidly held her from behind. Her eyes were open, 2 streams of tears flowing down. Weakly and intermittently she said, Don't kill my daughter. Belen was stunned. Her eyes also welled up with tears, and she choked out, Mother. Seeing this scene, Lamille was also surprised. For a moment she didn't know what to do. Isn't the princess controlling the queen's body? Despite the great difficulty, she still tried to plead, Please, spare my daughter. She sat down, still holding Belen tightly. Belen also buried herself in her mother's shoulder. Lamille and Roll Dreed stood looking down from a room at the top of the castle. Lamille stood by the glass window, saying nothing. Beside her, Roll Dreed spoke. They've all escaped the castle safely, Miss Lamille, and the Black Hoods are no longer moving either. Azam carried the unconscious Belen on his shoulder and laughed. Roll Dreed gently placed a hand on Lamille's shoulder. It's all over now. Are you all right? Suddenly she replied, From now on, I'll never like a tragic novel again. Her puzzling words made Roll Dreed ask again. Lamille raised a hand to wipe her eyes, which surprised Royal slightly. He asked in a fluster, Miss Lamille, why are you crying? Seeing the tears streaming down her cheeks, Roel was filled with worry. Lamille clasped her hands together and said through tears, I didn't make the wrong choice by being too compassionate, did I? Even though the princess caused your legs to become like that. Seeing Lamille's remorse, Roel could only stand by and comfort her, his gaze gentle. He embraced her, reassuring her, But thanks to you, I've recovered. It's all right. If anyone had been holding a sword at that moment, they would have had to stop when the Empress spoke. She recalled the Empress's gaunt, emaciated face, the 2 lines of tears streaming down, and that weak voice. Lamille closed her eyes, tears still flowing from their corners. The Empress returned to dust after the princess fainted, and she departed with a sense of relief. The Empress's ethereal words echoed, Thank you. Their 2 shadows stretched across the room's floor. She said, I think the Empress had fulfilled her wish, and only then could she depart. Roel gently replied, Perhaps so. Lamille slightly pulled away from his embrace, softly saying, I don't know what the princess was thinking when she stood here alone, looking up at the sky like that, but I like this place, because it's so quiet and magnificent. Roel replied,
I agree. Hearing that, Lamil became excited. She took hold of his arms and said, Sir Ruel, when you do it now? He asked, puzzled. Lamil smiled and said, Your proposal, of course.
Ruel awkwardly asked, How did you know about that? She recounted the time Ruel awkwardly stammered while practicing saying, Please marry me. Lamil excitedly said, I saw you practicing that in front of the dining room last time. Ruel embarrassedly covered his face and awkwardly said, You shouldn't have looked, should you? Lamil chuckled and patted his shoulder comfortingly. Come on, we're already husband and wife, aren't we? If you propose to me here, I'll forgive you if you make any mistakes. Hurry up. Ruel shyly said, Then I'll try. Ruel fumbled around, found nothing, as if realizing his tension. He screamed internally. I forgot to bring the letter I painstakingly wrote all night. Earlier, he had struggled to write this letter, complaining nonstop. No, not this one either. Ruel froze. I'm sorry, but would it be okay if we did it when we get home? She gently placed both hands on Ruel's cheeks. She asked, What are you worried about? We're intimate enough that you don't need to embellish. Just a few heartfelt words will do. He took her hands, affectionately calling, Miss Lamil. I love you, from the bottom of my heart. Ruel sincerely kissed her soft hand. And I will dedicate the rest of my life to you. Lamil was delighted, her cheeks flushed pink. Suddenly, she stood on tiptoes.
She wrapped her arms around his neck and gently kissed him. Her action made him shy, his eyes wide and his face flushed. When their lips parted, the warm affection still lingered. Lamil hugged his neck, looked up, and sincerely said, I love you too, my lord. Her words made his face as red as wine, his handsome face flushed under the sunlight. He wrapped his arms around her waist, pulled her close, and tenderly asked, Shall I kiss you again? She readily replied, As many times as you wish, my lord. The two figures exchanged passionate kisses under the gentle sunlight, as if everything conspired for them. Early one morning at the castle, it was the wedding day. Army and Luan excitedly ran over, the little girl innocently calling out, Brother Roel. Roel, dressed impeccably, stood before the mirror. Seeing the two children, he spoke a little shyly. Army, what is it? The little girl happily told him, We finished checking all the wedding preparations. Roel sat down and said, Then why are you two dressed so splendidly today? You look beautiful. Army innocently held a microphone in front of him and asked, How do you feel about getting married, Brother Roel? Luan, standing behind, also diligently took notes. Roel said, a little helplessly, Are you here to interrogate me? Is this your game? What are you holding?
Army replied, slightly annoyed. It's not an interrogation. It's an interview, big brother. Please answer my questions. Roel helplessly conceded. All right. Do I have to speak into this thing? Your heart is beating very fast right now, and you're very nervous, Army said cheerfully. I understand. What do you plan to do with Lamel after you get married? Roel blushed deeply and said, Me? What would I do? Why would you ask such a thing? The two children innocently replied, We just want to know what you'll do on your honeymoon. Awkwardly, he pushed the two children out, forcing a laugh. Ah ha ha, the wedding is about to begin. You two should go find your seats now. Army continued, Your face is as red as a tomato, big brother Roel. Roel, his face red as a tomato, was too embarrassed to speak. Reaching the door, Roel suddenly called out, Army? The little girl turned back and politely replied, Yes. He gently said, Thank you for always being by my side. Hearing this, Army was surprised and confused. Huh? In her star-like sparkling eyes, tears welled up on her lashes. The little girl grabbed her skirt and ran off, saying brightly, I'm very grateful too, big brother Roel. Army, blushing, wiped her eyes with her hand and dashed away, brushing past Luan. Luan asked with concern, Why are you crying, Army? Army quickly wiped away her tears and snot, explaining, I'm not crying, I'm just going to find Lamel. Meanwhile, in the bride's room, Lamel stood haplessly in place. Someone's loud shout echoed across the sky. Ah, Lady Lamel. Kelly stood beside her, flustered, and quickly said, You shouldn't be lying on the floor in your wedding dress, should you? I spent 3 hours on your hair, and now you've messed it all up? Lamil lay helplessly on the floor, complaining, What should I do? I can't sleep because I'm too worried. Kelly quickly said, No one forced you to stay up all night. Hearing a knock at the door, Lamil lifted her head. Army walked in, her eyes sparkling as she looked at her. Wow, you look so beautiful today. Luan stood peeking from behind the door. Lamil looked at the two children and gently said, Army, Luan, you two are so cute. She walked over and hugged Army, excitedly patting her head. Oh, did you two come to congratulate me? The little girl also excitedly replied, Yes, and I also wanted to ask how you're feeling right now. Lamil replied, Of course I'm very happy. I've been waiting for this wedding for a long time. The only thing left for me to do is to force the weakening royal family to enact a law prohibiting divorce. Army froze, asking in confusion, What? Lamil chuckled maliciously. Ha ha ha, are you surprised? I'm not kidding.
Kelly helplessly rescued the little girl, saying, "Let's go now, the wedding is about to begin." Army was helpless. "I think she's actually going to do it." Meanwhile, Lemuel calmly waved at the little girl. "See you later." The doors swung open, and a profusion of pink flowers enveloped the castle from all sides. Elegantly dressed guests arrived for the wedding ceremony. The officiant stood on the podium, giving a speech. It was Razan. He stood on the podium, nervously stammering, "Let us congratulate the bride and groom on their wedding. We shall begin the ceremony now." Saberi sat below, arms crossed, evaluating. He's too stressed. Pieri next to him was also worried, looking at his pale face, wondering if he was all right. Saberi and Pieri both turned to the back, helplessly whispering, "But it's better than him."
I'm more worried about her. Why isn't she here yet? Behind them, Roll stood nervously waiting. Why is she so pale? Is the girl planning to run away from the wedding? Liera quickly grabbed her husband's shirt and said, "Darling, calm down. If anyone's going to run, it's Roel, not Lemuel." On the high floor of the magnificent castle, Lemuel excitedly scratched her head and laughed. "Haha, I'm here. I'm not late, am I?" Garen and the two children helplessly said, "You probably fell asleep in your room." Razan began to speak. "Now everyone, please turn your eyes to welcome the bride and groom." While linking arms with Roel, she gasped, suddenly realizing, I forgot the wedding bouquet." Razan was less flustered, reading more smoothly. "Lemuel Claude and Roel Claude, please enter the ceremony hall together." Roel gently looked at his wife. Lemuel shyly asked, "Are you ready to enter the ceremony hall, Sir Roel?" He didn't hesitate and replied, Of course." Lemuel and Roel happily linked arms and walked into the ceremony hall, a gentle voice echoing, "Let's go." Thank you for watching today's video, and so we have reached the conclusion of this captivating series. See you in the next video, which will feature an even more dramatic and exciting series. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel to support us and not miss any new videos. Thank you sincerely for watching, and we wish you a happy day.